Chapter 1174. Hm? Why is the reward too excessive? Chang'e is the apple of our eye. We have said before that if anyone can cure Chang'e's illness, we will give them half of the country. Right now it is only a small Lantian county. Wei Zhuqing, are you looking down on us or Chang'e by saying that the reward is too excessive? Within the Taiji Palace, Li Er saw that Wei Zheng was the first to jump out to oppose and frowned. He paused and snorted with displeasure. But how could Wei Zheng retreat because of Li Er's displeasure? This fellow was the most typical thorn in the imperial court during the Jingguan era. Opposing Li Er had already become a common occurrence for him. Your Majesty, this old subject is not looking down on anyone, but if all the citizens of Lantian County are in fief to Marquis Yong, and how is that different from Western Zhou's enfeoffment system? Could it be that Your Majesty wants to restore the Zhou system? Enfeoffment system. Hearing this sensitive word, the faces of all the officials in the palace turned serious. In the history of ancient China, ever since the Qin dynasty unified the 6 states, the biggest problem that the founding emperors of each dynasty faced was which system to adopt to manage the country and ensure that the country would always remain in the hands of their own people. Regarding this, the Qin first emperor thought of a way to abolish the enfeoffment system and change it to a county system. As for the county magistrates, they were personally appointed by the emperor to govern the region. However, the Qin dynasty only existed for 15 years before disappearing. Later on, many founding emperors used the Qin dynasty's disappearance as a lesson and implemented the enfeoffment system. During the implementation of the enfeoffment system, because the emperor's relatives were watching over the country, they had a very close relationship. Thus, the citizens lived very well and there were very few disturbances. However, this could only be done when the founding emperor was on the throne. Once the founding emperor died, there would be another catastrophe. Many vassals would start to fight for the throne and start to rebel. For example, the Western Han's rebellion of the state of Qi, and the Western Jin's rebellion of the 8 princes. However, during the Tang dynasty, although there were painful lessons from the Han and Jin dynasties, Li Er still wanted to use the enfeoffment system to reward his son and the officials who helped him obtain the throne. According to historical records, in the 7th month of the first year of Jingguan, Li Er sought out Xiao Yu to discuss the enfeoffment system. Xiao Yu was a person who greatly respected the Zhou rights and could be said to be the most enthusiastic proponent of the enfeoffment system. At that time he said, "Based on my observation of the previous dynasty, I believe that the enfeoffment system will last for a long time. The Qin dynasty had 6 states but the second generation died. The Han dynasty had the world and the commanderies participated in the construction, but it took more than 400 years. The Wei and Jin dynasties were abolished and could not last forever." Li Er was overjoyed that he had finally found a like-minded person. He was about to issue a decree to reward the officials who had rendered meritorious service. But at the crucial moment, Li Er's idea was vehemently opposed by the officials led by Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Wei Zheng, Li Baiyao, and Yan Shirgu. In their view, the enfeoffment system was the root of the country's troubles. Once this loophole was opened, the Tang Empire would inevitably be plunged into a chaotic state of war. Thus, at that time, the imperial court was divided into the anti-enfeoffment system and the enfeoffment system. But after Li Er's consideration, he finally decided not to enfeoffment system. The anti-enfeoffment system faction obtained a temporary victory. Now that the old matter was brought up again, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the others could not sit still. Bastard! How could Li Er, who was sitting at the head of the table, not know what was at stake? His expression changed as he slammed the table and stood up. He pointed at Wei Zheng and said angrily, "Wei Xuanqing, don't confuse the public. I am only giving Lantian County to the Marquis of Yong, and as a fief. What does this have to do with the enfeoffment system?" Seeing Li Er so angry, the officials in the imperial court immediately dispelled the idea of joining in the fun. Now that Li Er had ascended the throne for a long time, he had accumulated more and more power. Many officials were still afraid of him getting angry. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui looked at each other. Finally, the two of them looked at Zhang Sun Wuji at the same time. But the latter actually closed his eyes and crossed his arms, standing on the spot as if he was asleep. What a joke! Chang'e was Zhang Sun Wuji's niece. Now that Li Zishuan had saved Chang'e, no matter what, Zhang Sun Wuji as her uncle had to accept this favor. On this matter, even if he did not support it, he could not oppose it. Besides, in his heart he also felt that Wei Zheng was making a big fuss over a minor issue. It was just a county in Lantian County. Although it was a little out of bounds compared to Li Zishuan's title, forcefully connecting it to the feudal system was a little too far-fetched. After reading Zhang Sun Wuji's attitude, Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui looked at each other and shook their heads. In the end they did not go out to stand up for Wei Zheng. The pitiful Wei Zheng suddenly became a lonely warrior, facing Li Er's anger with his own strength. But the reason why a troublemaker was called a troublemaker was because he was not afraid of difficulties and faced them head-on. Wei Zheng was never afraid of difficulties. He took a step forward and said aggressively, "Your Majesty." As the saying goes, a small clue reveals the whole picture. Although a county cannot be compared to the enfeoffment system of the Western Zhou dynasty, once this example is made, I fear that our Tang Empire will repeat the mistakes of the Han and Jin dynasties. Speaking of which, this fellow was really stubborn and dared to say anything. If it was in the Ming and Qing dynasties just based on his words, the emperor would chop off his head and even exterminate his entire family. However, even though Jingguan's words were more liberal, when Li Er heard this disgraceful sentence, he could not help but spit fire from his eyes. He pointed at Wei Zheng and said in exasperation, "Good. Good. Good. Good for you, Wei Xuanqing. Do you really think that the tolerance I gave you is indulgence? How presumptuous. Men drag Wei Zheng out and flog him 100 times." As soon as these words came out, everyone in the hall was shocked. Ever since the Qin and Han dynasties, especially during the Sui and Tang dynasties, the monarchs had always treated their ministers with respect. It was extremely rare for them to use torture on their ministers. It was only after the Ming dynasty that it gradually became more common to use caning on ministers. What I say is for the sake of the country. I am worthy of the heavens and the earth. Today, if your Majesty wants to be like King Zhou of Shang, I am willing to do it. Wei Zheng's temper also rose at this time. He straightened his neck and looked directly at Li Er tit for tat. Presumptuous. Man. Drag him out and flog him 200 times. Hurry. When Li Er heard this, he was so angry that he almost flipped the table. He roared out of the hall. Suddenly, 2 silver-armored generals came in and walked in the direction of Wei Zheng. At this moment, Fang Xianling could no longer sit still. If these 200 flogs were to be flogged, wouldn't Wei Zheng die directly? He quickly stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, please calm down. Your Majesty, please calm down." Wei Xuanqing is straightforward and outspoken. Although his words were a bit extreme, I hope that your Majesty can forgive him on account of his dedication to the country. Chapter 1175. Forgive? How do you want me to forgive? It is because I have forgiven him time and time again that he is so unbridled now. Li Er's angry voice roared in every corner of the Taiji Palace. Only now did people see Li Er's determination to reward Li Zishuan. Your Majesty, Minister Wei's words are indeed inappropriate, but it is not enough to warrant punishment. Your Majesty, please reconsider. Zhang Sun Wuji also stood out. These were 2 separate matters. He indeed did not support Wei Zheng's words, but seeing that Li Er was about to punish the minister, he still had to step forward to stop it. This example could not be set. Your Majesty, please reconsider. Since Zhang Sun Wuji had stood out to plead for leniency, the other ministers could not remain indifferent. Instantly, a large group of people bowed. When Li Er saw this, he was so angry that he did not know what to say. At this moment, Wei Zheng recklessly said, "This old minister's life and death are not important. But as your Majesty's minister, this minister should think for your Majesty's country. Giving Lantian County to the Marquis of Yong, and is against the law, and this minister believes that the Marquis of Yong, and will not agree. The people of Lantian County will also not agree." Li Er was so angry that he laughed. "Good. Since Wei Xuanqing is so confident, then do you dare to make a bet with me?" Wei Zheng said without hesitation, "Why wouldn't I dare? But how does your Majesty want to bet?" Li Er said with his hands behind his back, "Humph. Let's bet on my decision. Whether Li Zishuan agrees or not, whether the people of Lantian County agree or not. With 2 days as the limit, I hope that after 2 days you, Wei Xuanqing, can still be so unyielding." Court dismissed. Without giving Wei Zheng a chance to refuse, Li Er flicked his sleeves and announced the dismissal of the court session. "Hey, Wei Xuanqing, don't you have nothing better to do? Your Majesty wants to give little Shen some land, what does that have to do with you? Jumping out in such a hurry to object, isn't this just finding trouble for yourself?" The officials had been hungry all morning and wanted to go home to eat. When Li Er announced the end of the court session, the officials went back to their homes. Qing Yaojin walked to Wei Zheng's side and patted his arm. As one of Li Zishuan's elders, he naturally stood on Li Zishuan's side in this matter. However, Li Zishuan's temper was too big in the morning assembly, so he didn't want to add fuel to the fire. He could only mock Wei Zheng after the assembly ended. Lu Guogong, this old man is wholeheartedly devoted to the public. I only care about the matter, not the person. No matter who is involved in this matter today, this old man will come out and stop His Majesty from acting willfully. Wei Zheng rolled his eyes and snorted at Qing Yaojin. Hey, what a stubborn old man. Just you wait. Old Qing, don't even need to look to know that you're going to lose this bet with His Majesty. Don't cry when the time comes. Qing Yaojin waved his hand, not willing to waste any more time with a one-track-minded person like Wei Zheng. He left Taiji Palace and returned home. Damn it. This Wei Xuanqing has repeatedly contradicted me. It's really hateful. It seems that I have been too lenient with him in the past. After the assembly, Li Er came to the Suite Du Hall. Recalling everything that had happened in the morning assembly, he became angrier and angrier. In the end, he pushed away the memorials on the table and roared angrily. Your Majesty, please calm down. Don't be angry. At this time, Empress Zhangsun happened to walk in from outside the hall. Her complexion seemed to be much better than 2 days ago. Guanyin maid? Come and sit. When Li Er saw that it was Empress Zhangsun, he quickly restrained the anger on his face. After Zhangsun sat beside him, he asked with concern, How is Chang'e recovering? Empress Zhangsun smiled and said, Your Majesty, Chang'e has completely recovered after 2 days of recuperation by Dr. Sunday. This morning, this concubine followed Chang'e and practiced Taiji fist twice. Li Er immediately forgot some of the unpleasantness in the assembly and said with a smile, Good. Guanyin maid, you have to practice Taiji fist every day in the future. If I have time, I will practice with you. I heard from the Marquis of Yong, and that even if ordinary people can't sense qi when practicing Taiji fist, if they practice more, it will only be good for the body. When the locusts flood this summer, the palace's food must have locusts every day. In the long run, Guanyin maid, your qi will definitely slowly improve. Li Qingxian's prediction was right. After the incident with Chang'e, there was indeed a craze for Taiji fist in the palace. Not only Empress Zhangsun, but some of the concubines, princes and princesses in the harem also followed to practice Taiji fist. Now, Li Er could be considered to have performed a real-life version of delicious. Last year, when the academy used locusts to make the delicacy, soaring to heaven, Li Er wanted to find trouble with Li Zixuan after learning the truth. Unexpectedly, he was now looking forward to eating locusts in the palace again. Yes, delicious. The changes in the world could be said to be wonderful. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. This concubine understands. If there was a chance to live longer, she believed that no one would be willing to die early. Why wouldn't Empress Zhangsun want to live a healthy life with Li Er? Therefore, when she practiced Taiji fist, she was more serious than anyone else. At this time, she looked at the scattered memorials on the ground and bent down to pick them up while smiling softly. On the way here, this concubine heard that Wei Xuanqing contradicted Your Majesty in the morning court. I think Your Majesty should be worried about this matter just now. Humph. That stubborn old man. When Wei Zheng was mentioned, Li Er immediately became angry. He briefly recounted what had happened in the morning to Empress Zhangsun. At the end he couldn't help but add, Guanyin maid, do you think this Wei Zheng is arrogant because he is pampered? He completely took our previous tolerance for him as indulgence. He actually compared me to King Zhou of Shang and compared himself to Shangan? If I were King Zhou of Shang, Wei Zheng would have died who knows how many times. In fact, the reason why Li Er was so angry today, other than Wei Zheng's attitude being a bit reckless, was that he had already promised to bestow Lantian County to Li Zixuan yesterday. Moreover, his father Li Yuan was still present at that time. In this way, if he really couldn't fulfill his promise because of Wei Zheng, not only would he lose his prestige, he would also become a joke in Li Yuan's eyes. This was absolutely not allowed to happen. Li Er had a very deep obsession in his heart, and that was to be an emperor for all eternity. No matter how bad it was, he had to be better than Li Yuan. He wanted to prove to his father that no one was more suitable to sit on the throne than him. Your Majesty, please calm down. That last bet of yours has caused Wei Xuanqing to suffer miserably this time. I don't know if someone will throw stones at Wei Xuanqing's house in the next 2 days. Empress Zhangsun softly comforted, then thought of something and couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Chapter 1176. It was almost evening in the Yunshan residence. Li Zixuan looked at the golden silk in his hand and helplessly revealed a trace of a bitter smile. He could only hear himself muttering to himself, Wei Zheng, this time it's not me who wants to make things difficult for you. It's His Majesty and the people. After that, he picked up the pen and paper on the table and scribbled a few lines of words. Then he put it in an envelope and left the study. He called Pang Feiji and said, "Feiji, quickly send this letter to the workshop and give it to Ma Zhou." It was already the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, and the workshop had already resumed production. Correspondingly, the editorial department of Datang Daily had already started work 2 days ago. Therefore, some of the people in Chang'an who had been away for work all year round had taken advantage of these 2 days to enjoy the freshly baked Datang Daily, which was still emitting the fragrance of ink. "Yes, Marquis." Pang Feiji bowed and accepted the order. "Mr. Ma, Marquis asked me to give this to you." In the new workshop in the editorial department of Datang Daily. After Song Xiaoxi's report, Pang Feiji met Ma Zhou and handed over the letter from Li Zixuan. At this moment, Ma Zhou was writing the application materials for the evaluation of professors. After the Lantern Festival this year, the teachers of the academy would start school early. The first thing in the new semester would be the evaluation of teachers' titles. A few days ago, Li Zixuan had asked Ma Zhou to start preparing. At this time he took the letter and opened it. He was stunned. If not for the fact that the handwriting on the letter was exactly the same as Li Zixuan's, he would have suspected that Pang Feiji was faking Li Zixuan's handwriting. "Okay. Please tell Marquis that there is no problem on my side." After putting away the letter, Ma Zhou's expression was strange. He then said to Pang Feiji in a muffled voice, "Okay. Then I'll take my leave." Pang Feiji was confused. However, he knew that some things could be asked and some things could not be asked. Therefore he just nodded and left. Sigh. I really don't understand what Marquis is trying to do. After Pang Feiji left, Ma Zhou smiled and sighed. The next day, the headline of Datang Daily made Chang'an, which had been bustling for a few days after the Spring Festival, boil again. "This subject, Li Zixuan, has heard that your Majesty wishes to bestow upon this subject the land of Lantian County. This subject is in fear and trepidation. As a marquis, to receive a county as a fief is indeed against the rules. This subject will also be criticized by my colleagues. However, as your Majesty's subject, I am willing to share your Majesty's worries and make the following promise. If within 3 years this subject is unable to ensure that the people of Lantian district can afford to wear clothes, eat meat and read books, this subject is willing to hand over all my fiefs. I welcome all the people and officials of the Great Tang to supervise this subject. Li Zixuan, 8th day of the 1st month of the 2nd year of Jingguan." This short announcement was similar to a modern-day inauguration speech. However, this was the first time that the ancient people had seen such a form of announcement. They could not help but find it refreshing. However, what was more interesting was the content of the announcement. It seemed that Li Zixuan was going to bestow all of Lantian district to Li Zixuan. This was big news. Did I hear wrongly? His Majesty wants to bestow Lantian district to the Marquis of Yong'an? After reading the newspaper, the people exclaimed, especially those who lived in Lantian district or had relatives living in Lantian district. They were so excited that they almost jumped up. This is great. His Majesty is wise. From now on, I am also a farmer in Marquis' fief. In the future, my child might be able to attend school and even get into Yanhuang College. This is really good news. I have to go back and tell my child's mother. We have to celebrate at noon. Old Zhong, you guys are really lucky this time. I used to say that you guys were too far away from Marquis' territory and couldn't become Marquis fief. Now you guys have finally gotten what you wanted. I have to go to your house to drink some wine later. That's not a problem. Old Yang, whenever you go there will be wine to drink. As Marquis' farmer we can't be stingy. Uncle Zhong, there seems to be something wrong with this headline. Yu Dehang, the scholar that was saved by Li Zixuan as the vanguard of the Chui Down movement, happened to be in the city to buy books today. He heard that Chitsu Culture was doing some discount promotion recently. Buying books would be much cheaper than usual. On the way he heard people talking about the headline in the newspaper. He simply bought a copy of the newspaper and then read the contents of the newspaper to his fellow villagers. When the villagers heard the contents of the newspaper, they could not help but be happy. However, he could not help but frown. What's wrong? Little Jing? Isn't this a good thing? What's wrong? Yu family manners Li Zheng, who was also the Uncle Zhong that Yu Dehang mentioned, was puzzled. That's right. Elementary scholar Yu, you're well read. Can you help us analyze what's wrong? The people of the same village all looked at Yu Dehang and talked at once. It could be seen that this scholar was very respected in their village. Uncle Zhong, think about it. If the emperor really gave Lantian County to the Marquis of Yong'an, Why hasn't the emperor issued an imperial edict for such a huge matter? Furthermore, the Marquis of Yong, and didn't have to put these words in the newspaper. I think there must be a deeper meaning behind this. Elementary scholar Yu frowned and said in a low voice. Uncle Zhong heard this and fell into deep thought. After a while, he nodded and said, Little Jing, what you said makes sense. There's something wrong with this. But no matter what, our village is about to be merged into Marquis fief. This is a joyous matter. Yu Dehang shook her head and said, Uncle Zhong, I'm afraid things aren't that simple. You see, Marquis said in the newspaper that as a Marquis, he received a county as his fief. This is against the rules and will cause criticism from his colleagues. Therefore, I'm guessing that there are court officials who are objecting to the emperor giving Lantian County to the Marquis of Yong, and as his fief. What? Someone objected? Who dares to object? Isn't this asking for our lives? We finally have the chance to become Marquis' villager. If we lose it because of them, then when will the people of our Yu family manor be able to eat meat and wear clothes? Uncle Zhong's eyes widened when he heard this and his voice involuntarily increased by an octave, attracting the attention of the passers-by. Uncle Zhong is right. Elementary scholar Yu, who exactly is objecting? This is a joyous matter for our village. We can't let anyone ruin it. The villagers were all filled with righteous indignation. Faced with the happiness that was about to fall into their bowl, no one wanted to watch it slip by. Yu Dehang thought for a while and said, Who exactly wants to stop the emperor from giving Lantian County to the Marquis of Yong'an? Let's split up and find out. Chapter 1177. It wasn't just the people of the Yu family manor. There were nearly 100 villages in Lantian County, and there were more or less villagers who came to Chang'an City today. Even those who didn't enter the city could obtain the news from the newspaper through various channels. When they heard that the entire Lantian County would become Li Zishuan's fiefdom, the commoners were undoubtedly elated. However, as the news spread, more and more people discovered the hidden meaning behind this announcement. Go go go. Old 7th Lu, quickly go to Chang'an City. I heard that there are people who don't want Lantian County to become Marquis Yong'an's fiefdom. Let's quickly go to Chang'an City to take a look. What? Didn't Zhao Wazi say that His Majesty had already decreed that Lantian County would become Marquis Yong'an's fiefdom? Why did he change his mind now? Sigh. That's because you didn't read the newspaper carefully. Our village's Sir Wu said that Marquis Yong'an's words aren't as simple as they seem. Go go go. Quickly go. Alright. Wong, wait. If someone really dares to mess up this matter, I, Old 7th Lu, will be the first to not let him off. Similar conversations occurred in various villages in Lantian County. The commoners who didn't go to the market were now heading towards Chang'an City. A flood was about to sweep over its left Deputy Wei. Scholar Yu, I heard from a servant and assistant minister whose house that left Deputy Wei was the only one who strongly opposed His Majesty giving Lantian County to Marquis Yong'an. At 8:45 in the morning, the Yu family manor's dozen or so villagers gathered at the entrance of the East Market. One of the villagers said to Yu Dehang with a face full of resentment. As expected. Yu Dehang muttered to himself. Then he looked at Zhong Lijing and said, Uncle Zhong, what should we do now? To be honest, if it wasn't for this matter, Left Deputy Wei would have always been my role model. However, if all the other villages in Lantian County were to be merged into Marquis' fiefdom, it would be beneficial to everyone. In terms of national law, Left Deputy Wei's objection is indeed understandable. However, he neglected the feelings of us ordinary villagers. Zhong Lijing's gaze darkened. He looked at the surrounding villagers, who were all agitated and eager to fight, and slowly opened his mouth to speak. Wei Zhuqing is indeed a good official who cares about the people, but he can't just focus on the law and ignore the interests of the people of Lantian County. Let's go to Wei Zhuqing's house and ask him for an explanation. Good. To demand an explanation. Let's go and demand an explanation. As soon as Zhong Lijing finished speaking, he immediately received unanimous approval from the villagers. In the past, their Yu family manor wasn't Li Zishuan's fief, but they still managed to get by. However, humans were creatures. Once they were given hope and then disappointed, most people wouldn't be able to accept it. The villagers of the Yu family manor were now in such a situation. They saw that they had the hope of leading their families to a good life, but it was all ruined by Wei Zheng alone. How could they tolerate this? In addition, after learning that Wei Zheng was the instigator behind this, the people of the other villages all rushed to Wei Zheng's house in Yongxing Lane. There were more and more people, and they gradually formed a mighty torrent. They came from different villages, but at this moment, they all had the same goal: and that was to make Wei Jing yield and stop interfering with Li Zishuan's reward. Madam. Not good. There are many people gathered outside the residence. The old gatekeeper of the Wei estate was the first to discover the abnormality and quickly reported it to the maidservants in the residence. The maidservants then ran to the rear courtyard to inform the mistress of the house, Madame Pei. When Madame Pei heard this, she said in surprise, "There are many people gathered outside the residence. Master has always been an honest official, so why would these people come to our house to cause trouble? Could it be that they were instigated by some vile people?" Madame Pei was born in a prestigious family, but she was willing to marry into the Wei family, which was in decline. What she valued was Wei Zheng's upright, honest and outspoken nature. Although her life after marriage was very poor, with such a noble and clean husband, her spiritual life had always been quite fulfilling. Therefore, when she heard that there were people gathered outside the Wei estate today, she felt a burst of doubt. She might not dare to say anything else, but she felt that Wei Zheng's official and moral character were impeccable. "Madam, those people didn't cause trouble and didn't say anything else. They only said that they want to see Master and ask him to let them go." The maidservant bowed and replied. This group of people gathered in front of the Wei estate was much more rational and restrained compared to the group of people who gathered around the Chui estate last year. It was mainly because Wei Zheng's official reputation had always been very good, and most of the people felt that he was a good official. Although Wei Zheng might have made a mistake in the matter of Lantian County being awarded to Li Zishuan, the people still remembered that Wei Zheng had treated them well in the past and restrained their behavior. "Let them go? Let's go. Lu He, let's go out and take a look." Madame Pei thought about it and still couldn't understand how Wei Zheng had offended this group of people, so she stood up and said, "Madam, don't. You mustn't. There are too many people outside the estate. What if some bad people mixed in and hurt you? What should we do?" "Madam, you should wait for Master to return." When the maidservant heard this, she jumped in fright and hurriedly stopped her. At this time, Wei Zheng should still be in the morning court, so she didn't dare to let Madame Pei go out to investigate the situation. After all, the matter of the Chui estate being destroyed by the angry people more than a month ago was still fresh in the minds of many Chang and citizens. "It's fine. Since these people didn't cause trouble, they definitely won't harm me." Lu He, quickly move aside. Madame Pei insisted. "I won't move aside. I can't let Madam go out and take risks. If Madam wants to go out, you have to step over my body." The maidservant did not back down. Left Minister Wei, I beg you to let us go." At this time, a commotion suddenly came from outside. Madame Pei's expression changed as she said, "Master is back. Let's go to the back of the courtyard to take a look." This time, Lu He didn't stop them and followed Madame Pei to the front yard. "Let you go? When have I ever done anything to harm you or restrict your freedom?" In front of the Wei estate, Wei Zheng had just returned from the morning court and saw many citizens gathered in front of the estate from afar. His heart sank and he hurriedly came to the front of the crowd. When he heard the citizens all asking him to let them go, he couldn't help but feel puzzled and asked, "Student Yu Dehang greets Left Minister Wei." Just as Wei Zheng finished speaking, Yu Dehang walked out and cupped her hands towards Wei Zheng. Then she said, "This student comes from the Yu family manor, which is the northernmost manor in Lantian County. Last year, under the management of Marquis, the 8 manors in Lantian County's fief of Marquis Yong, and were all well-fed and well-clothed. Now that we heard that His Majesty wants to bestow the entire Lantian County to the Marquis Yong, but Left Minister Wei, you have a different opinion, so we came here to implore Left Minister Wei to change your mind and let His Majesty bestow the entire Lantian County to the Marquis Yong An." Chapter 1178. Relying on law is not enough to govern, and relying on virtue is not enough to govern. A country has its laws and a family has its rules. His Majesty's decision to give Lantian County to the Marquis of Yong, and is clearly not in accordance with the country's laws. This is a calamity that will bring chaos to the country. As an important official of the empire, how can this old man sit by and do nothing? In front of the Wei residence, Wei Zheng looked at the aggressive commoners in front of him. There was not the slightest trace of fear on his face as he spoke righteously to Yu Dijin. Hearing this, Yu Dehang frowned and said in a low voice, "Left Minister Wei's words are incorrect. What does Lantian County have to do with Western Zhou's enfeoffment system? The Marquis of Yong is benevolent, and the commoners of his fief all love and respect him. Now that they hear that the other villages of Lantian County have the opportunity to become the Marquis of Yong's fief, countless commoners are overjoyed and scrambling like ducks. This is what the people want. Left Minister Wei, you keep saying that you are doing this for the sake of the country's laws and dignity, but you have disregarded the people's will and harmed the tens of thousands of commoners of Lantian County. Being spoken to like this by a late student, Wei Zheng's old face was somewhat embarrassed. Brushing his sleeves, he angrily said, "Foolish brat. Since the founding of the Great Tang, there have been many restrictions on the enfeoffment of the nobles. This old man has never heard of anyone being able to obtain the fief of tens of thousands of households as a marquis. With this example, I'm afraid that in the future, there will be many vassals in the Great Tang. The rebellion of Prince Qi of the Western Han and the rebellion of the 8 princes of the Western Jin are not far off. This old man will definitely not agree to this kind of politics that brings chaos to the country." His worries were not without reason. According to history, in the 13th year of Jingguan, Li Er indeed brought up the old system again. However, at that time he changed the name to feudalism. The so-called feudalism was like the Western Zhou's enfeoffment of vassals, allowing the various princes and meritorious officials to hold a permanent position in a place that could be inherited by their descendants. This matter was clearly a reversal of history. As a result, it was strongly opposed by Fang Xianling, Wei Zheng, Zhang Sun Wuji, Ma Zhou, Li Baiyao, and Yu Jining. Afterwards, under the circumstances where the objections of all the officials were ineffective, it was the already married Princess Changel who personally stepped forward to persuade Li Er to withdraw the order. The enfeoffment system had its advantages, but it also had its drawbacks. During the Enlushan rebellion at the end of the Tang dynasty, it was precisely due to the excessive power of the regional military commanders that caused the Great Tang dynasty to suffer an unprecedented blow. It was difficult for it to return to its former glory. Therefore, it was hard to say whether the enfeoffment system was good or bad. At this moment, facing his former spiritual idol, Yu Dehang inexplicably felt a little disappointed. He angrily said, "Left Prime Minister Wei, are you going to ignore the suffering of tens of thousands of people in Lantian County just to insist on your political views? In this way, even if you realize your political ambitions, what's the point?" This student remembers that the Marquis of Yong, and once said that everyone in Yanhuang College should have a heart for the heavens and earth and a life for the people. Your actions today are far inferior to the Marquis of Yong. With an ashen face, Wei Jing said, "Shut up. Since ancient times, only when the country is stable can the people prosper. This old man's political views are to protect the stability of the Great Tang dynasty. This brat only sees the immediate benefits but cannot see the future of the world. He is truly a short-sighted person." At this moment, Yu Dehang no longer cared about being polite. He retorted sarcastically, "Left Prime Minister Wei is truly eloquent. This student does not understand how bestowing Lantian County to the Marquis of Yong and would affect the stability of the country. What you are worried about is that the Marquis of Yong and will gradually grow in power like the Dukes of Western Zhou. However, Lantian County is close to Chang'an. Rather than doubting the loyalty of the Marquis of Yong, and why not worry about the lives of the people in the county surrounding Chang'an? Furthermore, the Marquis of Yong and had once said that if the people of Lantian County could not afford to eat meat, wear clothes and study within 3 years, then he would automatically relinquish all of his lands. From this, it can be seen that the Marquis of Yong and only wants to let the people live a good life and not for the sake of fighting for power and profit. As for us villagers, we only want to live a good life under the rule of the Marquis of Yong. Firstly, we do not violate the laws of the country. Secondly, we do not harm our personal morals. Why must Left Prime Minister Wei force us? Yes, we only want to follow the Marquis of Yong and live a good life. We only want to live a good life. We beg Left Prime Minister Wei to grant us this wish." Yu Dehang's last sentence could be considered to have spoken the hearts of all the villagers. Immediately, the several hundred villagers in front of the Wei residence all began to talk at once. Humph. Wei Zheng's insistence for many years was completely worthless by Yu Dehang's words. He wanted to say something, but when faced with the knife-like gazes of the people, he could only brush his sleeves and turn around to enter the house. Because at this moment, a trace of confusion appeared in his heart. Thinking about how he, Wei Zheng, had been cautious and conscientious all his life, wasn't it all to let the people live a good life? But now, he had become the target of the people's condemnation. Could it be that he had really done something wrong? "Old master, are you all right?" In the front yard of the Wei residence, Madame Pei came over with a gentle expression and asked Wei Zheng with concern. "Sigh. I'm fine." Wei Zheng shook his head and sighed tiredly. At this moment he seemed to have aged several years. Madame Pei wanted to say something but hesitated. Seeing this, Wei Zheng smiled bitterly and said, Madame also wants to persuade this old man to give up? Madame Pei hesitated and said, Old master, this concubine understands your ambitions, but there are times when people need to know how to be flexible. The Marquis of Yong, and obtaining a bigger fief will only benefit more people. This is in line with old master's original intention of helping the people. Why do you insist on being stubborn and offending tens of thousands of people just because of something that hasn't happened yet? Wei Jing opened his mouth with difficulty and said, But madam, the laws of the country cannot be violated, the ratio cannot be changed. Old master, the Marquis of Yong, and taking control of Lantian is still unknown whether it will be a blessing or a curse for the great Tang. Why don't you wait 2 years and see? Moreover, the Marquis of Yong, and also said that if he doesn't have any political achievements in 3 years, he will voluntarily withdraw from all his fiefs. In other words, in these 3 years he is only helping the emperor and the imperial court to manage Lantian County. Old master, what are you worried about? Madame Pei said in a gentle voice. When Wei Jing heard this he couldn't help but feel enlightened. Because according to this, in these 3 years, Li Zixuan was only helping the imperial court to manage Lantian County. As long as he didn't do a good job, Li Er could take back all his fiefs at any time. This was very different from the hereditary fief system. Madame's words are like pearls. This husband will carefully consider it. Wei Jing was silent for a long time before he came back to his senses. He waved his hand at Madame Pei and then walked into the room. However, his back seemed a little bent at this moment. Chapter 1179. Xiaojing, did Wei Zhuqing agree or not? Zhong Lijing and the other villagers couldn't understand the battle of words between scholars. Seeing Wei Jing flick his sleeves and leave, Zhong Lijing was a little puzzled. Yu Dehang shook her head and sighed. Uncle Zhong, tell everyone to disperse. Let's go back and eat first. Zhong Lijing understood the hidden meaning in Yu Dehang's eyes. His expression darkened, and he turned around to look at the main entrance of the Wei estate. He let out a long sigh and then turned around to shout at the villagers of the Yu residence, Let's go. Listen to Scholar Yu and go back first. Lijing? We're going back just like that? Wei Zhuqing hasn't agreed to us yet. A villager said in surprise. Zhong Lijing said in a bad mood, Just go when I tell you to go. Why are you talking nonsense? Although the Yu residence's villagers were unwilling, they still obediently left because of Zhong Lijing's scolding. However, the other villagers weren't as good-tempered as Yu Dehang. We originally had the chance to become a villager of the Marquis of Yong, but hateful Wei Zhuqing had to ruin it. Bah, that's right. I heard that Wei Zhuqing was a good official, but now it seems that he's a treacherous official. Some of the more irritable commoners cursed and spat at the Wei estate's gate or picked up stones on the ground and threw them into the Wei estate's courtyard. Bang. Watch. Which wicked person is throwing stones into the sky? A cry of pain immediately sounded in the Wei estate's courtyard. The commoners outside hurriedly scattered when they heard the sound. After all, since ancient times, commoners didn't fight with officials. However, they couldn't throw stones openly, but no one could control them if they secretly threw them. Therefore, in the afternoon, the servants and maidservants of the Wei estate suffered because no one knew if a sudden disaster would fly over in the next moment. A stone or feces would fall from the sky and land on their heads. Now it's Wei Xuanqing's turn to have a headache, right? Imperial Palace West Court, Li Zheng Hall. Li Er put down the newspaper in his hand and smiled at Empress Jiangsun. Your Majesty must have seen today's headlines, right? I don't know what the Marquis of Yong is thinking, to suddenly publish such a notice on Datong Daily. It looks like he's purposely hinting to the people that someone doesn't want Lantian County to be his fief. Empress Jiangsun had clearly read today's newspaper. When she heard this, she couldn't help but giggle. Li Er smiled but did not speak. Seeing this, Empress Jiangsun's eyes turned and she suddenly said, His Majesty should have given the Marquis of Yong some sort of decree? Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence in this world? Li Er's expression froze. He opened his mouth but neither admitted nor denied it. This kid didn't put in any effort at all, and he wants to obtain 10,000 households' land. How can there be such a cheap thing in this world? Empress Jiangsun smiled and then a worried expression appeared on her face saying, It's just that the Marquis of Yong is talking too big this time, right? There were 60 to 70,000 people in Lantian County. To let everyone be able to afford to eat meat, wear clothes and study was extremely difficult. Not to mention 3 years, even if it was 10 years, no one would be able to do it. Li Er frowned, thinking in his heart that all of this was done by this kid on his own initiative. This emperor did not ask him to make such a promise. Although this was what he thought in his heart, but towards Li Zishuan's ability, Li Er still had a lot of trust. Thus he said, Guanyin maid, rather than worrying about this, why don't you guess if Wei Zheng will admit defeat in tomorrow's morning court? Because this matter to other people was an impossible matter, but to Li Zishuan, it might not be so. And with that kid's character, if he wasn't confident in something, he would definitely not speak rashly. Empress Zhang's son carefully thought about it. It seemed like the awesome that Li Zishuan had boasted back then had all come true. In comparison, letting the people of the fief have enough to eat and wear wasn't an impossible matter. This concubine heard that when it was close to noon, Wei Zhuqing's house was surrounded by the citizens of Lantian County. However, with Wei Zhuqing's unyielding character, I'm afraid that even if the citizens opposed, he wouldn't easily give up. So I guess that in tomorrow's morning court, Wei Zhuqing will definitely not admit defeats. Li Er's eyes flashed and thoughtfully said, Hee hee. Then let's wait and see. The next day before the morning court, under the steps in front of Taiji Palace, the officials gathered in groups of 3 to 5, whispering to each other as they waited for the morning court to begin. Hey, Wei Xuanqing, I heard that your house was very lively yesterday. How was it? Did you get hurt? Wei Jing came later today. The officials stood in front of Taiji Palace for half an hour before he arrived. As soon as he arrived, he was mercilessly mocked by Qing Yaojin, this old demon. Wei Jing angrily glared at Qing Yaojin and replied, Humph? This old man is so ruthless. There's no need for High Duke Lu to worry. After saying that, he walked towards the position of Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui. There was no other way. When a scholar met a soldier, there was no way to reason clearly. In terms of shamelessness, he was far from Qing Yaojin's opponent. Morning court. Fortunately, he didn't come very early today. After standing for a while, a eunuch came over and shouted. The officials lined up and entered Taiji Palace one by one. After the monarch and minister greeted each other, Li Er directly looked at Wei Zheng and said, Minister Wei, the 2 days have passed. Tell me who won this bet. The officials in the hall all cast their eyes on Wei Zheng, guessing in their hearts how Wei Zheng would answer. However, most people felt that with Wei Zheng's temper, he would definitely not admit defeat. Wei Zheng had already thought about it before leaving this morning. At this moment he stepped forward, cupped his hands towards Li Er and bowed. Replying to your majesty, this old official lost this bet. As your majesty wishes to punish, this old official will not refuse. Everyone including Li Er couldn't help but be stunned. The dignified Wei Zheng actually admitted defeat? Was this still the flamethrower Wei who dared to scold Li Er for half a day? Li Er was stunned for a moment. He thought that he would have to waste his breath. He didn't expect Wei Zheng to admit defeat so easily. After a pause he laughed. Ah, Minister Wei is wholeheartedly devoted to the country. What crime is there? Back then I only said that it was a bet, but I didn't say what the stakes were. Now that Minister Wei has admitted defeat, does anyone have any objections to the matter of Lantian County being awarded to Li Zishuan? This was called the demeanor of a victor. Between the monarch and his minister, timely tolerance was very necessary. Wei Jing naturally cupped his hands and said, This old official has no objections. The reason why he admitted defeat today was not because the people threw stones and feces at his house, but because he was deeply affected by his wife's words yesterday. Since Wei Jing did not object, what reason did the other officials have to object? Thus, they all cupped their hands and said, This official has no objections. Ah, good. In that case, from today onwards, I will bestow Lantian County to the Duke of Yong'an. Chapter 1180. Your Majesty, today is already the 9th day of the Lunar New Year. I plan to leave tomorrow and bring the Chui family to Zhengzhou. In the Taiji Palace, after Li Er announced that Lantian County was officially under Li Zishuan's control, Wei Zheng cupped his hands and continued. Li Er was overjoyed. Ah no, his expression turned solemn. He pulled a taut face and said seriously, I'll have to trouble you with the Chui family's matters. In order to prevent any accidents, I will send a team of imperial guards to escort you along the way. When we reach Zhengzhou, I will have all the officials in Hunan listen to your orders. Wei Zheng would escort Chui Zhenchuo to Zhengzhou and thoroughly investigate the corruption of the officials of Hunan province. This was originally decided before the new year. Now that Wei Zheng had taken the initiative to leave for Zhengzhou before the Lantern Festival, Li Er naturally had no reason to disagree. He even had some faint expectations in his heart because his ears could finally be quiet for a while. Cough cough. Although he thought so in his heart, Li Er still looked serious on the surface. The image of a harmonious ruler and his subjects was reflected in the minds of all the officials. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Wei Jing bowed and said. After experiencing this incident, Wei Jing felt that there were still some areas that he needed to improve on in terms of governance. He could use the excuse of going to Zhengzhou to reflect on it. Li Er nodded and announced that the morning assembly would continue. At noon, as the morning assembly ended, Zhao Song rushed out of the palace on a fast horse with an imperial edict in his hand, heading straight for the east city gate of Chang'an. Some of the quick-witted citizens saw the direction Zhao Song was heading in and roughly guessed what was going on. Look. Someone from the palace came out to deliver the imperial edict. It's heading towards the east of the city. Could it be that the bestowment of Lantian County has been decided? Ah. If that's the case, that's great. The people of our manor have been looking forward to merging into the Marquis of Yong'an's fief for the past 2 days. Although it was only a guess, the tens of thousands of people in Lantian County hoped that this guess would come true. In a moment, all eyes were focused on Cloud Mountain. There lived a young man who was like an immortal. His chest was deep and he was talented. In the Cloud Mountain area, he could make clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. Sometimes, a single word from him could bring endless wealth to the people. In the eyes of the merchants, he was the god of wealth. In the eyes of the people, he was the Yamacho of Yanhuang College. He was the Marquis of Yong'an. Young master. Head Steward Zhao was here. The imperial edict is here. In the imperial court, Li Zishuan and Wei Zheng had a battle of wits and courage. It was very lively. On Yunshan Mountain, Li Zishuan had just finished his lunch and was sitting in the small courtyard, watching the flowers bloom and wilt in front of the courtyard, watching the clouds roll and disperse in the sky, quite leisurely. At this moment, Xiao He hurriedly ran over, shouting as she ran. Oh, I'm coming. Li Zishuan nodded and stood up. It had been 4 days since the incident in the palace. His body had more or less recovered. Not only did his strength not decline, but it had also improved slightly. However, it was only a slight improvement. If he wanted to break through, he would have to wait a few years under normal circumstances. However, Li Zishuan was not in a hurry. After all, he was still young. Moreover, with his talent and understanding, it was still very possible for him to enter the great Grandmaster realm in his lifetime. Ah, Head Steward Zhao, long time no see. Marquis of Yong'an, long time no see. After a while, Li Zishuan walked out of the house and saw Zhao Song in the front courtyard. The two old acquaintances naturally had to exchange a few pleasantries. After going through the ceremony to receive the imperial edict, they finally got to the main topic. Zhao Song opened the imperial edict and read, "The Emperor of the Tang Empire decrees, all great doctors must calm their nerves and resolve their illnesses. They must have no desires and must first show great compassion to others. Today there is the Marquis of Yong'an, who has superb medical skills and miraculous hands, who saved my beloved daughter Changle from danger. I am very happy and specially grant him Lantian County. In addition to his previous fief, he will have a total of 13,527 households to live in. I, Li Zishuan, accept the imperial edict and thank you for your kindness." Li Zishuan heaved a sigh of relief in his heart, then stepped forward to receive the imperial edict. Initially, he was not willing to accept such a large fief like Lantian County. However, since Li Erqiang gave it to him, he had no choice but to accept it. After thinking about it, although his fief was bigger and his responsibilities greater, he would have more manpower and resources to use in the future. Only when there were more people working together could more wealth be created in society. Old Man Li, Madam Li Han Yushi, and the 3 members of the Yi family were all dumbfounded. They had seen the announcement on Datong Daily yesterday, but they had thought that as long as Wei Jing did not yield, the imperial edict would not be issued. However, it had only been 2 days and the imperial edict had been issued. In other words, from today onwards the entire Lantian County would belong to the Li family. In the entire Tang Empire, they were the nobles with the most fief under the title of prince. Li Zishuan's fief had already far surpassed those dukes in the imperial court. Marquis of Yong, and congratulations. Zhao Song congratulated him with a smile. Thank you. Li Zishuan immediately asked Xiao He to bring the money and stuffed it into Zhao Song's hands. Although Zhao Song was not greedy for money, he was still very willing to share in the joy of this kind of money. After everything was done, Zhao Song bade farewell and left. Cloud Mountain immediately became a sea of joy. Little Xian, from today onwards, all the land in Lantian County belongs to our family? Yi Yuzhu asked in disbelief. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Oh, that's right, mother. Now you don't have to think about buying land in other villages, right? Yi Yuzhu had always had a little hobby, and that was to buy land. Whenever she had spare money, she would buy land. Before Li Zishuan returned to Chang, and last year, Yi Yuzhu had bought the entire Han family manor. Child, are you laughing at your mother? Ah, how could I? Mother, you must have misunderstood. Cloud Mountain was full of joy and harmony. The imperial edict has been issued to Cloud Mountain. From today onwards, Lantian County belongs to the Marquis of Yong'an. Ah, that's great. This time, our manor has really become the Marquis's fief. Ah. At the foot of the mountain, as time passed, more and more people knew that Lantian County was going to belong to Li Zishuan. The commoners ran around to spread the news. In broad daylight, every household set off firecrackers. Standing on Cloud Mountain, Li Zishuan could hear the firecrackers coming from all around Cloud Mountain. The commoners were treating today as New Year's Eve. It was even livelier than New Year's Eve. Because from today onwards, the commoners in the other villages in Lantian County could be as well fed as the Han village and Plum village. To the commoners there was suddenly hope for their lives. Of course, it was even livelier than New Year's Eve. Chapter 1181. The next day. A 10-mile pavilion outside Chang'an City. Since the Qin and Han dynasties, there would be a pavilion every 10 miles outside the main city. Later on, there would be a short pavilion every 5 miles for pedestrians and friends to bid farewell to each other. Today, Wei Zheng led the imperial guards and escorted the Cui family to bid farewell to the officials and generals in the imperial court. Although Troll Wei's mouth was usually hated, most people still admired him for his conduct. His Majesty has arrived. Today's morning court was very short. The purpose was to make time for the officials to bid farewell to Wei Zheng. After the court, Li Er packed up in the palace and rushed over on a horse. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The officials bowed. Li Er said, "You may dispense with the formalities." Then he went straight to Wei Zheng and said earnestly, "My dear Wei Zheng, this journey is long and dangerous. No matter what, you must take care of yourself. The Tang Empire can't do without you." Li Er's feelings for Wei Zheng were very complicated. When Wei Zheng scolded him, he wanted to kill the old man in front of him countless times. After all, as the emperor, he also needed to save face. But every time after that, he would be glad that Wei Zheng could reprimand him at the crucial moment. This person was like a mirror to him, always able to find his shortcomings. So, in general, he both loved and hated Wei Zheng. Although he had sent Wei Zheng to Hunan province partly for personal reasons, it was mostly for official business. He also didn't want anything to happen to Wei Zheng in Hunan. Without Wei Zheng, he would feel that something was missing in his life. Wei Zheng felt that the feelings in Li Er's words didn't seem to be fake. He raised his head and said expressionlessly, "Your Majesty, don't worry. No matter how difficult the road ahead is, this old official will not fail his mission and eliminate the officials in Hunan. It's getting late. This old official will take his leave. Your Majesty, please take care of your body." Then Wei Zheng cupped his hands at Li Er and all the officials and turned to leave. "Retired emperor wants me to enter the palace again?" In the afternoon, eunuch Chao, who was by Li Yuan's side, came again. Everyone in the Li family felt a strong sense of vigilance rise in their hearts. A few days ago, Li Zishuan was invited by eunuch Chao to the imperial palace. He only came back when it was almost night time. Moreover, when he came back, his face was exhausted. Clearly, his experience in the imperial palace was not easy. Although Li Zishuan said that there was nothing wrong, Li Jingma and Madame Li could more or less guess what was going on. Therefore, when eunuch Chao invited Li Zishuan again today, the Li family members were somewhat repulsed. "Oh, Marquis Yong, and please don't misunderstand. The retired emperor only wants to invite you into the palace to chat with him. He doesn't have any other intentions." Eunuch Chao immediately understood when he sensed the vigilant aura coming from the Li family. He hurriedly said with a kind smile, "Yes. Then please wait for a moment. This marquis will pack up and follow you into the palace." Li Zishuan nodded and turned to walk into the inner room. Han Yushi and Madame Li hurriedly followed in without batting an eyelid. Madame Li stepped forward and grabbed Li Zishuan's arm. She asked worriedly, "Xian the retired emperor won't still hold a grudge against you, right?" Li Zishuan smiled slightly and said, "Mother, don't worry. The retired emperor already buried the hatchet with me last time. This time he probably really just wants to chat with me. You and father shouldn't think too much." After experiencing the incident with Chang'e last time, Li Zishuan believed that Li Yuan would not harm him again. Although this old man was sometimes a bit overbearing, he could still distinguish between good and bad. If that's really the case, then mother can rest assured. Madame Li heard this and let out a long sigh of relief. Then, husband, this concubine will help you change your clothes. Han Yushi happily stepped forward and said, "Okay." Putting on his court attire, Li Zishuan rode with Chao Cixi to Chang'an City. Actually, if Li Yuan had no ill intentions towards him, he would rather like this old man summoning him into the palace from time to time. Because this way he could ignore the confinement order and legitimately descend Cloud Mountain. Marquis Yong, and you're here? No need to be so courteous. Sit. Passing through Taiji Palace and arriving at Li Yuan's courtyard, unlike the cold words last time, Li Zishuan received Li Yuan's warm reception this time. And Li Yuan Chong, that little thing, was actually also there. The father and son sat around a table. There was even a wooden card on the table. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and bowed, then sat across from them. We heard about this kind of bandit fighting game from Qingke. Since we have nothing to do today, we wanted to find Marquis Yong, and to play a few rounds. Li Yuan saw Li Zishuan put his gaze on the wooden card on the table and said with a smile. Li Zishuan glanced at Li Yuan Chong beside him without leaving a trace, then said to Li Yuan, "Since retired emperor has such a refined interest, then this subject is naturally willing to accompany you." Li Yuan laughed heartily and said, "Ha! I heard that this bandit fighting game must have a prize to be interesting. Marquis Yong An's family is rich, so you definitely aren't someone who lacks money. Why don't we play a few rounds with 100 rounds as the base?" Li Zishuan couldn't help but be amused. He thought to himself that it was rare for him to go out, and he actually met someone who wanted to take the initiative to give him money. If he didn't agree to this kind of thing, then there was really something wrong with his brain. This subject has no objection. As long as retired emperor has fun. It should be as long as he loses happily, Li Zishuan silently added in his heart. Although he didn't know how Li Yuan's card skills were, he, as the founder of Landlord, No Bandit Fighting, was confident that his grasp of the rules and skills would definitely win against the two people on the field. Besides, with his powerful mental strength, his brain was simply a natural card holder. Facing him, this human cheat, what could Li Yuan and Li Yuanchang use to fight with him? Imperial Grandfather, Chang'e has come to pay respects to you. Brother Shaoxian is also here? At this moment, Chang'e walked in from the outside, wrapped up tightly. When she saw Li Zishuan sitting in the courtyard, a trace of surprise appeared on her face at just the right moment. What kind of person was Li Yuan? How could he not see through the little scheme in her heart? However, his face still revealed a trace of benevolence. Chang'e has come? Come in quickly. It's cold outside, don't catch a cold. It just so happens that your imperial grandfather wants to play 2 rounds of bandit fighting with the Marquis Yong, and you can learn from the side. After you learn, come and play with imperial grandfather often. Then Chang'e will learn well from imperial grandfather. Chang'e responded crisply, then turned her head to glance at Li Zishuan. A complicated emotion flashed through her eyes and disappeared. Brother Shaoxian, thank you for saving me that day. Otherwise, Chang'e? Chapter 1182. Call bandit. Don't call. Don't calls. Super double. Taiji Palace. In the palace where Li Yuan was, 3 people were sitting around a table and happily playing bandit. Chang'e was at the side holding her chin and blinking her eyes at the changing game on the table. Of course, her little eyes would also glance at Li Zishuan from time to time. It was worth mentioning that there was already a pile of small notes with a red seal in front of Li Zishuan. This thing was something like a banknote that he made on the spot. One note was 100 strings of coins, and it was stamped with Li Yuan's private seal. Each person was given a banknote of 5,000 strings of coins, and they would settle the bill together after the game. After all, silver was not in circulation in this era. Their game was relatively big and the base bet was 100 strings of coins. Sometimes they would even raise it if they caught a bomb or something. Just 100 strings of coins could fill a cart. According to their way of playing, even if the room was full of coins, it would not be enough for them to play for half a day. Li Yuanchang, this unlucky child, was in pain and joy at the moment. He was happy because the fun of bandit fighting was far beyond his understanding, and he was completely addicted to it. Of course, he was in pain because he had lost at least 3,000 to 4,000 strings of coins. This was all his private money, and he was not like Li Tai and Li Qingqian who had shares in Strange Interest Pavilion or Strange Interest Culture. He could enjoy dividends of tens of thousands of strings of coins every year. It was not easy for him to get money usually, and these 3,000 to 4,000 strings of coins had already hurt him a little. But if he shrank back and stopped playing at this time, he would feel weak and would be looked down upon by Li Zishuan. Therefore he was really in pain and joy as he gritted his teeth and persevered. Besides, he still had a trace of luck in his heart, and that was to recoup his losses and even win some money from Li Zixuan. 3 with a pair. I only have 1 card left. Li Zixuan casually threw out 5 cards, then crossed his legs and looked at Li Yuanchang with a smile that was not a smile. Although he did not care about money, anything that could make the enemy suffer was worth him being happy. This kid deliberately tricked him before. No matter what, he had to make him bleed a lot today. Li Yuanchang opened his mouth, and a sense of helplessness suddenly overwhelmed him. This was all part of Li Zixuan's plan. Now the remaining cards on the field couldn't control the 3 circles of a pair of 10. I can't afford it. Li Yuanchang sighed helplessly and shook his head. Li Yuan also shook his head. Without any suspense, Li Zixuan won another round and earned 200 strings of cash. Speaking of which, there were probably not many people in the entire Tang dynasty who could earn money faster than him. One round only took 1 or 2 minutes, and if he was lucky he could earn 1 or 200 strings of cash. His wealth was simply amazing. This bandit fight was really interesting. Marquis Yong, and your card skills have also made us look at you in a new light. At the end of the round, Changel acted as the beautiful dealer, and helped to shuffle the cards. Li Yuan laughed heartily at this time. Li Zixuan smiled slightly and said, Your Majesty, you flatter me. I just played more and am more familiar with it. In fact, after playing for so long, Li Yuan did not lose much money. Li Zixuan mainly focused his firepower on Li Yuanchang, so relatively speaking, Li Yuan could understand the fun in the card game more. Alright. It's getting late. Today's card game will end here. Changel, go back and rest. Li Yuan raised his head and looked at the sky, then said with a smile. Changel nodded. She had watched the card game from the side for the whole afternoon and also saw that Li Yuan had no malice towards Li Zixuan, so she had nothing to worry about at the moment. She got up and said goodbye. Then Imperial Grandfather, Brother Xiaoxian, Changel will go back first. Changel, take care. Li Zixuan nodded and watched Changel leave. Cixi, come over and calculate how much money should be given to whom for me? If you agree to bet, you must accept defeat. This cannot be sloppy. Li Yuan raised his eyes and looked at Eunuch Chao standing beside him and instructed. Li Zixuan shook his head. Actually, there was no need for Chao Cixi to calculate. He already knew the result in his heart. After all, he was a master of mathematics in everyone's eyes. How could he not have this bit of ability? However, although he knew in his heart, he did not say anything to stop it. Chao Cixi responded, then called over 2 little eunuchs to help count together. After a moment, Chao Cixi cupped his hands and said carefully, Your Majesty, the result is out. His Highness King Lu lost a total of 4,400 strings of cash. You lost a total of 1,200 strings of cash. Only Marquis Yong, and won. A total of 5,600 strings of cash. Li Yuan did not get angry after hearing this. He pointed at Li Zixuan as if reproaching, but more like half-joking and said, Good, Marquis Yong. I did not expect that I called you here today to give you money in the end. How do you plan on thanking me? 5,000 strings of cash was definitely not a small amount. With the price of goods in the beginning of the Tang dynasty, if placed in a relatively poor small county, 5,600 strings of cash was basically a county's tax income for a year. Li Zixuan's heart moved and he replied, This subject thanks your majesty for the reward. May your majesty's dragon body be in good health. Good. Li Yuan laughed loudly, then said to Li Yuanchang, Yuanchang, tomorrow send the money you lost along with my money to Yunshan. If you agree to bet, you must accept defeat. As a person you cannot go back on your words. Do you understand? For some reason, Li Yuanchang seemed to be very honest today. In the entire process of the mahjong game, he did not deliberately create trouble for Li Zixuan like before, nor did he fan the flames at the side. At this moment, he nodded obediently and said, Father Emperor, don't worry. This subject's son will take care of these matters tomorrow. Li Yuan said again, and then you go back first. We still have some things to discuss with Marquis Yong An. This subject's son will take his leave. Li Yuanchang cupped his fists and left. However, Li Zixuan's eyes flashed, secretly thinking that today's main topic had finally arrived. The afternoon mahjong game was just an appetizer. Marquis Yong, and yesterday you saved Changel. We are very grateful in our hearts. We still have a request today. I wonder if you can agree to it? As expected, once Li Yuan opened his mouth, nothing good would come out of it. Li Zixuan cupped his fists and said, Your Majesty's words are too serious. This subject's ability is limited. Within the limits of my ability, if your majesty has any request, this subject will definitely do my best to fulfill it. When Li Yuan heard that, he sighed helplessly and said, "You really are a slippery fellow. Forget it. We won't beat around the bush with you either. You are very young and your future is also limitless. We just want to ask you for a favor. I hope that after our 100 years, you can take care of Yuanchang a little. It can also be considered as lessening some of Erlang's sins." Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, I reckon that in the entire imperial palace, only Li Yuan dares to say such words, right? He frowned and pondered for a long time. Then he said word by word, "Your Majesty, this subject cannot make things difficult for Prince of Lu. However, there is a saying, when the heavens commit a sin, it can be forgiven. When one commits a sin, one cannot live. His Highness Prince of Lu's future life and death is not in this subject's hands, nor is it in your Majesty's hands. It is only in his own hands." Chapter 1183. Thinking about it carefully, Li Yuan had a good plan. Today he first called Li Zishuan over to play cards, but there was another person at the table, Li Yuanchang. His goal was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. He wanted to use the card game to let Li Zishuan and Li Zishuan ease the relationship between each other, lose some money at the same time, and give some favors without leaving any trace. Finally he would raise this request to Li Zishuan. The whole thing was one loop after another. Li Yuan's wishful thinking could be said to be well planned. Making this plan was nothing more than after hearing Li Zishuan's words yesterday, he realized the possible ending that Li Yuanchang might face in the future. As the saying goes, no one knows a son better than his father. Now in the entire Tang Empire, besides Empress Zhang's son, he was the only one who understood Li Er. He knew very well that with Li Er's style of doing things when he rode the crane deity in the future, if Li Yuanchang still had the same temperament today, then it would definitely be an ending of brothers killing each other. That was why he said that his arrangement was to lessen Li Er's sins. But Li Zishuan would not fall for this old fellow's trick. Under Emperor Li Er's wise leadership, the Tang Empire would only become stronger and stronger. He had no need to help Li Yuanchang, this pile of mud. At that time, not only would it be a thankless task, he might even get himself into trouble. Not to mention that there was originally some unhappiness between him and Li Yuanchang. Li Yuan wanted to use this small favor from this afternoon to resolve the enmity between him and Li Yuanchang. That was undoubtedly a fool's dream. Li Yuan's gaze was like lightning, staring at Li Zishuan for a very long time, then he muttered with a sigh, "The newborn calf is not afraid of the tiger. Young people are indeed full of vigor. Actually, I don't have any other requests. I just want to entrust Marquis Yong, and to save Yuanchang's life at the crucial moment. You don't need to care about anything else, it all depends on his luck. If it was in the past, if someone dared to reject him, the other party would definitely not have a good ending. But today his power had fallen and he was past his prime. His heart no longer had the heroic spirit and domineering spirit of the past. Deep in his heart, he only wished for the safety of his children. The Black Tortoise Gate incident 2 years ago had not only dyed the imperial palace red with blood, it had also extinguished his lofty ambitions, causing his heart to turn to ash. Because in this world, there was probably nothing more tragic than seeing one's own flesh and blood being torn apart. It was precisely because he had experienced it that he felt fear in his heart. Li Zishuan's words a few days ago had awakened him from his drunken stupor after losing the throne. There were some things that could not be solved by running away. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, "Please forgive me, retired emperor. There are some things that I can help with, but there are some things that I really can't help with." King Lu's life was in his own hands. If he really did something outrageous in the future, no one in the world would be able to save him. "It's already late, I have to leave the city as soon as possible. I'll take my leave." After he finished speaking, he bowed, and then slowly retreated towards the outside of the hall. Li Yuan stared at Li Zishuan's back and didn't make a sound to stop him. His expression changed indeterminately, and after a long time, he lightly sighed with emotion. Brothers fighting and killing each other. Could it be that this is the destiny that I, Li Yuan's son, can never walk out of? "Your Majesty, that's all." In the Sweet Dew Hall, Zhao Song recounted everything that Li Zishuan had experienced at Li Yuan's place in detail to Li Er. Obviously, Li Er had also planted spies at Li Yuan's place. This kid actually came to the imperial palace to earn money today, and he even earned more than 5,000 strings of coins. He's really something. After listening to Zhao Song's narration, Li Er scolded with a pained expression. Li Yuan's life in his later years was extremely luxurious. That was all money that he, Li Er, had dug out from under his fingernails. Last year, when the Tang Empire's treasury was at its most difficult, Li Er did not reduce Li Yuan's expenses. Because even though he had seized the throne, Li Yuan was still his father after all. When it came to filial piety, Li Er never dared to be sloppy. Therefore, the money that Li Zishuan had won today could be said to be Li Er's money. Because most of Li Yuanchang's money was obtained from Li Yuan, therefore in general, it was Li Er's loss. What else did Imperial Father say to Li Zishuan? Shaking his head, Li Er asked again. He valued Li Zishuan very much. Even though he was filial to Li Yuan, he still had a trace of vigilance in his heart. Now that Li Zishuan was getting closer to Li Yuan, it was inevitable that he would be wary. Zhao Song cupped his hands and answered, Your Majesty, just now before the Marquis of Yong left, I spent half an hour alone with him. However, as for what they talked about, this old servant has no way of knowing. Li Er closed his eyes and pondered for a moment, then waved his hand and said, All right. We already know you can leave first. Zhao Song cupped his hands and left. The hall fell into silence. Spend half an hour alone with him? Imperial Father, what did you tell Li Zishuan about? Li Er sat on the dragon bed, his eyes flickering as he muttered softly. On the afternoon of the second day, Li Yuanchang indeed personally brought people to deliver dozens of carriages of copper coins to Li Zishuan. The mighty fleet of carriages looked very spectacular. Han Yushi and Madame Li found out last night that Li Zishuan had accompanied Li Yuan to fight the bandits in the Imperial Palace and won more than 5,000 strings of coins. Therefore today the servants and accountants here were already waiting in formation, waiting for Li Yuanchang to deliver the money. Marquis of Yong, and this is 5,600 strings of coins. Have someone count it? Li Yuanchang cupped his hands and said. His attitude had long since lost the rebellious attitude he had on New Year's Eve at the foot of the Cloud Mountain. Ah, then I'll have to trouble your highness. Li Zishuan returned the greeting with a smile, then said, Your Highness King Lu keeps your word, delivering the money so quickly. This marquis deeply admires you. Come, quickly brew a cup of hot tea for his highness to warm his body. Li Yuanchang's heart was both pained and angry, but he still concealed these negative emotions very well, not revealing the slightest abnormality on his face. There's no need. I was originally willing to bet, so there's nothing to say. On the other hand, I had no intention of offending you on New Year's Eve. I truly shouldn't have. Today I came to apologize. I hope that the Marquis of Yong, and can let bygones be bygones. Seeing Li Yuanchang's refined and courteous appearance, Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel suspicious. If a person's temperament changed greatly in just a few days, then there were only two possibilities. Either his life suddenly changed and he had an epiphany, or he was forced by some external pressure to deliberately disguise himself. Based on his judgment, Li Yuanchang definitely belonged to the second situation. False feelings, this kid should have been taught a lesson by Li Yuan in private. Otherwise, why would he come to apologize today? Your Highness King Lu is thinking too much. I already don't remember what happened that night. Li Zishuan couldn't be bothered to show off his acting skills with this little brat. He still had a lot of things to do. Right now, he just wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. As long as Li Yuanchang didn't take the initiative to provoke him in the future, he definitely wouldn't take the initiative to find trouble with Li Yuanchang. Chapter 1184. Sanbao, I will give you 2 bodyguards. Find a few reliable people in the residence and prepare well today. Tomorrow you will leave for Bashu and help me find the vanadium mine. The reason why Li Zishuan didn't want to waste time with a brat like Li Yuanchang was because he had more important things to do. This more important thing was to continue building his industrial blueprint. Looking back at his actions in the first year of Jingguan, other than the big event of Yanhuang College, he had only done some experimental experiments such as voltaic batteries, telegraph machines, electric lamps, generators, and so on. Among them, some things had already been created, while some were still in the theoretical stage due to various practical reasons. But in general, these things had yet to be mass-produced. Therefore, Li Zishuan had set a few small goals for himself this year. First, the 3 acids and 2 bases, needed for the foundation of the chemical industry must be mass-produced. Second, the hydropower station on the Ba River must be started. It could be completed, but it must be started this year. Third, the generator must be built successfully. Although the first-generation generator might be ugly, cumbersome, expensive, inefficient, and unstable, these weren't problems. The first-generation generator was just a transition. Once the first-generation generator was installed on a stone culvert or a small dam, it would be able to generate electricity. With electricity it could be refined into copper, and this was the time to prepare for the second-generation generator. Once there was a stable and efficient second-generation generator, he could continue to develop technology. Fourth, he would start to focus on developing the metallurgy industry. In this year he would send people out to search for all kinds of metal deposits. Then he would use the copper, iron, coal, and so on in his hands to produce crude copper, crude iron, and other metals. Then he would use electricity to refine all kinds of metals, and finally produce all kinds of alloy steel. Fifth, with the alloy steel and electricity he could consider manufacturing the mother machine, the machine tool. At that time, Tang Dynasty's industrial foundation would undergo a qualitative leap. Then all kinds of advanced technological products would become possible. Well, from the looks of it, the second year of Jingguan was definitely a full year for Li Zishuan. His schedule couldn't be more full. "Young master, what does the vanadium mine look like?" San Bao frowned and asked. Before the new year, San Bao, Ah Fu, and the rest had stayed in the workshop for a period of time because they were making fireworks. It could be said that they had gained experience at the basic level. Most importantly, Fu Bin could not leave the Shangxi mine. Otherwise, that lad would definitely be more experienced in finding ores. Li Zishuan took out a small booklet and handed it to San Bao. "I have recorded the appearance and characteristics of the vanadium ore here. Prepare well today. It would be best if you can set off tomorrow." San Bao took the booklet and flipped it open. There were colorful illustrations with textures and lines, as well as some descriptive words. It was really quite detailed. He closed the booklet, scratched his head and smiled. "Young master, it's a good thing that I've been learning to read since last year. Otherwise, San Bao wouldn't be able to understand a single word on this." Li Zishuan laughed and said, "Ha! Young master, I told you to study more when you had nothing better to do. It was still useful, right?" San Bao nodded and said, Yes, it was useful. This time San Bao will bring a dictionary to Sichuan. If I come across words that I don't know, I can look it up myself." Now, because of the widespread distribution of the Tang Dynasty dictionary, more and more people in the Tang Dynasty could read. According to Kang Yingda, Fang Xianling, and the rest, the number of people participating in the Tang Dynasty's imperial examination would increase by a lot in 3 to 5 years. "Ah, you're worth teaching." Li Zishuan laughed heartily and said, "San Bao, this mind search is also a kind of experience for you. In the land of Sichuan, all kinds of forces are tangled and complicated. You all need to be careful on this trip and try not to provoke the local forces. Once you have ascertained the location of the vanadium mine, come back immediately. At that time, this young master will naturally ask His Majesty for an imperial edict and then open the mine legitimately." The ancient Sichuan referred to the modern Sichuan basin and some of its neighboring areas. It was not only a geographical concept, but also a cultural one. The land of Sichuan was surrounded by mountains. To the north was the Qinling Mountains, to the northwest was the Qinghai Tibet Plateau, to the south was the Yungue Plateau, and to the east was the Yangtze River. It was very inconvenient to travel outside. In the north, only the Boxi and Ziwu roads were connected to Guangzhong and Guangdong. In the south there were many valleys and in the east there were mountains. The East Sewer was also very dangerous, and only the western plains were slightly more convenient. Hence, the land of Sichuan became a relatively isolated geographical unit far away from the mainland. Although the Basha region had been incorporated into the political system of the Central Dynasty a long time ago, due to the geographical isolation and the distance from the political center, as well as the large number of Di, Chang, Man, and Liao clans living in Bashu and around the basin, the land of Bashu had actually become the edge of the dynasty. In this place, sometimes, the words of a clan leader might be more useful than those of Lier. Since the Han dynasty, the Sichuan region had many separatist regimes and large-scale rebellions. Hence, it formed the impression that the people of Sichuan were chaotic. Especially the local powers represented by the Sichuan tribes, which were said to be strong. At the end of the Sui dynasty and the beginning of the Tang dynasty, the world was in turmoil. However, the land of Sichuan was relatively peaceful. However, that was only relative to the outside. Inside there were many powers. Especially between the various tribes, the relationship between the powers was really complicated. In the future, if a vanadium mine was found in Sichuan, how to mine it peacefully would be a tough problem. San Bao obviously understood the importance of this matter. At this moment, his face was not as happy as before. He nodded and cupped his hands. "Young master, don't worry. I will be careful." Li Zishuan patted San Bao's shoulder and encouraged him. San Bao, do well. If you do well, I will be assured to give you more important missions. As for you, you will also be able to enjoy endless wealth. To his own employee, it was necessary to give him some chicken soup for the soul. As expected, Sanbao was instantly pumped up. He held his head high and said, "Young master, Sanbao doesn't want wealth. As long as I can help you do your job, Sanbao is satisfied." "Ah, okay. Stop sucking up. Go and prepare." Li Zixuan laughed and said, "Yes, young master." Sanbao left. Li Zixuan was deep in thought. The metallurgy industry in Tang Dynasty was not very developed. The metals that had been mined were gold, silver, copper, and iron. This was definitely not enough. It seemed like he had to train a group of talents to search for ores all over the country. Chapter 1185. On the third day after the imperial edict was issued, Lantian County's county magistrate he personally came to Yunshan Villa to visit Li Zixuan. It wasn't a good time to have conflicts with Li Zixuan, but every year at the beginning of the year, whether it was the imperial court or the local government, they would be very busy, so Mr. He immediately came over when he was free. "Greetings, Marquis." At the beginning of the new year, the government office was very busy. After knowing that the entire Lantian County would be in theft, I didn't come to visit immediately. I hope that Marquis will forgive me. County magistrate he was a middle-aged scholar who was close to 40 years old. He had a small beard on his chin and his body wasn't as fat as most officials. His moderate and serious image gave people a good impression. Li Zixuan's initial fief was within the borders of Lantian County, and he had met county magistrate he a few times. The imperial edict for the fief had already been issued 2 days ago, and county magistrate he only came to visit him today. Li Zixuan wasn't angry and instead he felt a bit of admiration. He didn't like those officials who only knew how to flatter. His subordinates only needed officials who could do things. "Ah, county magistrate he is too polite. Official matters are more important. I'm grounded in Yunshan anyway, so I can't run away even if I want to." County magistrate he smiled and said, "Ha, Marquis is joking. His Majesty grounded you in Yunshan not to punish you, but to give an explanation to others." Li Zixuan smiled and didn't say anything. He didn't dwell on this issue. He extended his hand and made an inviting gesture and said, "There's a lot of wind in the hospital. County magistrate he, please come in and talk." "Marquis, please." County magistrate he was obviously very sensible, so he modestly declined. Li Zixuan smiled and took the lead to walk in. After the two entered the house, Li Zixuan asked someone to brew a cup of hot tea for county magistrate he. After the hot tea was served, county magistrate he took out a gray package from behind him and opened it on the table. He then smiled at Li Zixuan and said, "Marquis, this is the name list of all the citizens of Lantian County, as well as the tax revenue of Lantian County for the past 3 years, including agricultural tax and business tax. If you have the time you can take a look at it. If there are any problems you can send someone to summon me at any time." After the entire Lantian County became Li Zixuan's fiefdom, not only were all the people and officials in the county under the jurisdiction of Li Zixuan, all the taxes collected every year in the county would all belong to Li Zixuan. It was not an exaggeration to call Li Zixuan the local tyrant of Lantian County. That was why county magistrate he handed over the household registration of all the people in Lantian County as well as the annual revenue of the county government to Li Zixuan. This was because from today onwards, Li Zixuan would be the highest-ranking official of Lantian County. Li Zixuan did not look at the name list of the people. He opened the account book at the back and scanned through it. He could not help but frown. Lantian County alone collects about 100,000 dan of agricultural tax and 1,000 strings of business tax every year? County magistrate his eyebrows twitched. He thought that Li Zixuan felt that the taxes collected were too little, so he hurriedly said, "Marquis, the tax system used by Lantian County for the past 2 years was issued by the imperial court. In addition to the poor harvest, the people are already suffering. It is not easy to collect so much agricultural tax. I hope that Marquis will not increase the taxes on account of the people's suffering." Li Zixuan did not know whether to laugh or cry as he said, "When did I say that I want to increase the taxes? I was just lamenting that Lantian County's agricultural tax is so high, but the business tax is so little. 100,000 dan of grain, according to the current market price, was only 5,000 strings of business tax. But the business tax was only 1,000 strings of business tax. Was this not a joke? In the modern era, even if it was a poor county, the business tax would not be collected so miserably." County magistrate he heaved a sigh of relief. He then looked at Li Zixuan with a strange gaze and replied, "Marquis, Lantian County is adjacent to Chang'an. Merchants usually go to the east and west to do business. Although there are various shops in Lantian County, it is not easy to collect so much business tax in a year. Actually, what county magistrate he said was only one of the reasons. The reason why the business tax was lower than the agricultural tax was because of the business tax system of this era. China's ancient business tax started in the Western Zhou dynasty. It was first collected in the bazaar. It was related to the use of land in the bazaar and measurement equipment. It had nothing to do with the tax on goods. The mountain and lake tax was also collected. But in essence, it was a kind of rent for the use of the country's natural resources. During the spring and autumn period, the various vassal states collected business tax. But in the city tax, other than the occupation of land, registration and other things, the tax was based on a certain percentage of the trade volume. This was actually quite similar to the modern business tax. At the beginning of the spring and autumn period, the more developed countries started to have tariffs. In the later spring and autumn period, it became more common. Not only were there tariffs at the borders, there were also many checkpoints on the roads in the interior. The normal tax rate for customs and city tax was 2%. During the Warring States period, the business tax was collected as before. Only the state of Qin exempted foreign merchants from customs to attract them and used this to gain the support of the merchants from various countries. After the state of Qin was unified, customs were abolished throughout the country. The Han dynasty followed the state of Qin. During the northern and southern dynasties, the northern regime focused on land rent. During the time of Emperor Xiaowen of Northern Wei, business tax was not collected. In the later period of Northern Wei, city tax was collected. The shops were divided into 5 categories. There was also a city tax. Once one entered the city, one had to pay a coin. During the Sui dynasty and the early Tang dynasty, the country was unified. Once again, customs were abolished and only the city tax was collected. The tax rate was 30% and the tax rate was 1%. It was so low that it made one's hair stand on end. Just based on this tax rate, if the people of the modern era who made a living by doing business were to transmigrate to the early Tang dynasty, they would definitely be overjoyed. In this era, the imperial court and local government mainly relied on agricultural tax. The business tax was just a buy one get one free gift. Li Zishuan frowned and said, "County magistrate in the next 2 days, I want you to organize a detailed document on the agricultural and business tax collection method, ratio, and scope of Lantian County. Send someone to deliver it to me." County magistrate was a bit confused, but he still nodded and said, "Okay. This official will go back in a while and organize people to draft the document overnight. It will be sent over tomorrow." Li Zishuan secretly praised this county magistrate. Not only was he willing to do practical things and care about the people's livelihood, he was also very capable. If his loyalty was not bad, he could be a good assistant in the future. County magistrate, he must have a lot of doubts in your heart. This marquis will tell you clearly. Regarding the agricultural and business tax, this marquis feels that the business tax is too light and the agricultural tax is too heavy. In the next 3 years, the agricultural and business tax ratios of Lantian County must be reversed. This is my promise to the people of Lantian County. It is also my hope for all the officials of Lantian County. Li Zishuan looked at county magistrate with a burning gaze. His words did not stop until he was shocked to death. Chapter 1186. Yunshan Courtyard, Li Residence Main Hall. After county magistrate heard Li Zishuan's words, he couldn't help but jump in fright. Reversing the ratio of agricultural tax and business tax, this was something that no one had ever dared to think of since ancient times. China was an agrarian society in ancient times. Every dynasty emphasized agriculture and suppressed business. Of course, this suppression did not refer to levying more business tax, but the various restrictions on the status of merchants. The classes of scholars, farmers, workers, and merchants were divided into classes, directly nailing the merchants to the lowest level of society. However, although the Tang dynasty followed the previous dynasties and stipulated that merchants or ancestors who were merchants could not become officials, and also limited the color of their clothing in real life, merchants could enter the palace and interact with high officials and nobles. There were even some who could pass the examination to become an official. Compared to the previous dynasties, the status of merchants in society was gradually increasing. Although the laws of the Tang dynasty prohibited the nobles and bureaucrats from competing with the people, but they could not resist the temptation of huge wealth. The nobles and bureaucrats all entered the business world and engaged in business operations. It was because of this that the ratio of business tax in the Tang dynasty was so low. This was because the nobles and bureaucrats who had already gained benefits would oppose the rulers competing with the people. Moreover, if the nobles and bureaucrats wanted to avoid paying taxes, it was simply too easy. This directly led to the annual business tax revenue of the imperial court not even being a tenth of the agricultural tax. Over time, the ruler's emphasis on business tax became lower and lower. This problem was not only present in the Tang dynasty, but also in many dynasties before and after the Tang dynasty. Therefore, when county magistrate he heard this, he was so shocked. Marquis, if you rashly change the ratio of business tax, I'm afraid that all the shops in Lantian County will move away. Moreover, the aristocrats in the city may all oppose it. When that time comes, I'm afraid that the business tax we receive will be even lower. County magistrate he had been an official for so many years, his experience in governance was much richer than Li Zishuan. He almost instantly thought of the consequences of increasing business tax. Li Zishuan smiled and waved his hand saying, "Let's not talk about this first. In the future, this marquis will naturally have a way to make the merchants in the county voluntarily pay more tax. This marquis will first familiarize himself with the situation in Lantian County before saying anything else. Otherwise it will really be just an armchair strategist." Hearing this, county magistrate he couldn't help but have a good impression of Li Zishuan. Actually, before he came, he was worried that Li Zishuan would act according to his wishes and arbitrarily implement government orders. If that was the case, he couldn't do anything about it. After all, Lantian County had completely become Li Zishuan's fief. As long as Li Zishuan didn't rebel, no one could control him. Now, it seemed that although Li Zishuan had the intention of reform, he did not force the reform by force. That made him feel a little relieved. Regardless of whether it was in ancient times or modern times, a department was most afraid of a leader who didn't know anything and liked to give orders blindly. Marquis, you're too modest. Over the next few days, this lowly official and the deputy magistrate of the Yamen will organize the situation of the various villages in Lantian County into a book. When the time comes, I will send it to you, Marquis. County magistrate he cupped his hands and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you." Thinking that he had become the king of Lantian County and could give orders, Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel slightly excited. In his previous life he had played City Skyline and other similar city simulation games. He felt that being a mayor, planning a city, and giving his citizens a good life was a very satisfying thing. Now he had directly become the king of a piece of land, controlling the life and death of tens of thousands of people. The excitement in his heart was something that couldn't be compared to in the game. Of course, after the excitement, he felt the heavy responsibility on his shoulders. He wanted to give his fief citizens a good life. He wanted Lantian County to become the richest county in the entire Tang dynasty, and even the entire world. County magistrate he hurriedly waved his hands, indicating that there was no need to stand on ceremony. Then he seemed to have thought of something and said, "Right, Marquis. The location of your residence in the county has already been planned. The county Yamen will be recruiting craftsmen to help you renovate the residence. If you have any needs or requests, just send someone to inform this lowly official." Although Li Zishuan had residences in Chang'an and Yunshan, now that he had been granted the entire Lantian County, he had to buy a residence in the county. Firstly, it was to announce his identity as the owner of Lantian County. Secondly, it was to make it easier for the county Yamen officials to report to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan thought for a while and said, "There's no need for the county Yamen to provide manpower or money. This marquis will send someone to build it myself in a few days. There's no need for county magistrate he to worry about it." County magistrate he hurriedly said, "How can this be? Since Marquis has been granted the title of Lantian County, renovating a residence for Marquis is the responsibility of the Yamen. How can we let Marquis spend money?" Li Zishuan waved his hands and said with a smile, "That's enough. This Marquis doesn't lack that bit of money. If county magistrate he really feels apologetic, take the money that was originally given to this Marquis to renovate the residence and give my brothers in the Yamen double their monthly salary. Just treat it as a token of my appreciation." Others would be strict with new officials, but Li Zishuan was giving everyone a piece of candy as soon as he took office. However, his candy wasn't that delicious. In the future, if he discovered that someone in the county Yamen wasn't doing their job well, he wouldn't hesitate to take it back by double. County magistrate he thought of Li Zishuan's current wealth and couldn't continue to persuade him. He could only cup his hands and say, "Then this lowly official will represent everyone in the Yamen in thanking Marquis." County magistrate he said his goodbyes after he finished explaining the matter and did a preliminary handover of some affairs in Lantian County. He was very satisfied with the outcome of this negotiation. Li Zishuan did not make things difficult for him, and for the time being he would not interfere with the county yamen's personnel structure and government decrees. Lantian County would also not be thrown into chaos because of a sudden arrival of a new master. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the 15th day of the first lunar month. The Lantern Festival, also known as the Lantern Festival, the lesser first lunar month, the Lantern Festival, or the Lantern Festival. The 15th day of the first lunar month was the first full moon of the year. It was also the night when spring returned to the land. People celebrated it and also celebrated the continuation of the new year. Sima Qian created the Taichu calendar and listed the Lantern Festival as a major holiday. Since the Sui, Tang and Song dynasties, it had flourished. Fiery trees and silver flowers combine, the iron locks of the Star Bridge open. And Chen left with the horse and Mingyu chased after the man. The roaming horsemen all trotted to the Li, and the song ended with the plum blossoms. Gold doesn't stop the night and jade doesn't rush it. From the Tang people's 15th night of the first lunar month, one could roughly see how the Tang people celebrated the Lantern Festival. Actually, since the 14th night of the first lunar month, Chang and city had already lifted the curfew. On the 14th, 15th, and 16th, the people in the city could go out to enjoy the lanterns for 3 consecutive nights. It was called night release. Therefore, in these rare 3 nights, from the nobles to the peddlers, everyone went out to enjoy the lanterns. As a result, the streets of Chang and city were filled with people and carriages. It was very lively. As for Li Zixuan, because he was trapped in Yunshan, he naturally couldn't feel the liveliness in Chang and city last night. However, early in the morning, someone rushed from Chang and city to Yunshan. Chapter 1187. Qingqian? Why are you here? That's right, Li Qingqian came to Cloud Mountain near noon. Ah, little Xian, I'm here today to ask for a favor. Li Qingqian said with a chuckle after entering the main hall. Li Zixuan shook his head helplessly and said, Ha, Qingqian, just say what you want. I can't bear such words. Li Qingqian grinned and said, Cough, cough. Little Xian, it's actually nothing much. I'm here to ask if you're planning to set off fireworks at the academy tonight? Li Zixuan was taken aback, then he said with some amusement, Ha, Qingqian, you want to bring a batch of fireworks back to Chang, right? He would never believe that Li Qingqian came all the way here just to ask such a boring question. The only possible explanation was that this fellow was here to ask for fireworks. To be honest, I want to make use of the Lantern Festival to set up a fireworks show in the palace, this time to make father, mother, grandfather, and Changle happy. Li Qingqian said with some embarrassment. Seriously speaking, this fireworks show was Li Zixuan's original patent. It felt a little strange for him to ask for it at this time. Li Zixuan did not care about this. He smiled and said, Ha! I was wondering what it was, so it's fireworks. Qingqian, why did you have to come personally for such a small matter? There will indeed be a small fireworks show at the academy tonight, but there are still extra fireworks in the warehouse. I'll get someone to send them to the palace later. Compared to New Year's Eve, Li Zixuan prepared plenty of fireworks this time. The day before yesterday he even got someone to send an ox cart of fireworks to Old Cheng. Old Cheng had pre-ordered this long ago. Something would happen if he did not give it to him. Even so, he was still quite rich. He did not plan to sell this in the short term. It was good to give it to Li Qingqian. Ah, then I'll thank you. Li Qingqian said with a smile and cupped his hands. But Qingqian, you have to take care of the fireworks and prohibit all sources of fire from getting close. Otherwise this thing will cause a lot of damage. No, I'll send a craftsman over to take care of the fireworks for you. The imperial palace was an important place. Once an explosion or fire occurred, the impact would be no small matter. Li Zixuan had no choice but to be cautious. Yes, that's for the best. When the time comes, I will also send some people to watch over them carefully. Li Qingqian nodded seriously and replied. Li Zixuan explained some other things to take note of. Seeing that it was already noon, Li Zixuan symbolically asked Li Qingqian to stay for lunch. Unexpectedly, Li Qingqian agreed without hesitation. It turned out that this guy was not only here to ask for fireworks, but also to freeload a meal. After all, the food here was even more delicious than the ones in the palace. At 5 in the afternoon, the sky gradually darkened, but Chang and city was brightly lit. Since ancient times, the Lantern Festival was the last festival of all kinds of festivals during the Spring Festival. After this festival, everyone would settle down and do what they needed to do. Therefore, the people also attached great importance to this festival. Before the sky turned dark, every household and every neighborhood hung 2 lanterns in front of their doors. The eastern and western cities did not implement a curfew tonight, and all the big shops were operating as usual. Neat rows of lanterns were hung on both sides of the street. There were many types of lanterns and each had its own characteristics. There were egrets twirling flowers, yellow dragons spitting water, golden mallards, silver swallows, transient light cave, star-gathering pavilion, and so on. It was dazzling. Such a beautiful display of lanterns naturally attracted all the people, from the emperor to the commoners. When the sky turned dark, the city was immediately filled with carriages and horses. No one cared about the people. The families of the kings and lords made merry on horseback, praising and competing with each other. The scholars all composed poems to record the event. After dinner, most of the commoners in Chang and city brought their families out to shop. Some restaurants and shops took the opportunity to launch some promotional activities to attract a large number of rich people to spend money in their shops. They all wanted to make a lot of money tonight. Ahem, except for the men who would go out, the women also went out tonight. According to records, on the night of the Shangyuan festival, Chang and city was as bright as day. The mountain shed was more than 100 feet high. After the divine dragon there were many decorations. Scholars and women all went out at night, and the roads were blocked by carriages and horses. The Lantern Festival was also known as the Valentine's Day in ancient China. The beauties in ancient times were usually very honest. Basically, they lived a monotonous life of not going out of the house, not going out of the house. They were watched too strictly. However, it was different during the Lantern Festival. Not only could they go out of the house, but they could also go out at night. This made the ladies very excited. Therefore, many Tang poems left verses of beauties playing and looking at the lanterns during the Lantern Festival. There are many beauties on the river and bridge. There are many fragrant carriages on the road, the South Mo black silk ride, the East neighbor pink dress, and so on. As a result, the night of the Shangyuan Festival was even more lively. Everywhere in Chang and city could be seen children chasing each other, girls playing, and single men giggling. On Yunshan Mountain, the festive atmosphere was also quite strong. Although the number of lanterns was definitely not as many as those in Chang'an City, the variety was not inferior at all. The entire Yunshan Mountain was decorated and surrounded by lanterns. Looking up from the bottom of the mountain, it was as if there was a dreamy fairy palace on the mountain. Chimo, why don't you go back to Chang'an for the festival? Maybe you can bump into a lady on the street. If you two catch each other's eye, Uncle Cheng will be very gratified. After Li Zixuan came to the brightly lit academy, he met Cheng Chumo, Li Tai, Sun Zifan, and the others who were fighting bandits on the lawn in front of Guanghua Building. He couldn't help but make fun of them. There was no other way. Cheng Chumo was the only leftover man among them. If he didn't make fun of him, who else could he make fun of? Ah, what lady? Pair of sharp, eh? Cheng Chumo didn't hear too clearly. He saw that Li Tai in addition to a pair of Ks and quickly threw out a pair of As. Can't afford it. Li Tai replied subconsciously. Lady. Pair of As. Can't afford it. On the other hand, Li Zixuan was dumbfounded and almost laughed out loud. Because the unintentional conversation between these two guys reminded him of some modern jokes. Cough, cough. He coughed twice and shook off the nonsensical thoughts in his mind. Then he repeated the words just now to Cheng Chumo. Lady? Forget it. Those ladies from the noble families in Chang, and were all so weak that they couldn't even lift a finger. They were so weak that they couldn't even stand a gust of wind. Fighting bandits is more fun. Come, come, come. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 straight. Cheng Chumo curled his lips and complained. In the blink of an eye, he continued to join the battle. Chapter 1188. Yamacho. Will there be lanterns at the academy tonight? After the game, a piece of paper appeared on Cheng Chumo's forehead. While the cards were being shuffled, Li Tai raised his head and asked Li Zixuan. Of course. Not only will there be lanterns but there will also be riddles. The riddles will begin at 5:45 p.m. Li Zixuan nodded. Riddles? Are they going to write riddles on the lanterns for people to guess? Li Tai was puzzled. Although lanterns were popular in the Tang dynasty, riddles had not appeared yet. Riddles were riddles written on lanterns. They originated from China's folk and were later turned into riddles by scholars. They had a long history in China. During the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period there were riddles. During the Qin and Han dynasties, riddles were written creations. During the Three Kingdoms period riddles were popular. However, it was not until the Song dynasty that riddles officially appeared. People tied riddles to colorful lanterns for people to guess. Li Zixuan nodded and praised, That's right. The riddles are riddles written on lanterns. Every time you guess a lantern correctly, you will receive a small prize. After the riddles are over, you can take the lanterns and go to the teachers to receive your prize. In addition, the 3 students who correctly guess the most riddles will receive a special prize. Alright. As for the detailed rules, Mr. Amo will tell you next time. Since the teachers at the academy were working on the 16th of the first month, those who lived far away had arrived at the academy earlier today. Otherwise, they would not be able to find anyone to help organize such a grand riddle-guessing event. What special prize? Cheng Chimo's eyes lit up as he asked. Li Zixuan rolled his eyes and said unhappily, "No matter what the prize is, what does it have to do with you?" He did not believe that this idiot could get first place in the riddles. Feeling Li Zixuan's contempt, Cheng Chimo said unhappily, F***CK. Yamacho, what do you mean by this? Although I'm not good at all subjects, I'm definitely better at guessing riddles than Qin K, okay? I've been playing with this since I was a child and I'm tired of it. He didn't know if this idiot was bragging or not, but strangely, Li Tai didn't refute him. However, Li Zixuan definitely didn't believe this idiot. He curled his lips and said, "Enough. Brat, keep bragging. You guys continue playing, I'm going to look for Mr. Mo." At 5:45 p.m., the riddle-guessing competition began on time. There were 5 lantern matrices set up in 5 different places in the academy, which meant that tonight's riddle-guessing activity was divided into 5 teams. The students could choose any team to participate in the riddle-guessing activity. After all, there were quite a number of students in the academy at this time. If they were all placed together, it would seem very crowded. In every square array of lanterns, there were more than 10 teachers from the academy maintaining order and tallying the results. Li Zixuan was not bluffing when he said that the top 3 students with the best results would receive special rewards. He really had prepared 3 special rewards for tonight. 2 big ones and 2 small ones. Type a word. Li Tai stared at a piece of paper under the lantern and murmured. In fact, guessing riddles was not his strong point. This was because it was similar to brain teasers, which required a lot of imagination. Last year, when the Strange Taste Pavilion first opened, he who had just finished reading Journey to the West wanted to recruit Li Zixuan and write novels for him. At that time, Li Zixuan had set 10 questions and claimed that if he could answer one correctly, he could go back with him and write novels for him for free for 3 years. But who would have thought that he couldn't answer a single question correctly out of the 10 questions and was beaten black and blue? It was all because his imagination wasn't big enough. Hey, it's a Qin word. Isn't this too easy? As Li Tai frowned and pondered, Cheng Chimo's voice suddenly came from beside him. This guy's arrogant laughter immediately attracted everyone's attention. Wang Ji, who was in the crowd, laughed and said, "Yo, not bad, not bad. I didn't expect someone to guess a lantern riddle right so quickly. And it's Cheng Chimo. I'll give you 1 point." After that, he lowered his head and added 1 point to Cheng Chimo in his little notebook. Cheng Chimo laughed proudly and opened the next level. Noodles but no mouth, feet but no hands. You can eat rice and drink wine. Make a family of furniture. Hee, I've got it. Cheng Chimo seemed to have the help of God tonight. As soon as he finished reading the next riddle, he immediately shouted, "It's the table." "Is it, Mr. Wang?" Wang Ji was surprised. He thought that Cheng Chimo's usual grades were not good. Why was he like a child prodigy when he guessed the riddle? The answer came out of his mouth easily, and his accuracy was surprisingly high. "That's right. It's the table." Cheng Chimo at another point. The students were in an uproar. They all looked at Cheng Chimo in surprise. At the same time, they also sighed in their hearts that this riddle was very interesting. It was much more interesting than just guessing riddles. "Chonyo, how can you guess so accurately? When did you become so good?" Sun Zifan could not help but tug at Cheng Chimo's arm in wonder. Cheng Chimo said proudly, "Hee, what else could it be? It's because I'm a prodigy." Sun Zifan rolled his eyes and almost spat out last night's meal. *CK. Stop bragging, Chimo. You call yourself a prodigy? Your grades are not even as high as mine in every exam. If you're a prodigy, then what am I? Tell me the truth, don't talk nonsense. Cheng Chimo looked embarrassed. He scratched his head and said the truth. Hee. Actually, there are many riddles here that I've seen before. At that time, my favorite thing to do was to guess riddles. I used this to win a lot of money from Zhang Sun Chong. Zhang Sun Chong, who was guessing the riddles in another square of lanterns, could not help but sneeze. Cheng Chimo continued to break through all the obstacles, and his score continued to soar. Li Tai, who followed behind Cheng Chimo, had seen more and more of the lantern riddles. He also began to understand some of the rules, and the riddles he solved slowly increased. The rest of the students showed their magical powers and displayed their intelligence. They wanted to get more prizes. Some people even wanted to fight for the top 3 places to get the so-called special prize. The academy suddenly became a sea of joy. The festive atmosphere was not worse than some places in Chang and City. After 2 hours, Li Zixuan announced the end of the lantern riddles. The students received their prizes from the teachers of the academy according to the number of lanterns they guessed. The prizes were not expensive. They were just some small wooden animal carvings sold in the Wonderful Taste Pavilion. Compared to that, the students were more curious about the special prize Li Zixuan mentioned. Under everyone's gaze, Li Zixuan finally said loudly, "Next I'll announce the top 3 of this lantern riddles. First place Qing Chimo, second place Li Yan, third place Zhang Sun Chong. These 3 students will receive a copy of the interesting mathematical questions collection, compiled by me." Crack. This was the sound of vomiting blood and heartbreak. Chapter 1189. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Bam bam bam. After the riddles, it was time for the fireworks show. Several plates of fireworks were lit at the same time, and a spectacular scene of thousands of flowers blooming appeared in the sky. The fireworks on New Year's Eve had already left a very shocking impression on the students, so the students didn't make a big fuss like last time. However, the beauty of the fireworks had once again conquered them. At this moment, the students were all looking up at the colorful fireworks in the sky, dazzled and dazzled. At the same time in Chang'an City, in the sky above the palace, a few bright flames suddenly appeared without any warning. Then they exploded in the sky and a few huge fireworks bloomed proudly in the night sky. They were colorful and extremely gorgeous. The ever-changing fireworks gracefully unfolded her smiling face in light yellow, silver, green, light purple, clear blue and pink. It was too beautiful to behold. The petals fell like rain, falling one after another. People seemed to be able to touch them, but when they stretched out their hands they couldn't touch anything. In an instant, whether they were shopping, looking at the lanterns, or flirting in Chang'an City, all of them turned their eyes to the direction of the palace in the north at the first moment. "It's fireworks. There are fireworks in the palace," someone suddenly exclaimed. On New Year's Eve, hundreds of thousands of people in Chang'an City went to the foot of Yun Mountain to watch the fireworks festival. Therefore, when the palace released the fireworks tonight, someone immediately recognized it. "Wow! These are fireworks. So beautiful." The ladies who came out to the Lantern Festival tonight were seeing the legendary fireworks for the first time, and their hearts were instantly hooked. Since ancient times, beautiful things had always been a fatal attraction to women. "Huanlong, these fireworks are so beautiful. Can you personally set off a plate of fireworks for me in the future?" This kind of creature not only existed in modern times, but also in ancient times. However, at this time, there were actually many young ladies who were infatuated with fireworks. This made the infatuated men who wanted to take advantage of tonight's date suffer because they had already asked around and found out that fireworks were not sold anywhere. Wanru this. It's not that I don't want to, but these fireworks can't be bought at all. But how would the ladies who lived in the boudoir for a long time know about this? In their impression, what in the world couldn't be bought with money? What can't be bought? How could he not be able to buy it? The way I see it, you just can't bear to. I misjudged you. Let's not meet again. Hey, Wanru, listen to me. I didn't lie to you. Alas, it was supposed to be an exceptionally festive lantern festival or Valentine's Day. Who would have thought that because of the fireworks, it would become a parting day for these infatuated men and resentful women? Countless people would probably not be able to sleep tonight. Swish, swish, swish. Bang, bang, bang. The fireworks in the palace only lasted for about half an hour. As if it had been discussed beforehand, when the fireworks in the imperial palace finished, a few fireworks also appeared in the direction of Cheng's mansion. Those who didn't go to Yunshan to watch the fireworks show on New Year's Eve couldn't help but exclaim. Finally, they could see so many fireworks in Chang'an. After a night of fun, everyone went to bed very late into the night. For the students of Yunshan, the happiest thing on Shangyuan night was not watching the fireworks, but guessing riddles. As soon as this new type of game was released, it received the approval of most people. Furthermore, almost every student had won something last night. Although a small prize was not worth much, it was still a symbol of honor. Moreover, from the looks of it, the small handicrafts made by Strange Interest Pavilion were very pleasing to the eye. It would be a good choice to use it as a small ornament. However, for Cheng Chumo, last night's memories weren't so wonderful. He had worked so hard to overcome all the obstacles and finally won first place. He thought that the mysterious prize Li Zixuan mentioned would be something about eating, drinking, and having fun. Who would have thought that it would be a collection of mathematical problems? Was this AF asterisk king joke? This situation was like a kindergarten student drawing a lottery. A child won the special prize, but the prize was a chance to train for 2 months free of charge by a training organization. Was this a reward or a punishment? When Cheng Chumo received this special prize, he was so angry that he almost tore it apart. Fortunately, Li Tai arrived in time and repeatedly asked Cheng Chumo to transfer this special prize to him. Cheng Chumo didn't have any objections. What this idiot didn't know was that the thing that he thought was trash was a treasure to Li Tai. This was because there were a lot of mathematical problems in this book. Moreover, they were personally compiled by Li Zixuan. The way of solving the problems was exquisite and the way of thinking was tricky. For mathematics enthusiasts, this book could definitely be called the Holy Book of Mathematics. The next day, Yunshan Yanhuang College. At 7 in the morning, when most of the students were still asleep, Li Zixuan had already arrived at Yanhuang College. He gathered all the teachers for the first teachers' meeting of the new semester. His main task in the morning was to commend the teachers and form teachers of the classes who had the best results in last year's final exams, as well as those who had made outstanding contributions to the college. For example, Mo Lingwei, who built the astronomical telescope, Wang Ji, who produced sulfuric acid in the laboratory, and so on. The commendation meeting lasted until noon. Li Zixuan announced the end of the meeting and told the teachers that there would be a teacher's title evaluation meeting in the afternoon. After the meeting, Li Zixuan walked out of the college and went home for dinner. Husband, it's cooked. The dishes are cooked. As soon as he walked to the door, Han Yushi ran over happily and pulled Li Zixuan's hand. The dishes are cooked? Li Zixuan was puzzled when he heard that. He subconsciously said, "Wife, why are you so happy that the dishes are cooked? Let's go in and eat." Speaking of which, he thought that the dishes for lunch were cooked. Unexpectedly, Han Yushi quickly shook her head and tried to explain to Li Zixuan in detail, "Husband, that's not what I meant. It's the greenhouse behind our courtyard. Most of the vegetables inside are already cooked. Especially the cucumbers, they've already grown so long." As Han Yushi spoke, she gestured with her hands. Li Zixuan finally understood what his wife meant. He couldn't help but be shocked and said, "Are they really all cooked? So fast? Let's go. Wife, let's go to the greenhouse to harvest the vegetables." In his previous life, he was the son of a farmer. In this life, he still had a special feeling for the land. Now that he had grown vegetables in the greenhouse, it could be said that he was bursting with a sense of accomplishment. Chapter 1190. Not bad, not bad. Let's have a plate of cucumber salad with vinegar and minced garlic for lunch. It's delicious. Li Zixuan followed Han Yushi to his own greenhouse. What he saw was a patch of green. There were mustard greens, spinach, shepherd's purse, leeks, onions, lentils, eggplants, and cucumber sprouts climbing on the rattan frame. Seeing so much green in the middle of winter, his mood immediately improved. Spinach was brought back by Zhang Qian from the western regions during the Han Dynasty. Lentils were originally from India and were introduced during the Han and Jin dynasties. Eggplants were originally from Southeast Asia and India and were introduced to China during the Jin dynasty. Emperor Yang of the Sui dynasty was especially fond of it and named it Kunlun purple melon. Although the variety of fruits and vegetables in the Tang dynasty was not as much as in modern times, it was definitely not a small number. Looking at the variety of vegetables in front of him, Li Zixuan was very satisfied. When they had hot pot before the new year, the vegetables in it were just bean sprouts and tofu. Now that the vegetables in the greenhouse had matured, they could finally have a good combination of meat and vegetables when eating hot pot later. Husband. Han Yushi nodded and went in to pick the cucumbers. Although it was cold in winter and inconvenient to eat cucumbers, for the Li family who had heating, let alone cucumbers, they could even eat watermelons. Wow. He was actually able to grow vegetables in winter. Xiao Xian, your greenhouse is really amazing. After knowing that some of the vegetables in the greenhouse had matured, Li Jingma, Mrs. Li, and the 3 members of the Yi family hurried over to take a look. When they saw the vibrant vegetables in the greenhouse, Yi Guozhong was shocked. To him, the trip to Chang and last year was not in vain. Not only did he resolve the misunderstanding with his daughter for many years, but he also saw more new things than he had seen in the first half of his life. Sometimes he could not help but sigh at how fast the times changed. My good grandson is so capable. He did all the things that others would not even dare to dream of. Mrs. Yi looked at Li Zixuan proudly and praised him. Yi Fashion personally went up to take a look at the vegetables in the field. He pursed his lips and didn't say anything. This old-fashioned brat still felt that Li Zixuan had violated the natural laws of spring planting and autumn harvesting. At noon, a hot pot was set up in the courtyard again. Lan who used to have a special fondness for mutton rolls, only ate spinach, shepherd's purse today, especially the cabbage. The tender leaves were boiled in the hot pot for a moment, then dipped in the dipping sauce bowl and put into the mouth to chew. It could be said to be fresh and juicy, perfectly neutralizing the saltiness of the dipping sauce. At the end there was still the sweetness of the cabbage juice at the root of the tongue. It was simply an endless aftertaste. And then, brother, this dish is too delicious. How come Lanner has never eaten such delicious spinach before? It wasn't that the world had changed too quickly, but that the Great Tang didn't have any vegetables in the past during the winter. Li Zixuan smiled indulgently and said, Her. Eat more if it's delicious. The cabbage in the greenhouse in our backyard is all yours. And then, Lan smiled sweetly, and very contentedly dipped some cabbage leaves into the hot pot with her chopsticks. "Old master, how do the cabbage and spinach taste?" Mrs. Li suddenly asked. She looked at Li Jingma, who was also busy dipping the cabbage, and smiled meaningfully. And then, fragrant. Really fragrant. Fragrant and sweet. This cabbage is much better than the cabbage at the end of autumn. And this cucumber, crispy and refreshing, it's really top grade. I didn't expect to be able to eat cucumbers in the harsh winter. It's really delightful. Li Jingma, who was eating very happily, didn't notice that Mrs. Li's smile was a little strange. He sighed a lot and didn't expect to be mercilessly interrupted by Mrs. Li. If I remember correctly, when Xian'er wanted to build a greenhouse to grow vegetables, someone said that if vegetables could be grown in the greenhouse in winter, he wouldn't eat a single one even if he starved to death. The room suddenly fell into a strange silence. Everyone put down their chopsticks and looked at Li Jingma with sparkling eyes. Obviously, everyone remembered who had said those words at that time. Cough, cough. Eat quickly. Eat quickly. Today's food is so delicious, don't waste it if it gets cold later. Li Jingma's face was red and he glared at his wife, but Mrs. Li mercilessly glared back and secretly stepped on his foot. Mrs. Li now had her son and her family backing her up, so why would she be afraid of him? Father, we're eating hot pot. As long as the stove is on, the food won't get cold. Lan raised her head and corrected Li Jingma with a serious expression. Old Master Li almost vomited blood. He couldn't stay in this house anymore. His wife was mocking him and even his daughter was against him. Lan, eat quickly, don't talk. Father, you should eat quickly too. That was just a joke back then. At the critical moment, Li Zixuan couldn't bear to see his father embarrassed, so he spoke up to help him out. Li Jingma was crying in his heart. His son was still the best to him. Haha. Come. One for each of you. Have a taste. In the afternoon, Li Zixuan brought off food to the conference room of the Academy's Guanghua building with a basket of freshly picked cucumbers. The conference room was already full. Li Zixuan smiled happily and instructed Afu. Now that San Bao had gone to Sichuan to look for ores, Afu was naturally promoted to Li Zixuan's #1 lackey. Cucumber. Yamacho, where did this cucumber come from? Yen Silu's eyes were about to pop out. He suddenly stood up and said in surprise. Could it be from the palace? That's too precious. Yamacho, you should take it back. Li Gang was very knowledgeable. He knew that the palace could get fresh cucumbers from the soup bureau in winter, so he said that. Hearing this, the gentlemen in the meeting room all declined. That's right. Yamacho. This cucumber is too precious, you should take it back. That's right. This is too precious. Li Zixuan waved his hand and laughed loudly. Gentlemen, you don't have to decline. These cucumbers were planted by my family, not by the soup bureau. It's not expensive. Everyone can have one cucumber. After eating, we'll continue the meeting. He planted it himself. When he said that, everyone in the room was even more shocked. How could he grow cucumbers in winter? Yen Silu said with a look of suspicion. Yamacho, are you joking? Although I heard that you have a hot spring in your courtyard, you can't grow so many cucumbers, right? Mr. Yen, who said that you can only grow vegetables next to a hot spring in winter. Everyone here will be the inheritors of engineering in the future. We engineering are good at doing things that seem impossible. Chapter 1191. Ka. In the conference room on the first floor of Guanghua building. The first Yanhuang College Teacher Title Evaluation Conference actually started with the crisp sound of cucumbers being eaten. Everyone was sitting in their chairs, enjoying the fresh cucumbers that were just plucked from the seedlings. They were tender and juicy, making people salivate. The conference room was also filled with the unique fragrance of cucumbers. For many people, this was not only a feast for their taste buds, but also a feast for their ears. Because the sound of so many people eating cucumbers was too pleasing to listen to. That crisp sound seemed to be able to stir people's nerves, making them unable to stop even if they wanted to. So much so that some people's faces were not only filled with enjoyment, but also a trace of intoxication. Li Zixuan expressed his understanding of this. In his previous life, there was a short video of watching others eat cucumbers for more than a minute on the internet that went viral on Weibo. Many people said that the sound was too crisp, and they were already deeply immersed in it, unable to extricate themselves. Actually, this phenomenon was very normal, and it had a special term, ASMR. Its characteristic was visual, auditory, tactile, olfactory, or other sensory stimuli, causing a unique and pleasurable sensation in the brain, scalp, back, or other areas of the body. Scientific research showed that when people hear soft voices or objects make light sounds, the brain's amygdala would become very active, and the amygdala could stimulate a human sense of pleasure. Ahem, you know. Kaka. The teachers of the academy especially cherished the cucumbers in winter. However, no matter how much they cherished it, there was still a time when they finished it. Many of them even ate the cucumber's buttocks. Li Zixuan's mouth twitched as he watched. He thought to himself, if this was seen by outsiders, wouldn't it be too embarrassing for the academy's image? Cough cough. All right. Since everyone has finished eating, then this year's teacher title evaluation conference will officially begin. Seeing the 80 teachers in the room reluctantly throw the last bit of cucumber's buttocks into the trash can, Li Zixuan coughed twice and solemnly announced. The faces of the teachers of the academy turned solemn as they looked at Li Zixuan. Compared to the cucumber, they were more concerned about this. There are a total of 43 applicants for the position of lecturer, 25 applicants for the position of associate professor, and 7 applicants for the position of professor. Next, the acting Shan Zhongwen, Mr. Ji, and the head of the teaching office, Mr. Kong Gurei, will announce the results of the evaluation. Due to the large number of participants and the complicated process, the professional title evaluation conference lasted until the sky turned dark. In the end, a total of 6 people were appointed as professors. They were Yen Silu, Wang Ji, Xiaodian, Su Hongji, Mo Huai, and Ma Zhou. The 6 of them were happy to have a residence on Cloud Mountain. They finally had the opportunity to enjoy the academicized, architectural decoration and become neighbors with Li Zixuan. Of course, Mo Huai was an exception. He had rejected Li Zixuan's request to give him a residence. Firstly, Li Zixuan had previously given him Lu Shuren's mansion in Plum Village for free. Secondly, his daughter Mo Lingwei had been appointed as a special professor of the academy because of the astronomical telescope incident. She had already received a residence on Cloud Mountain. If he received another one, it would be somewhat inappropriate. From now on, Ma Zhou no longer had to rent a house. At least he had a home in Chang'an, and it was an exquisite mansion that was priceless. As for Wang Ji, he no longer had to live in the academy's teacher's dormitory. After class in the afternoon, he could also warm 2 pots of wine at home. It was worth mentioning that Yen Xiaoning was not appointed as a professor, but only as an associate professor. This was because the strict and old-fashioned people like Li Gang and Yen Silu believed that Yen Xiaoning did not have academic achievements, like Mo Lingwei. Giving him the position of associate professor was already giving Li Zixuan face. Being a professor was definitely out of the question. As a result, the poor Yen Xiaoning was subconsciously suppressed by Mo Lingwei. There were a total of 20 associate professors in the academy. The rest were all promoted from teaching assistants to lecturers. Although this result was somewhat unsatisfactory for a small number of people, it was still a happy ending overall. The next day. In the morning, Han Lijing and Old Hu came to Cloud Mountain early in the morning to look for Li Zixuan. Father-in-law, Uncle Hu, come and sit. As the academy had officially started work, Li Zixuan did not sleep in today. He had already woken up at this time. Seeing Han Lijing and Old Hu coming together, he quickly greeted them. The 3 of them sat down in order. Han Yushi brought 2 cups of hot tea for Han Lijing and Hu Hanyun. Han Lijing took it, then looked at Li Zixuan and said, Xiao Xian, I've already packed up yesterday. I plan to leave for Hedong Road today to buy all 3 estates and then start to treat the sewage. Father, you're leaving so soon? Han Yushi was a little reluctant. She looked at Han Lijing and couldn't help but ask. Yushi. It's not early anymore. It's already the 17th day of the first month. If we don't leave now, the sewage at the mines will affect the people's spring planting, Han Lijing said with a smile. Then he said earnestly, after your father leaves, you and little Xian will have to take care of Tai Dan. In any case, this kid is much more promising than before. I'm not worried about him. I hope that you and Xiao Xian can live a good life. I'll only be at ease if the two of you live well. Speaking of which, if I can become a grandfather this year, I'll be completely satisfied. Although Han Yushi also wanted to give Li Zixuan a boy or a girl, how could she say such words? She couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Father, what are you saying? It's still early. Good. I won't say it. This matter you and Xiao Xian can do as you see fit. Han Lijing stroked his beard and comforted her. Since father-in-law has decided to leave today, this son-in-law will arrange for guards to pack up the money and escort father-in-law to Hedong Road. Once you've settled down there, this son-in-law will ask them to come back. Li Zixuan said with a serious face. That's good too. The money needed to buy a manor isn't a small amount. Xiao Xian, you can send some people to protect it. Han Lijing nodded, then patted Hu Hanyun's shoulder and said to Li Zixuan, Xiao Xian, other than this I have another matter. This time, I'm going to Hedong Road and I probably won't be back in a short period of time. So, I'm thinking that it's better to let old Hu be the Han Manor's village chief. Otherwise, if I'm not around for a long time, I'll delay the Han Manor's affairs. Chapter 1192. No. Li Zheng, you can't say that. What capabilities do I, old Hu, have to be the Li Zheng? Only you can be the Han family village's Li Zheng. If you let me be the Li Zheng, wouldn't you be harming the entire Han family village? In Cloud Mountain First Courtyard, after Hu Hanyun heard Han Lijing's words, he hurriedly said. Looking at him, he obviously didn't know beforehand. Han Lijing waved his hand and smiled, Old Hu, you don't have to be too humble. Last year when I wasn't at the Han family village as the acting Li Zheng of the Han family village, you did everything very well. But the Han family village cannot continue to be without an official Li Zheng. Now that I am away for so long, Old Hu, you will have to take on more responsibilities in the future. This is also for the good of the Han family village. But, Hu Hanyun still wanted to argue. Being a straightforward person, he subconsciously felt that this was snatching the rice bowl from Han Lijing and it was very unethical. No buts. Apart from you, there's no one more suitable. Without waiting for Hu Hanyun to finish, Han Lijing directly interrupted. After saying that, he looked towards Li Zixuan and urged the latter to make a decision quickly. Little Xian, you should quickly consider this matter. I have to leave today, but the Han family village cannot be without a Li Zheng for too long. Li Zixuan frowned. He looked at his own wife's expression and realized that Han Yushi's face didn't have any special expression. He thought for a while and said, Father-in-law is right. How about this, after father-in-law has completely settled down at Hedong Road, I will hand over the Han family village's Li Zheng to Uncle Hu. What do you think? Now the entire Lantian County was his fiefdom. So to decide on a village's Li Zheng was just a matter of a sentence to him. Hearing that, Han Lijing nodded and said, That's good too. After I have completely settled down there, I will get someone to send a letter back to you, little Xian. It's settled then, I will go back first. Little Xian Yushi, take care. Father-in-law, be careful. Li Zixuan stood up and cupped his hands towards Han Lijing. He said, In a moment, this son-in-law will have the manor's guard send the money to the Han family manor. After that, I will go with father-in-law to Hedong Road. Yes. Han Lijing nodded and took his leave. Only Li Zixuan, his wife, and Hu Hanyun were left in the room. At this moment, old Hu could not help but sigh. Han Lijing had stayed in the Han family manor for so many years. If the manor head knew that he was leaving, he reckoned that he would not be willing to part with him for the time being. To be honest, I, old Hu, am hoping that Li Zheng won't be able to buy the manor at Hedong. That way, Li Zheng will be able to come back and continue being Li Zheng for everyone. Li Zixuan sorted out his thoughts and said to Hu Hanyun, Uncle Hu, actually what my father-in-law said is not without reason. It's not impossible for you to take the position of village chief of the Han family manor. Father-in-law still has other important matters to attend to in Hedong Road. So, from today onwards, you will have to take on all the responsibilities of the Han family manor. Hu Hanyun opened his mouth and after hesitating for a while, he could only say helplessly, Yes. Young master. The main hall was silent for a moment. Hu Hanyun then remembered the purpose of his visit. So he said to Li Zixuan, Young master, a portion of the vegetables in the Han family manor's sheds are already ripe. 2 days ago, the manor heads were discussing with me if we should take a batch to Chang and city to sell. After all, these things can't be kept for long. Li Zishuan smiled and nodded, yes. Then let's sell them. Before the new year, the manor heads had spent a lot of money to manage these sheds. It's time for them to reap the rewards. Old Hu chuckled and said embarrassedly, young master, everything else is easy to discuss. It's just that the manor heads don't know how to set the price. After all, none of us have ever sold vegetables in the winter before. Li Zishuan instantly understood what Hu Hanyan meant. It was most likely that the manor heads felt that the vegetables in the winter were more valuable. However, as they were used to being honest, they were too embarrassed to ask for too high a price. So they asked Old Hu to come over and ask for his opinion. After pondering for a moment, Li Zishuan opened his mouth and said, I can't tell you the exact price. Uncle Hu, go back and tell everyone that they can refer to the price of each vegetable in autumn and summer and multiply that price by 20 to 30 times. In modern times, the price of the same type of vegetables grown in the winter in greenhouses was generally twice as high as the price of the vegetables grown in the summer under natural conditions. Because the manor heads under him were the first batch of Tang dynasty farmers to grow vegetables out of season on a large scale, it wasn't excessive to ask for 20 to 30 times the price. In fact, even if he asked for 100 times the price, there would still be people who would buy it. According to historical records, the cucumbers in winter in the Tang dynasty were priceless treasures. Even after the Ming and Qing dynasties, the price of cucumbers in winter was still calculated by the roots. A single cucumber was worth tens of thousands of dollars. However, if he set the price like that, there would be a lot less people who would buy it. However, the 8 manor heads under him all grew vegetables in greenhouses. With such a huge amount, he had to set a price that was acceptable to the rich in Chang and city. Although in the future, as more and more people knew about the technology of growing vegetables in greenhouses, the price would definitely decrease year by year. However, what did that matter? Anyway, it was fine as long as his manor heads could enjoy the first wave of huge profits. 20 to 30 times? Old Hu's eyes widened. He was tongue-tied and said, Young master, isn't this a little too greedy? What if we can't sell it? What should we do? Before he came, he had discussed with the manor heads. At most, the price of the vegetables in summer was 5 times the price. He didn't expect Li Zishuan to be so ruthless and ask for 20 to 30 times the price. Greedy? How is this greedy? Uncle Hu, don't worry. There will definitely be a lot of people buying at this price. You just have to listen to me. Li Zishuan waved his hand nonchalantly. Believe in the young master and you will be rich. This was already a principle that Li Zishuan's manor heads had long been engraved in their hearts. Old Hu was no exception. When he heard Li Zishuan's confidence, he immediately put away his previous doubts. That's fine. I will go and inform all the manor heads who have greenhouses. We are all young master's people. That means we are family. When we go to Chang and city, we have to maintain the same price. Old Hu stood up and prepared to leave. Li Zishuan laughed in his heart. He didn't expect Old Hu to be so meticulous. He even came up with the idea of a uniform price. This way, it would be very good to avoid the vicious competition between the manor heads and the manor heads. Good. Uncle Hu, take care. If there's anything, you can come to Yun Mountain to find me. Li Zishuan also stood up and said. Old Hu nodded his head and left. Looks like there are many people in the fief. This year, they can directly become well off with the vegetables in the greenhouses. Looking at Hu Hanyun's back, Li Zishuan was happy in his heart. Chapter 1193. Shopkeeper Lu, do you want spinach, cucumber, or spinach? The next day before dawn, many farmers had already entered the city with 2 baskets of fresh vegetables. Of course, there were also those who directly pulled ox carts into the city. With the help of the cement road, the speed of the ox carts was naturally very fast. Unsurprisingly, the farmers chose the Drunken Immortal restaurant as their first stop to sell their vegetables. In the past, when the bean sprouts were just grown, they also did this. Yo. Old Hu, coming quickly. The Drunken Immortal restaurant had just opened when shopkeeper Lu saw that Old Hu had brought dozens of farmers with him. Second Master Lu didn't come today, but his sons did. This. Old Hu, the vegetables in your shed have all grown? As one of the few elders under Li Zishuan, shopkeeper Lu knew that the farmers under Li Zishuan were secretly cultivating vegetables. Seeing so many fresh vegetables, shopkeeper Lu was first shocked. Then he said in realization. Old Hu grinned and said, Yes. A portion of them have already grown. Everyone wants to bring some to Chang and city and see if they can be sold. Easy to sell. Of course they're easy to sell. Shopkeeper Lu hurriedly nodded. Speaking of which, when he saw those green spinach and cucumber, he couldn't help but salivate. Ding-san. Quick. Get a scale and weigh all these vegetables. Shopkeeper Lu didn't even ask about the price and directly called the servants over to weigh the vegetables. In any case, these vegetables were processed by the Drunken Immortal restaurant and sold at a sky-high price. As long as the prices of the farmers weren't too outrageous, the Drunken Immortal restaurant would definitely make a huge profit. After all the vegetables were weighed, Manager Lu asked, "The weight of each of the vegetables is recorded here. Old Hu, tell me the price of each of the vegetables. I'll get the cashier to settle the bill for you right now." The Drunken Immortal restaurant was backed by Li Zixuan and could be said to be rich and overbearing. Shopkeeper Lu naturally wouldn't owe the farmers money. Hu Hanyun scratched his head and said somewhat embarrassedly, "Shopkeeper Lu, you also know that these vegetables were all grown in the greenhouse, so in terms of cost, it's much more expensive than growing vegetables in the summer." He was afraid that Shopkeeper Lu would misunderstand, so he spoke in advance. No matter how unreasonable Lu is, he still understands this. "Old Hu, just name the price. Don't worry about it. No matter how high it is, the Drunken Immortal and will still make a profit." Shopkeeper Lu laughed and waved his hand carelessly. Old Hu breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Let's discuss these dishes. Shopkeeper Lu, you just have to pay us 10 times the summer price." Li Zixuan had clearly said that it would be 20 to 30 times, but Hu Hanyun had said that it would be 10 times. This was also something they had discussed in private before they came. Anyway, 10 times the price was already very profitable for them. Just today's trip alone had allowed them to earn back the cost of the greenhouse. 10 times? Manager Lu frowned, shook his head and said, "Old Hu, you're deceiving me again. How precious were the vegetables in winter? How could they sell them for 10 times the price? No matter what, it had to be 20 times. Ding San, quickly call the bookkeeper over to settle the bill. Let's settle it at 20 times the price." Speaking of which, Shopkeeper Lu was also a person who had seen the world. Although Li Zixuan had never told him about the guiding price of the vegetables in the greenhouse, with his shrewd eyes, how could he not see that Hu Hanyun was deliberately lowering the price for the sake of the Drunken Immortal Inn? You can't. Shopkeeper Lu. These vegetables aren't worth this price." "That's right. Shopkeeper Lu. 10 times is too much." Old Hu and the others were shocked and shouted from behind, but Shopkeeper Lu went straight to the backyard without looking back. Master. There are people selling fresh cucumbers, spinach in the East Market. Chongren Square, Chow family's courtyard. A servant girl ran in excitedly and said, "What? Fresh cucumbers? How is that possible?" Chow Wendong stood up in shock and said in disbelief. This servant girl was in charge of buying fruits and vegetables in the Chow family's kitchen. Seeing that her master didn't believe her, she almost swore to the heavens. "Master, it's true. This servant saw it with my own eyes in the East Market. And there's more than one seller." Chow Wendong stared at the basket on the servant girl's arm and said in a bad mood, "You saw someone selling cucumbers and you didn't buy them? Do you know how hard it is to get a cucumber in winter? That's something that can't be bought with money." That servant girl was about to cry. "Master, that cucumber is too expensive. It's 30 times more expensive than summer cucumbers. This servant doesn't dare to buy it." Chow Wendong said resentfully, "What's so expensive about it? You call this expensive? Go quickly. Get someone to carry the money and go quickly. Buy as much as you can for this old man. Don't you know that your master likes to eat cucumbers the most?" "Yes, master, this servant will go right away." Chow Wendong's family wasn't the only one who knew the news. Chang and City was a place where high officials and nobles gathered. With so many rich and powerful families, which family didn't have a servant in charge of purchasing vegetables? A large number of fresh fruits and vegetables suddenly appeared in the market in winter, which naturally attracted their attention. As a result, countless servants of rich families used ox carts to pull copper coins and hurriedly rushed to the East Market. After all, these fresh fruits and vegetables were in high demand. Everyone was afraid that they wouldn't be able to buy them if they were late. Your Majesty. This servant heard from the steward of the imperial kitchen that there are cucumbers and vegetables in the East Market, and they are all freshly picked. In the imperial palace's west court, a palace maid hurriedly walked in and said to Empress Jiangsun, "Oh, there are actually fresh cucumbers in the market?" Empress Jiangsun frowned and said doubtfully, "Could it be that someone in the imperial kitchen sold cucumbers to civilian merchants without authorization and used this opportunity to make a huge profit?" Thinking of this possibility, Empress Jiangxuan's face became a little serious. The palace maid raised her head and replied, "Your Majesty, that's not it. The number of cucumbers in the East Market is more than the imperial kitchen. And those who sell cucumbers are farmers outside the city. Even if the imperial kitchen is willing to sell them cucumbers, they can't afford it." Oh, that's even stranger. How can these farmers have the conditions to grow cucumbers in the harsh winter? Empress Jiangxuan's mind was full of doubts. At this time, even if her imagination was rich, she couldn't think of the reason. This was mainly because the farmers under Li Zishuan were very tight-lipped. The greenhouse vegetables were only spread among the farmers, and it was difficult for outsiders to know. "Your Majesty, the cucumbers sold by the farmers are not only fresh and in large quantities, but also not cheap. This servant heard that 1 jean of cucumbers cost 600 coins. Ordinary people can't afford it," the palace maid said again. If it weren't for the fact that cucumbers in winter were too expensive, she would have bought some to satisfy her cravings. After all, after a winter, everyone wanted to eat some fresh vegetables. Chapter 1194. Have you heard? There are many fresh cucumbers, spinach, and lentils in the East Market. It's really rare. How is that possible? In the middle of winter, other than the tastemaker, where else would there be fresh vegetables? It's true. Brother Meng, if you don't believe me, then forget it. Anyway, I have to hurry and buy a caddy of cucumbers. After a whole winter, I'm really craving for them. Hey, Brother Zhou, wait for me. I'll go and buy some too. Within Chang and city, similar conversations were happening in every corner. Those who heard the news immediately rushed to the East Market. What? Cucumbers for 600 copper coins per caddy? In summer, the most expensive is only 20 copper coins. The crowd who came to watch the show couldn't help but be flabbergasted when they heard the price of the cucumbers. You already said that it's summer. It's winter now. Have you seen cucumbers in winter? 600 copper coins is already very cheap. Immediately, someone who knew the industry refuted. Aren't these people from the Han village? No. There are also people from the Plum village and the Liujia village. Oh my god. Why do they have so many cucumbers and vegetables? Although the spectators couldn't afford it, there were still many who recognized the villagers who were busy selling vegetables and collecting money. No. Strictly speaking, they are all villagers under the Marquis of Yong'an. Could it be that the Marquis of Yong'an taught them to grow these vegetables? Someone thought of a very serious question and instantly attracted a round of exclamations. Oh my god. If that's really the case, then wouldn't the villagers under the Marquis of Yong'an have completely struck it rich this time? Sigh. Why don't I have the fate to become a villager under the Marquis of Yong'an? These people were lamenting the good luck of the Han village and the Plum village while lamenting that they couldn't be in their place. As for those farmers who came to sell their vegetables with baskets, they had already been surrounded by the servants of those rich families. They couldn't even win money. My master wants all the cucumbers you have here. Can you help me send them to my master's residence? A well-dressed manservant shouted at a villager. The farmer wiped his sweat and said with some embarrassment, "Little brother, if it were any other time, I would definitely help you deliver it. But as you can see, I can't leave at all." The manservant rolled his eyes and said, "Why can't you leave? Other than the cucumbers, bring the rest of the vegetables to the residence. My master wants them all. I definitely won't shortchange you." The villager thought about it, nodded, and said, All right then. Little brother, please lead the way." No. What right do you have to buy all the vegetables by yourself? This big brother don't go. My master is willing to pay twice the price to buy 10 caddies of cucumbers from you. Seeing that all of the farmer's vegetables were about to be snatched by this manservant, someone at the side was immediately unwilling to do it. Get out of the way. Let this old man buy first. This old man will pay 3 times the price. In the morning, Hu Hanyun and the others sold a batch of vegetables to shopkeeper Lu at 20 times the original price. When the other farmers found out, they immediately raised the price of the vegetables to the rich people in Chang, and by 30 times. Their thoughts were extremely simple. In any case, the price they sold to the immortal indulgence in absolutely couldn't be higher than the price they sold to outsiders. In other words, the price they sold to outsiders absolutely couldn't be lower than the price they sold to the immortal indulgence in. Since he sold it to the drunken immortal restaurant at 20 times the original price, then if he sold it to someone else, he would sell it at 30 times the original price. At first, they were a little nervous, but later they found that even if the price was 30 times higher, it would still be immediately sold out. Moreover, there was a large number of people willing to buy at a higher price. The farmers happily counted their money while secretly rejoicing in their hearts. Fortunately, they had asked Li Zishuan about the price yesterday. Otherwise, if they foolishly came to Chang and to sell vegetables at 5 or 6 times the price, wouldn't they be cheated miserably by outsiders? The momentum of the East Market's popularity gave the farmers a very sensational publicity for their cucumbers and vegetables. At the same time, the immortal Indulgencein was busy advertising their vegetables and cucumbers. Cold cucumber salad, shepherd's purse fried lentils, vinegar spinach, chive scrambled eggs. Yo! Shopkeeper Lu, the immortal Indulgencein is very capable. This old man heard that someone was selling cucumbers and vegetables in the East Market this morning. I didn't expect that you would have ready-made cucumbers and vegetables at noon. Sure enough, you didn't let me down. At noon, Feng Jihua and a group of old customers came to the immortal Indulgencein to eat, and saw that there were several new dishes on the menu in the hall on the first floor. After looking at them, Feng Jihua couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. When he heard the news in the morning, he immediately sent someone to the East Market to buy vegetables, but who knew that he was still a step late and didn't get anything. After all, Chang and city had a population of over 1 million, and there were countless rich people in it. Although there were many farmers who came to sell vegetables, there were still so many people who came to buy at the same time. Therefore, Feng Jihua, who didn't get any fresh vegetables, wanted to come to the immortal Indulgencein to try his luck. He didn't expect that he would really come across it. Since things had developed to this point, many people had already guessed that behind this group of farmers selling vegetables, it was very likely that Li Zishuan had taught them how to grow vegetables in winter. Feng Jihua also thought so, otherwise he wouldn't have chosen to come to the immortal Indulgencein to try his luck. Hehe. Boss Feng, you flatter me. What do you want to eat today? Shopkeeper Lu smiled like a Maitreya Buddha as he greeted. Feng Jihua asked for the opinions of a few friends who came with him, then smiled and said, I'll have to trouble Shopkeeper Lu to order all the new vegetables that were released today. To be honest, just thinking about these dishes makes this old man's mouth feel a little hungry. This winter, I'm really tired of eating meat and pickles. Although the price of each dish was indicated at the bottom of the menu, Feng Jihua didn't look at the price from beginning to end. Now that he had status and wealth, he was indifferent to money. No matter how expensive these dishes were, as long as they were delicious and made people happy, it was fine. Shopkeeper Lu chuckled and said, Ha, good. Ding San. Quickly serve Boss Feng to a seat. The market price of these greenhouse vegetables was about 30 times the price of the same type of vegetables in summer. After the immortal Indulgencein's vegetables had undergone secondary processing, the price naturally doubled or even more than the original price. For example, a plate of cucumber salad was actually sold as high as 3 strings of coins. A moment later, all the dishes were served. Kaka. Feng Jihua picked up a piece of cucumber salad with his chopsticks and put it into his mouth to chew for a moment. Accompanied by a series of crunching sounds, the clear and sweet juice of the cucumber, mixed with the aroma of garlic and vinegar, instantly made all his taste buds active. He couldn't help but praise, crispy and juicy, sweet and refreshing. It's been a long time since I've eaten such a refreshing cucumber. Moreover, the chef of this immortal Indulgencein is amazing. A plate of cucumber can actually make such a delicious dish. It's really not a wasted trip. Chapter 1195. The news of the Drunken Immortal restaurant releasing a large amount of fresh fruits and vegetables spread throughout Chang and city in a very short time. Countless customers rushed over upon hearing the news. The Drunken Immortal restaurant, which usually had good business, was suddenly filled to the brim. Although the vegetables released by the Drunken Immortal restaurant were generally expensive, with a plate of cold cucumber costing 3 strings of cash and a plate of vinegar spinach costing 3 strings of cash, fresh vegetables in winter were exclusively provided by the royal family. It had always been difficult for the commoners to obtain them, so what if they were a little more expensive? And relatively speaking, this price was not outrageous at all. Those who were slightly wealthier were completely able to accept it. Thinking back to the grand occasion when the bean sprouts were first released, the diners standing outside the Drunken Immortal restaurant had a bright idea, and clamored for Manager Lu to provide a takeout service. Thus, the grand occasion from 2 months ago reappeared. The street in front of the Drunken Immortal restaurant was packed with people. Some people carried the food they bought from the Drunken Immortal restaurant and directly ate in the carriages parked by the side of the road or in the shops next to it. In an instant, the fragrance spread everywhere. The people near the West City could even smell the fragrance of the vegetables in the air. Li Zishuan's farmers are selling cucumbers and vegetables in Chang and City? In the Sweet Dew Hall, Li Er, who had just finished his morning court session, heard Empress Zhangsun come over to say this piece of news. His heart stirred, and he subconsciously thought that the vegetables sold by the farmers might very well have come from Li Zishuan's hands. Your Majesty, I feel that these farmers should have grasped the techniques of growing vegetables in winter, and the person who taught them these techniques is the Marquis of Yong'an. This concubine also asked Steward Zhao just now. The vegetables sold by the farmers should mature in 1 to 2 months. And a month ago the Marquis of Yong'an only had 8 farms. Now the farmers who came to Chang'an City to sell vegetables almost all came from those 8 farms. Doesn't this mean that the Marquis of Yong'an taught the farmers the methods of growing vegetables in winter more than a month ago? Empress Jiangxuan's reason, although a little far-fetched, had her reasons. It was because Li Zishuan had only obtained the entire Lantian County this year that only the farmers from the original 8 farms knew how to grow vegetables in winter. Hearing this, Li Er nodded and said, "This kind of thing that no one else can do, it must be done by that kid without a doubt. In the whole world only he has this ability. As for how he did it, I am very curious." Zhao Song. Your Majesty. Zhao Song, who was standing at the side, quickly came over and cupped his hands. Li Er asked, "Those 8 farms must have planted a lot of vegetables. Do you know how they grow vegetables in winter?" Zhao Song's face darkened and he said carefully, "Your Majesty, in the past month or so, the manor under the Marquis of Yong'an did not have any big movements. This old servant did not pay attention to that side, so this old servant has failed in his duty, please punish me." This matter could not be blamed on Zhao Song. The main reason was that the villagers were too tight-lipped. Not only did they not tell outsiders even when their relatives came, they were determined not to let them even half a step closer to the shed. This was a secret that the thousands of people in the 8 villages worked together to keep strictly. If anyone accidentally leaked this secret, they would become everyone's mortal enemy. At the very least, they would not be able to continue living in Lantian County. People who had experienced poverty, once they had the hope of living a good life, they would not easily destroy this prosperous state. The farmers knew that they were now farmers in Li Zishuan's fief. Just based on this identity they were envied by countless people. They could not destroy this hard-won happiness. As for Zhao Song, he would definitely not send people to investigate the 8 farms that seemed peaceful on the surface for no reason. Naturally, it was even more impossible for him to know about the existence of the greenhouses. Li Er waved his hand and laughed. "Ha! You can't be blamed. It should be that the farmers under that kid were too tight-lipped. Who would have thought? In more than a month there was no news at all. From this, it can be seen that this kid is very good at governing the people. As the emperor of the human world, how could Li Er not know that it was easy for one person to keep a secret, but it was harder for 1,000 people to keep a secret? It was because of this that he could not help but be impressed by Li Zishuan's ability to control the people in his fief. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your mercy." Zhao Song heaved a sigh of relief and bowed. Empress Jiangxuan's brows relaxed and said, "Your Majesty, I suddenly remembered that more than a month ago, the price of cloth in Chang'an City skyrocketed, but it was quickly suppressed. Most of the people who came to Chang'an City to buy cloth seemed to be farmers under the Marquis of Yong'an. I wonder if there is any connection between the two?" Hearing this, Li Er's eyes lit up. "Yes. I also remember. At that time I was still wondering why the commoners bought so much coarse cloth. However, I was busy with official business and put this matter aside. Now that I think about it, the coarse cloth that the commoners bought back is definitely related to the vegetables that appeared in the eastern market today. Since I have nothing to do in the afternoon, I will go to Lantian County to take a look. Your Majesty, may I accompany you?" Empress Jiangsun also wanted to see how the farmers grew vegetables in winter and ensure that the vegetables did not freeze to death. As a result, when Li Er's voice fell, she requested. Li Er shook his head and said, "Guanyin maid, it is freezing outside. You should not go to avoid a relapse. When I return, I will clearly tell you what I have seen and heard." A few days ago, Princess Chang'e had suffered a relapse due to the invasion of cold air. How could Li Er dare to let Empress Jiangsun go out in such cold weather? Li Er himself did not believe it. At this moment he even faintly hoped that the plague of locusts would quickly arrive. This was because he knew that locusts were very beneficial to Empress Jiangsun's illness. Unfortunately, there were no locusts in this season. Using the words of modern people, as long as the locusts came, old Li would definitely let his wife eat until she exploded. "Then many thanks to Your Majesty." Although Empress Jiangsun felt regretful, she was not the type of woman who was unreasonable and liked to pester endlessly. She nodded her head and softly replied, "Your Majesty, His Imperial Highness, the Crown Prince, requests an audience." He says that he has prepared some new vegetables at the Drunken Immortal restaurant and wishes for your majesty and her imperial highness to taste. At this moment, an attendant walked in through the yellow door and bowed in salute. Ah. It is likely to be vegetables from the Drunken Immortal restaurant. This is perfect. I can see the difference between the vegetables from the Drunken Immortal restaurant and those from the palace. Quickly let Qingqian in. Li Er and Empress Zhangsun looked at each other and then laughed heartily. Chapter 1196. Husband, you're back? Quickly go sit down and rest. In Liujia village, a man walked into a dilapidated courtyard. A farmer woman quickly came out to greet him. While helping to take the man's shoulder pole from the ground, she quietly observed the latter's expression. Seeing that the man's face was full of joy, she couldn't help but ask, "Husband, the 2 baskets of vegetables we picked last night have all been sold out." The man nodded. His voice carried excitement as he excitedly said, "Ah, they're all sold out. My child's mother, kill that old hen at noon and give it to Huzi to nourish his body. In 2 days I'll prepare some gifts and go to the village entrance to find old Mr. Sunday. I'll see if Huzi can go to the village school this year." So this man was Lu Mang from Liujia village. Previously, when Li Zixuan gave the villagers interest-free loans to build the greenhouses, he also went. For the past month, their family had been carefully looking after the 2 greenhouses behind their house. They were afraid that insects would grow in the vegetable fields or that the sprouts would freeze to death. Those 2 greenhouses were the hope of their entire family. If they could grow vegetables, then it would be fine. If they couldn't, then they would owe a huge debt and their son would have no hope of going to school for the rest of his life. "Husband, Huzi going to school will cost a lot of money. Do we have enough money?" That woman heard this and said worriedly. Speaking of this, Lu Mang couldn't help but smile. "Hee. Of course we have enough. Even if we don't have enough, we still have extra. My child's mother, you don't know how valuable these vegetables are. Especially cucumbers and spinach. Casually selling a caddy of them would be enough to cover the cost of the 2 greenhouses. The money we earn today would be enough for our entire family to eat for several years." Spinach and cucumbers had not been introduced to the Central Plains for very long. For a long time before that, they were even exclusive to the nobility. Naturally, their preciousness was not something that native vegetables like spinach and shepherd's purse could compare to. Therefore, among the vegetables grown by the villagers, the most expensive ones were cucumbers and spinach. A caddy of cucumbers was generally sold for more than 600 copper coins. A caddy of spinach was also around 500 to 600 copper coins. When Lu Mang said that casually selling a caddy of these 2 vegetables would cover the cost of the 2 greenhouses, he wasn't boasting. "Master, how much did you sell it for?" Hearing this, Lu Mang's wife's face was filled with excitement. Before this, their family was already unable to live anymore. She did not expect that hope would come so quickly. "I don't know how many there are in total. I didn't have time to count them. They're all in this basket." Although the top was covered with grass, the bottom was covered with copper coins. Judging by the weight of the coins, it should be more than 100 caddies. There was a master who didn't have that many copper coins with him, so he gave me 2 gold beans. It was definitely real gold. Our family is really rich this time. Lu Mang pointed at the bamboo basket and then carefully took out 2 soybean-sized pieces of gold from his bosom. They glittered under the sunlight. Although gold was not a circulating currency in the Tang dynasty, in large transactions, copper coins were often unable to meet the demand, so occasionally, people would use gold leaves or gold beans as currency. Under normal circumstances, people who received gold could take it to a nearby pawn shop and exchange it for copper coins. The 2 gold beans in Lu Mang's hand should be able to exchange for nearly 20 strings of coins. The woman looked at the gold beans in Lu Mang's hand with infatuation. She couldn't help but ask, "Master, can you let me see?" Lu Mang smiled and did not refuse. He handed the gold beans over. The woman took it and examined it for a while. She then used her teeth to gently bite it. After seeing some slight marks, she happily said, "Master, it's really gold. It's really gold." Lu Mang grinned and said with disdain, "You melon woman, these gold beans were given by Lord Chow. How can they be fake? Quickly go and cook." This woman probably forgot that when she received the gold beans, she secretly bit it with her teeth and secretly rejoiced for a long time. "Young master, I old who have asked around in the afternoon. The vegetables that the farmers brought to Chang and city have all been sold. Every household has earned at least 10 strings of money from this trip. Everyone is discussing how to return the money they borrowed from young master as soon as possible." In the afternoon, Hu Hanyun came to Yunshan to report to Li Zixuan. With Han Lijing gone, Li Zishuan's subordinates that were previously in charge of the surrounding villages were now under Old Hu's management. Li Zishuan originally came to the academy in the afternoon to preside over the evaluation of the students' study plans for the next semester. Hearing that Old Hu was coming, he had to take some time out to meet him. "Uncle Hu, the matter of money is not urgent. Everyone can return it whenever they want. When the time comes, please help me keep it first. Right now, we need to make everyone pay attention to the safety of their vegetable fields. After all, with such a big commotion today, the news of our farms being able to grow vegetables in winter cannot be hidden. It is inevitable that people from other farms will covet it. Let every farm arrange for some people to keep watch at night to prevent others from entering the village to steal vegetables." Stealing Vegetables was an online game developed by an online company in his previous life that simulated the operation of a farm in real life. In the game, people could operate their own farms just like in real life. Planting vegetables, fertilizing, harvesting, etc. Of course, the biggest joy in this game was stealing vegetables. For a time, stealing vegetables became popular, causing this game to quickly become popular on the internet. However, the stealing vegetables that Li Zishuan was talking about was definitely not the same as on the internet. It was also not that he was making a fuss over nothing. It was because the price of vegetables had skyrocketed. As the saying goes, profit moves people's hearts. When other people saw that the vegetables grown by his farmers were so valuable, it was hard to guarantee that there would not be some thieves coming to steal vegetables. Old Hu's eyes widened and said excitedly, "Young master, you can rest assured. I will go and inform the village officials of each farm. If anyone dares to steal vegetables, they will not be able to return." Li Zishuan's eyebrows twitched and quickly said, "Uncle Hu, be careful. Don't kill anyone." In this era where people relied on the heavens to make a living, there were some people who came out to steal. It was probably because they were forced to make a living. Their crime did not warrant death. Moreover, if they really killed someone, the authorities would hold them accountable and it would be a troublesome matter. Old Hu laughed and said, "Young master, Old Hu knows what to do." After saying that, Hu Hanyun said goodbye and left. Li Zishuan was about to leave. Li Gang and the rest were still waiting for him to attend a meeting. If he did not go over, the old man would probably get angry. Hu knew that just as he stood up, he heard footsteps outside the door. Then came Li Er's energetic voice, "Ha! You are trapped in Yunshan, but you can still control the situation. Not bad, not bad." Chapter 1197. Greetings, Your Majesty. Yanhuang Academy, Guanghua Tower. In a small meeting room, Li Zishuan clasped his hands and bowed to Li Er. He had already guessed the purpose of Li Er's visit. It must be for the vegetables in the greenhouse. After all, there was such a big commotion in Chang and city today. As the ruler of the empire, it was impossible for Li Er not to have received any news. "Ah, you have done so many things behind my back. Aren't you going to explain to me?" Li Er walked in with his hands behind his back and sat on the sofa at the head of the table. He crossed his legs and looked at Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan stared blankly at first, then felt a chill run down his spine. From Li Er's tone, why did it feel like a resentful housewife complaining that he had an affair outside? He quickly shook his head to get rid of the messy thoughts in his mind. Li Zishuan went forward and cupped his hands. "Your Majesty, are you talking about the farmers growing vegetables?" Li Er grunted and said unhappily, "If not, what else could it be? You are asking the obvious again." Li Zishuan answered truthfully, "Your Majesty, this method of growing vegetables in winter was something that I came up with by chance. I saw that most of the farmers in my fief lived in poverty, so I imparted this method to them. However, I didn't expect that the farmers would be so tight-lipped and have kept the secret until now." Li Er thought to himself, "You are not the only one who didn't think of it. I didn't think of it either. I have to say the farmers in your fief are quite united. As for growing vegetables in the winter, tell me how you did it." Li Er looked at Li Zishuan and said calmly. Li Zishuan thought for a while and cupped his hands. "Your Majesty, there are 2 vegetable fields on Yunshan Mountain. Why don't you take a look at them personally?" Li Er's eyes lit up. "Oh, that's great. Lead the way then." "Please wait a moment, Your Majesty. I will speak to Mr. Wenji and come immediately. This is where you grow vegetables?" 15 minutes later, Li Zishuan brought Li Er to the large shed in the backyard of his courtyard. Li Er looked at the 2 long sheds in front of him and asked with a frown. Alas, Li Zishuan had never studied biology. Li Zishuan had no choice but to patiently explain, "Your Majesty, the reason why the soup supervisor can grow vegetables in the winter is mainly because of the warm and humid climate near the hot spring, which is suitable for the growth of vegetables. I used this kind of coarse cloth soaked in tung oil to build these two houses in order to maintain the temperature and provide a suitable environment for the growth of vegetables. In this way it is not difficult to grow vegetables in the winter. Li'er nodded in realization and said, "Oh, so that's how it is." More than a month ago, countless people poured into Chang'an City and bought coarse cloth wantonly, causing the price of cloth in Chang'an City to soar. Presumably this was the reason? Li Zishuan was not surprised that Li'er could think of this. He cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty is wise. More than a month ago the people did go to Chang'an City to buy coarse cloth in order to build sheds." It was indeed so. Li'er could not help but secretly rejoice at his own brilliant foresight. After a while he opened his mouth and said, "Let's go. Follow me in to take a look." "Yes, Your Majesty." Li Zishuan did not have any objections. He stepped forward and helped Li'er open the door to the greenhouse. He extended his hand and said, "Your Majesty, please." Li'er nodded his head and walked in. Inside the greenhouse, when Li'er saw the tender green vegetables in the field, the shock on his face could no longer be concealed. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly felt a little thirsty and wanted to pick a cucumber to quench his thirst. But when he walked into the cucumber vine and saw the bare cucumber sprouts, his head was filled with question marks. "Marquis Yong, and did your house get burglarized recently?" When Li Zishuan heard this he was a little confused. But when he followed Li'er's gaze and looked at the cucumber vine, he suddenly understood and hurriedly replied, "Your Majesty, it was not burglarized. It was just that the cucumbers on the seedlings were all plucked yesterday." Then he explained to Li'er in a few words. Yesterday during Yanhuang College's first teacher title evaluation conference, Li Zishuan treated each teacher of the college to a cucumber. Although 1 cucumber per person did not seem like much, there were many teachers in the college. In the blink of an eye 40 to 50 caddies of cucumbers were gone just like that. His greenhouse was only so big. It would be strange if the cucumber vine was not bare. Teacher title evaluation conference? When Li'er heard this, his eyes flashed and he said lightly, "Tell me the results of the evaluation in detail." "Your Majesty, there were a total of 6 people who were evaluated as professors yesterday. They were respectively." As they walked out of the greenhouse, Li Zishuan explained the Academy's teacher title evaluation conference in detail to Li'er. After listening, Li'er nodded his head and said, "Your teacher title evaluation conference was very interesting. You can continue to stay in the college in the future. Just as you said before, I also hope that Yanhuang College can truly become a place where only talents are valued. Only then can the college become a college that benefits the country and the people." Li Zishuan nodded his head and said, "Your Majesty, rest assured. As long as I am here, I will definitely not let the college become a place for flattery. Establishing a heart for the world and establishing a life for the people is the foundation of Yanhuang College's existence." "Ah, I still believe in your words." Li'er laughed lightly and turned around to look at the greenhouse behind him. Then he said thoughtfully, "Marquis Yong, and this method of growing vegetables in winter, can it be promoted to benefit more people?" Different people, in different positions, would naturally think of different problems. As the king of Lantian County, Li Zishuan usually thought of the people in his fief. As for Li'er, as the emperor of the Tang Empire, he naturally thought of the people of the world. Now that the price of vegetables in Chang'an was comparable to gold, Li'er felt that this method could be used to let the people of the Tang Empire live a good life. When that time came, the Tang Empire would be rich and the people would be strong. Li Zishuan frowned and thought for a while. Then he shook his head and said, "Your Majesty, it is not that I am stingy, but even if this method is promoted, it will not benefit all the people in the world. As the saying goes, the rarer something is, the more precious it is. Your Majesty, although the price of vegetables in Chang'an is very expensive now, it is only temporary. As more and more people know how to grow vegetables in winter, the price of vegetables will definitely drop greatly. When that time comes, those farmers who grow vegetables in winter will not only not be able to earn as much money as they do now, but also have the risk of losing money when the weather is very cold." The reason was very simple. The modern people clearly knew that vegetables in the greenhouse in winter were more expensive than in summer. Why didn't they all grow vegetables in the greenhouse? It was only because there were more people and the profits were less. Chapter 1198. Cloud Mountain. After listening to Li Zishuan's analysis, Li'er felt that it made sense. However, it was because it made sense that he felt disappointed. Sigh. What a pity. After a moment of silence, Li'er sighed regretfully. Li Zishuan understood what Li'er was thinking. He was disappointed that the greenhouse vegetables could not benefit all the people in the world. He went forward and cupped his hands. Your Majesty, actually, if you think about it from another angle, there's nothing to be regretful about. In the future, this method of growing vegetables using cloth sheds will definitely be widely spread. When winter comes, ordinary people can also afford to eat fresh vegetables. Doesn't this also mean that the Tang Empire is getting stronger? Furthermore, I only said that the people who start growing vegetables in greenhouses will not be able to earn as much as they do now. However, overall they will still be able to earn. Every winter there will be many empty fields among the people. The people can use them to grow vegetables and more or less subsidize their families, right? Therefore, on the whole, this thing can still be of benefit to many hundreds of people. Li Er thought carefully and realized that this was indeed the case. He could not help but feel happy again. From what you're saying, you still intend to spread this method of growing vegetables in winter in the future? Li Zishuan smiled. Your Majesty, actually, even if I don't say it, this method of growing vegetables will slowly spread out. There's no secret in this world that can be kept forever. Now, his farmers had sold a huge amount of vegetables in Chang and city and caused a huge sensation. Naturally, more and more people would be attracted. It would definitely be more and more difficult to keep a secret in the future. In fact, according to Li Zishuan's intentions, it would be fine as long as his farmers could earn the first huge amount of profit from the birth of the greenhouse vegetables. He could even give the rest of the profits to the farmers of other farms. This was like eating fish. His people only needed to eat the head of the fish and leave the body and tail for others to eat. Ah, you're quite open-minded. Li Er didn't expect Li Zishuan to be so open-minded. When he came, he was still thinking about how to persuade Li Zishuan to hand over the method of growing vegetables in winter. He didn't expect that Li Zishuan had already thought of this without his persuasion. He couldn't help but point at Li Zishuan and sigh. Your Majesty, this subject is deeply indebted to the country, so it is only natural for this subject to do something for the people of the Great Tang. After Li Zishuan expressed his political position, he took the opportunity to say, Your Majesty, I plan to build a dam beside the Ba River in Mei Village to accumulate water from upstream. Please allow it, Your Majesty. Now that the entire Lantian County was his fief, this section of the Ba River was naturally under his control. In principle, there was no need to report to the court about the construction of the dam. He only needed to give Li Er a heads up. Building a dam? Why are you building a dam? Li Er was confused by Li Zishuan's words and couldn't help but ask. Li Zishuan was already prepared. He cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, this subject is building a dam to prepare for a rainy day. Previously, this subject told Your Majesty that in June this year, locusts will appear all over Guangzhou. As the saying goes, a drought and locusts are inseparable. After a drought, there will be locusts. Thus, this subject estimates that this year's drought will also be very serious. This subject wants to build a dam to accumulate water in advance for a rainy day. Li Er frowned. Previously, he had been thinking about how to prevent a plague of locusts but had forgotten that after a drought there would be locusts. After Li Zishuan's reminder, his mood instantly became gloomy again. It's hard for you to be so meticulous. If there really is a drought this year, then I should make preparations in advance. However, will the dam you're building on the Ba River really work? Not to mention other places, just Lantian County alone has millions of mu of fertile land. How much water do you need to accumulate to ensure that all the fields can be watered by a mere Ba River? Hearing this, Li Zishuan furrowed his brows and thought for a moment. He shook his head and said, Your Majesty is right. A single Ba River is indeed unable to solve the drought in all of Lantian County. However, this is the only method I can think of. I can only do it first and talk later. This subject still believes that nothing in the world is difficult. If one has the will, there will definitely be other methods before the drought arrives. Furthermore, other than building a dam to fight a drought, this subject also plans to build something on the dam and use this thing to create something new that the Tang Empire has never seen before. If it succeeds, the impact on the Tang Empire will be unprecedented. Li Er raised his eyebrows in surprise. Something that Li Zishuan was so serious about was definitely not ordinary. He asked, What new thing is it? Li Zishuan smiled mysteriously and said, It's electricity. You are electricity, you are light, you are the only legend. Asterisk cough cough asterisk. For some reason, Li Zishuan suddenly thought of a song from his previous life. Electricity? The surprise on Li Er's face grew. He pondered for a moment and suddenly said, The telegraph machine you built previously, did it use electricity to send messages? Li Zishuan smiled and said, Your Majesty is wise. The telegraph machine needs electricity to work properly. Actually, there is electricity in this world, but that kind of electricity is too powerful and it is difficult for mortals to use it. Li Er was not a stupid person. On the contrary, he was very smart. Hearing Li Zishuan's words, he instantly thought of something and asked, "Are you talking about thunder and lightning?" Li Zishuan nodded and replied, "Your Majesty, it is indeed thunder and lightning. In fact, the electricity that this subject created is the same thing as thunder and lightning. However, compared to thunder and lightning, its power is much weaker. However, it is just right for our daily use. In the future, if we want to popularize the telegraph machine on a large scale, we must have an endless supply of electricity to support it. That is why this subject said that as long as we can create a machine that can generate electricity, it will definitely have an unprecedented impact on our Tang Empire." Li Er's gaze became deep. Now it seemed that the dam on the Ba River must be built. He said decisively, "Since this dam is so important, then build it. And build it immediately. Build it as big as you can. I really want to see what the Tang Empire will look like with electricity." Li Zishuan heard this and was delighted. He rubbed his hands and laughed. "Hee, thank you, Your Majesty." "Your Majesty, the money for the dam, what do you think? This guy wants money?" Cough cough. "I suddenly remembered that there are still important matters in the palace. You should build the dam as soon as possible. I will return to the palace first." Li Er's expression changed. He hurriedly waved his hand at Li Zishuan and then turned to leave without looking back. Seeing this, Li Zishuan was stunned. **Sike. **Sike. You are really a miser. You are so stingy." Li Zishuan only regained his senses after Li Er had walked away. He was dumbfounded. Chapter 1199. Emperor Li Er walked away slowly, leaving Li Zishuan alone in the wind in a mess. Actually, to Li Zishuan, even if the imperial court did not give him the money, he would still build the dam. The reason why he asked Li Er was just to test him. If old Li gave him the money, he would naturally make a killing. If not, he would not lose out either. But in the end, Li Er's stingy way of doing things made him a little stunned. He did not expect old Li to become even stingier now that he was rich. Indeed, the richer the person, the more stingy they were. But he was an exception. He was generous regardless of whether he had money or not. Since old Li did not give him the money, he would pay for it himself. After all, Lantian County was his fief. He would not lose out by building some public facilities for his fief. Not long after Li Er left, Chao Wendong, Lin Wenyuan, Feng Jihua, and the other members of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce all came to look for him. "Marquis, we are here today to ask for fresh vegetables from Marquis's farm." Li Zishuan brought them to the main hall of the Cloud Mountain residence. After taking a seat, Chao Wendong directly stated the purpose of their visit. Obviously, not only did Li Zishuan guess that the fresh vegetables sold by the farmers today came from Li Zishuan, these merchants also more or less guessed that this matter had something to do with Li Zishuan. That was why they came to look for him. Li Zishuan did not deny it. He leaned back in his chair and smiled slightly. "Oh, you are also interested in these fresh vegetables?" Chao Wendong coughed dryly and said embarrassedly, "Cough cough. To be honest, Marquis, we all have restaurants, so we also want to sell some fresh vegetables recently. But Marquis, don't worry. After we buy the vegetables from the farmers, we will not provide them to the restaurants in Chang and city. We will sell them to the restaurants in other states and counties, so it will not affect the business of the Drunken Immortal restaurant." Chao Wendong had been in the business world for so many years, so he had a sense of propriety when he spoke and did things. After hearing what he said, the other people who came with him also nodded in agreement. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, "Ha! Everyone, there's no need to be like this. This Marquis is not that petty. There are over 1 million residents in Chang'an City, and the Drunken Immortal in alone is unable to meet such a huge demand. So even if you have restaurants in Chang'an City, you should sell them. You don't have to worry about forcing the Drunken Immortal in out of business. Speaking of which, this Marquis is very confident in the culinary skills of the chefs in my restaurant." Today, the Drunken Immortal restaurant was just an insignificant property in Li Zishuan's hands. He no longer valued it as much as he did last year. Besides, he wasn't so overbearing as to allow only his family to open a restaurant in Chang'an City. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other and a trace of joy flashed in their eyes. They all stood up and cupped their fists. "Thank you, Marquis, for your understanding." Li Zishuan waved his hand and smiled. "Boss Chow, just now you said that you want to buy fresh vegetables from the farmers. What price do you plan to buy them at?" Compared to other things, this was the question that Li Zishuan was concerned about. Now, in the Tang Empire, there was no other place that could grow vegetables and greenhouses except for his. Although Qing Yaojin and Qin Xiong also grew vegetables, they weren't ripe yet. So he was fully qualified and had the confidence to fight for more benefits for the farmers. Chao Wendong cupped his fists and said, "Marquis, we've discussed and decided to buy the vegetables at the price that the farmers sell them in Chang and City today. This way, not only will they not make less money, but it will also save them a trip. What do you think?" Offering such a price didn't mean that Chao Wendong was crazy or that he didn't want to make money. But they felt that the price that the farmers sold the vegetables in Chang and City today was a little too cheap, and there was still room to raise it. Once they monopolized all the goods in the hands of these 8 villages, it would be even easier to raise the price. It could be seen that some capitalistic monopolies, whether in modern times or ancient times, existed. In this way we can't let you suffer a loss. As for the so-called purchase price, I allow you to fluctuate according to the market demand. Because according to my speculation, the current high price of vegetables won't last long. In another half a month, all the vegetables in the Cheng and Qin families' farms would be ripe. At that time, the price of vegetables in Chang and City would definitely drop. So Li Zishuan added such a rule for Chao Wendong and the others. Otherwise, this group of people would definitely suffer a loss in the end. They were all members of his Chamber of Commerce and could be considered as his own people. He didn't need to cheat them for such a small amount of money. Chao Wendong and the others were delighted. "Thank you very much, Marquis." Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, "In a while, I will send someone to pass down the order. When the time comes, you can go directly to each farmer. They will assist you to buy vegetables or cucumbers from the farmers. But all of this depends on the farmers' willingness. If they want to sell it themselves and don't sell it to you, you can't force them." Of course. Chao Wendong and the others hurriedly responded. Li Zishuan thought for a while and said, "In my opinion, in order to ensure the freshness of the vegetables, you can wake up early every day and come here. Let the farmers who want to sell you vegetables help you pick the vegetables, and then use the carriages to transport them to Chang'an. Now that the official road between here and Chang and City has been paved with cement, a round trip can save a lot of time and ensure the freshness of the vegetables to the greatest extent." Chao Wendong nodded happily and said, "Marquis, idea is indeed a good idea. The freshness of the vegetables is the key. With this cement road, we can quickly transport the freshly picked vegetables to the restaurant and start selling them. In terms of freshness, there is naturally no problem." "That's great." The others also felt that Chao Wendong's words were reasonable and nodded in agreement. After chatting for a while, Chao Wendong and the others finally bid farewell and left. Li Zishuan hurriedly called Pang Feiji and told him that Chao Wendong and the others wanted to buy vegetables before spring. He also sent him to inform the farmers of the 8 big farmers to cooperate with Chao Wenzhong and the others. In fact, this was a good thing for the farmers. Because with Chao Wenzhong and the others in charge of buying the vegetables, not only could they save a few trips, but in terms of price, Chao Wendong and the others were professional businessmen. Their ability to control the price would definitely be better than the farmers. Chapter 1200. The next day, Chao Wendong, Lin Wenyuan, and the other members of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce arrived at Li Zishuan's farmsteads early in the morning. Dozens of carriages were parked at the entrance of each farmstead. The farmers must have received the notice last night. Before dawn, they had already woken up to pick vegetables in their greenhouses. When Chao Wendong's group of carriages arrived, they immediately began to load the vegetables into the carriages. The money each household earned from selling vegetables was recorded in the ledger. In order to save time, Chao Wendong and the rest decided to collect the vegetables first, and then send someone to settle the bill in the afternoon. The farmers also knew that Chao Wendong and the rest were Li Zishuan's men, and were not worried that Chao Wendong and the rest would go back on their word. Every single one of them sent over all the vegetables they had picked in their greenhouses. As early as yesterday afternoon, Chao Wendong and the rest had calculated the total amount of vegetables they had to collect each day. They also informed the village leaders of the 8 farmsteads, and the number of vegetables each farmstead received was up to them to decide. Then, the village leaders of each farmstead would inform the farmers of the amount of vegetables they had to collect according to their village's allocation. Because there weren't any good methods of keeping fresh in this era, vegetables couldn't be kept for a long time. The best way was to pick them up and sell them immediately. Anyway, every kind of vegetable had a relatively long maturity period, so it wouldn't go bad even if it was left in the field. This way they could also achieve a long-term result. Otherwise, if they collected this batch today, they would not be able to collect any more in the future. Even so, Chao Wendong and company's trip had made every household earn more than yesterday. Every household earned at least 20 strings of coins. If all the vegetables in the greenhouses were sold out in the future, the income of the farmers would definitely be more than 100 strings of coins. 100 strings of coins was an astronomical figure to the commoners. It was basically money they would not be able to earn in their entire lives. The farmers of the Han family farmstead, Plum Village, and the other farmsteads had relied on the vegetables in the greenhouses to enter the well-off class, in one fell swoop. At the very least, these farmers who had enjoyed the benefits of the first batch of greenhouses would not have to worry about food and clothing in the future. Look, isn't that old Chow's carriage from Chang'an City? They're collecting vegetables in Plum Village. Wow. So the people of Plum Village really do know how to grow vegetables in winter? Of course. I guess Marquis taught them. They've made a fortune this time. Yesterday, I heard that they were selling vegetables in Chang'an City. Just cucumbers alone cost 600 copper coins per caddy. 600 copper coins per caddy? Then wouldn't each household be able to earn at least 100 strings of coins? At the very least. TSK. It's a pity that our manor was only incorporated into Marquis' fief this year. Otherwise we would definitely be able to make a fortune like them. Yes. What a pity. Why are you guys being so jealous over there? Now that we are all farmers under Marquis following behind Marquis, do we still have to worry about not being able to earn money and eat meat in the future? It was Zhong Lijing from the Yu family manor. He couldn't help but scold these people after hearing their envy. Chao Wendong and the rest naturally couldn't hide the fact that they were collecting vegetables in such a big way. When the farmers from the surrounding villages passed by and saw this scene, they were filled with envy. However, no one was jealous. Now that their farmsteads had become Li Zishuan's fief, although they didn't have the huge profits of the first batch of greenhouse vegetables, as long as Li Zishuan was there, they would definitely be able to live a good life in the future. This wasn't blind confidence in Li Zishuan, but the consensus that everyone in the world had for Li Zishuan. In the world, the person who was the best at creating wealth was definitely Li Zishuan. Uncle Zhong is right. As long as we follow behind Marquis and do whatever Marquis asks us to do, we will definitely not have to worry about food or clothes in the future. Everyone will even have the opportunity to read and write. Yu Dehang also happened to pass by today. He encouraged the villagers around him. Scholar, you said it well. Following behind Marquis will lead a good life. Yes. Following behind Marquis will lead a good life. What Li Zishuan didn't expect was that this group of farmers who had just joined his fief, after seeing the Han family manor and the other farmsteads making a lot of money, not only were they not jealous, but they were even more loyal to him. Head of the household. How much did you sell to date? Liujia Manor, Lu Mang's house. After the large group of people who came to collect vegetables left, Lu Mang's wife quickly came over and asked anxiously. Lu Mang grinned and his expression was full of pride. I just saw Lord Lin's account book. This time we sold 35 strings of coins and 73 copper coins. Lord Lin said that he would bring the money to us in the afternoon and distribute it door to door. So much? Head of the household, did you see wrong? The farmer's wife opened her eyes wide and said in disbelief. In the past, when they were digging for food in the fields, they earned money 1 copper coin at a time. Now it had become 10 strings of coins, 10 strings of coins. This made it hard for her to get used to it. How could it be fake? Lu Mang stared and said. If you don't believe me, wait until Lord Lin sends the copper coins over in the afternoon and you will know. Let me think, how many baskets of coins do we need to fill with 30 strings of coins? Mother of my child, when the time comes, you must prepare a basket to hold the money. The woman responded and then sighed. She said with some regret, I'm sorry. Head of the household, if we knew that these greenhouses were so profitable, we would have made a few more. This time we would definitely be able to earn more. Actually, she wasn't the only one who had this thought. At this moment, who knows how many of the farmers in the 8 farmsteads were secretly beating their chest and stamping their feet. When Li Zishuan told them to make greenhouses, many of them were still worried about whether or not they would lose money. But now, looking back, they suddenly felt how stupid they were at that time. If they had completely believed in Li Zishuan and made a few more greenhouses, then the money they earned this time would definitely be enough to ensure that their entire family would not have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. Go away. Don't be unsatisfied. Think about it. Even if you wanted to make a few more greenhouses, where would we have the extra money to buy cloth? Now that we have earned so much money, we should be satisfied and even more grateful. If it wasn't for Marquis, we probably wouldn't even be able to eat a hot meal right now. Following behind Marquis, we will definitely be able to live a better life in the future. Look at Old Hu from the Han village. Not only is he now the village chief of the Han village, he also made 7 or 8 greenhouses this time. This time he made the most greenhouses out of all the 8 farmsteads. His family will probably be able to earn thousands of strings of coins this time. But who told him to be an old man by Marquis's side? Not only does Marquis believe in him, he also believes in Marquis. Otherwise he wouldn't have made so many greenhouses at once. Chapter 1201. In the afternoon, more than 100 ox-drawn carriages left Yanxing Gate in the east of Chang, and city one after another and went straight to the Han village, Plum village and other big villages in the east. Each ox-drawn carriage was piled with 4 or 5 red wooden chests. As the road was bumpy, the chests swayed and clanked, and the sound of something breaking inside could be heard. This huge convoy naturally attracted countless gazes along the way. Wow! There are so many ox carts. What are they carrying? What else could it be? Must be money. Didn't you hear the clanking sound when the cart shook? Some of the more experienced people had already seen through the contents of the large chest on the ox cart. Money? There are so many carts filled with money. How much money do they add up to? It's at least tens of thousands of strings of cash. Tiske, you have no taste. What tens of thousands of strings of cash? It's at least close to 100,000 strings of cash. 100,000 strings of cash. Someone shouted. The passers-by heard it and could not help but hold their breath. Whose ox cart is this? 100,000 strings of cash. They actually spent so much money. What are they going to do? Hey, it looks like there's more than one family. The Chow family's cart is at the front. Behind them are the Lin families, Feng families, Liao families. I know. They're going to give money to the Plum Village, Han Manor, Lu Manor and Wang Manor's manors. Give money? What money? Don't you know? This morning, Old Master Chow and the rest collected a lot of vegetables from the manors near the Han Manor. Today in Chang'an City, those Old Master's restaurants are all releasing all kinds of vegetables. They must have collected them from the manors. They're probably going to settle the bill for the manors now. Whoa, settle the bill? Do they need so much money to settle the bill? Wow. Doesn't that mean that the farmers of those villages have really struck it rich this time? That's right. It's not just those manors. If you ask me, under Marquis's leadership in Lantian County, every family will have thousands of strings of cash in a few years. Let's not talk about it. A few days ago, there was even a matchmaker who wanted to matchmake for my daughter. The other party was from Lantian County. I have to hurry back and agree to this marriage. If my daughter marries over, she will definitely be able to enjoy life in the future. The commoners could see the bright future of Lantian County from the profits of these 8 villages. In an instant, all the villagers in Lantian County became the object of envy of the commoners around Chang'an. Those who had daughters were all wondering if they knew any young men in Lantian County so that their daughters could marry over. Who knew they might be able to enjoy a good life in the future. After a long stretch of the cement road, the money delivery team finally arrived at the Han family manor, Plum Village and a few other manors. At this time, Chow Wendong and the others couldn't help but admire Li Zishuan's foresight in building the road. With the cement road, their trip back and forth was more than twice as fast. 2 or 3 times. For businessmen, time was money. When the villagers heard the news, they all came to the village entrance to line up and wait. When they saw the servants moving boxes of money down, they were all stunned. For these farmers, it was likely that most of them had never seen so much money in their entire lives. Now, a considerable portion of this money was going to be theirs. This made the farmers feel like they were living in a dream. Han Xiaodong, 45 strings of coins and 300 copper coins. After all the copper coins were moved down from the carriages, under Old Hu's organization, 4 tables were set up at the village entrance. The commoners were divided into 4 groups and began to distribute money from house to house. Hey, coming. Thank you, Old Master Chow. Han Xiaodong eagerly took a step forward and thanked Chow Wendong who was beside him. Then he stood in front of the table, holding a gunny sack and waiting to receive the money. Yes, it was a gunny sack. After all, there were so many copper coins. He couldn't possibly hold it all in his hands. Here. 45 strings of coins and 300 copper coins. Please count it in person. The middle-aged scholar opposite Han Xiaodong said after putting a few dozen strings of money into Han Xiaodong's gunny sack. Yes. Thank you. Han Xiaodong chuckled and lifted the gunny sack to the side and began to count. Speaking of which, with this sum of money, he would be able to renovate his house and get himself a wife. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Next, Niu Dehai, 38 strings of coins and 700 copper coins. Coming. All the way until the sky turned dark, the money from selling vegetables was distributed to all the villagers. The workers who were in charge of counting the money were really counting the money until their hands cramped up. All the villagers had a bountiful harvest and were beaming with joy. As the evening approached, the smell of meat wafted from every house. Although it wasn't a festive season, the villagers still wanted to reward themselves after earning so much money. After experiencing this, the 8 villages under Li Zishuan could be considered to have become rich overnight. For example, Old whose family had 7 or 8 greenhouses. His family's wealth was even greater than many of the rich merchants in Chang'an City. Logically speaking, with their current wealth, most of them could buy a house in Chang'an City. However, no one thought of doing so. In their opinion, being a citizen of Li Zishuan's fief was much better than being a citizen of Chang'an City. Hey, Green Sparrow. Have you heard? These 2 days, the villagers at the foot of the mountain are busy selling vegetables. TSK, shall we go down the mountain tomorrow to buy some cucumbers to eat? In Yanhuang College, Sun Zifan, who had just finished eating in the cafeteria, patted Li Tai's arm and laughed. Li Tai rolled his eyes and said with a sly smile, "Ha, why do we need to go down the mountain to buy some? If I remember correctly, Yamacho should also have cucumbers at home, right? Last time when the academy teachers had a meeting, Yamacho brought 2 baskets of cucumbers. Let's go to his house tomorrow and take 2. Yamacho won't ask us for money, right?" Sun Zifan couldn't help but be very interested when he heard this. He nodded vigorously and said, "Ha, it's settled then. Tomorrow morning we'll go to Yamacho's house." "Little Ku, are you going?" Li Tai was a little excited to find a partner. After all, other people's cucumbers would undoubtedly be more delicious. So he looked at Li Tai and asked. Now that school was about to start, most of the students had come to stay at the academy in advance. Li Ku was among them. He came after the Lantern Festival. "Green Sparrow, is this okay?" Li Ku frowned. He still respected Li Zishuan very much. Li Tai laughed and said, "Hey, what's wrong with this? Yamacho is not a stingy person. Tomorrow we can ask Yamacho how our exam results were last semester." Li Ku was finally convinced. "Okay, let's go together tomorrow." Chapter 1202. The next morning, Li Zishuan had just woken up and was about to have breakfast when Li Tai, Li Ku, Qing Chumo, Sun Zifan, Yuchi Baolin, and Qin Huayu arrived. It turned out that all the students from Dormitory 01 were here, and they even brought Li Ku with them. Why are all of you here so early today? Are you here to scrounge for food?" Li Zishuan was overjoyed and immediately laughed. Speaking of which, the courtyard was only a few steps away from Yanhuang College. In the past, Li Tai, Qing Chumo, and the others often came over to scrounge for food. After so many times, Li Zishuan had gotten used to it. However, it was the first time that so many people had come today. Yamacho, don't make it sound so bad. What's scrounging for food? We're here for something important." Li Tai licked his lips and laughed. "If that's the case, then I won't get anyone to add more bowls and chopsticks for you. Find a place to sit yourselves. If there's anything, wait until I'm done eating." Li Zishuan said casually and then started eating, ignoring the students. Li Tai was speechless and secretly regretted why he had pretended to be good just now. Fine, now he could only watch Li Zishuan eat from the side, right? Speaking of which, they hadn't eaten in the morning. Now that they were standing at the side and watching Li Zishuan eat, it was really a kind of torture. Han Yushi couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh when she saw Li Tai's choked look. She turned to Li Zishuan and said, "Hubby, don't tease Qin Ke and the others. It's so early now. They definitely haven't eaten yet. I'll get someone to add more bowls and chopsticks for them." With that, she got up and went to instruct the servants. Master's wife was still more reliable than Master at critical moments. Li Tai was so touched that he cried. "Thank you, Master's wife." A moment later, "Yes. This cucumber salad tastes really good." "Yes. The stir-fried spinach is pretty good too. Green Sparrow, have a taste. Master's wife's craftsmanship is amazing. Oh, how could these lentils be made so fragrant? What's in there?" Once they were on the table, Li Tai, Qing Chumo, and Sun Zifan, these 3 chatterboxes, couldn't stop talking. After looking around, only Yuchi Baolin was more honest. This child didn't have the time to comment at all. He only focused on stuffing the food on his plate into his mouth. Han Yushi saw that the dishes on the table were about to be eaten up, so she quickly went to the kitchen to cook a few more dishes at the last minute. Only then was she able to let these people eat their fill. Burp. After breakfast, Li Tai lay on the old-fashioned wooden armchair in Li Zixuan's house. He rubbed his stomach contentedly and burped. This was the happiest time of his life because to him, there was nothing happier than just having a full meal. He had already secretly made up his mind to look for a princess consort in the future. Other conditions could be worse, but the other party had to have outstanding culinary skills like Han Yushi. In Li Tai's eyes, Li Zixuan's current state was a proper winner in life. Yamacho, have the final exam results from last year been tabulated? Unlike Li Tai who didn't care about his image, Li Ku still cared about his image very much. Even after eating he sat upright and still. At this moment, seeing that all the plates on the table had been removed, he asked respectfully. Li Zixuan replied, "It's out, but if you want to ask me about the results today, then I think you should wait for another 2 days. After 2 days, all of your results should be posted." In fact, last year's final exam papers had been marked long before the holidays, but everyone's results hadn't been tabulated yet. A few days ago, the teachers of the academy started school first, partly because they wanted to tabulate the students' results in advance. Oh. Li Zixuan nodded somewhat disappointedly. Unlike Li Tai and Sun Zifan who had been learning new mathematics from Li Zixuan at the School of Mathematics since the beginning of last year, he only started learning from Li Zixuan in the second half of last year. He really wanted to know the results of his studies in the past 6 months. After all, he had been crowned with the hat of a master of both literature and martial arts since he was a child. Sometimes, honor was also a kind of pressure that made people worried about their gains and losses. He was in such a state now. Oh. In that case we'll take our leave. Oh, by the way, Yamacho, these 2 days the farmers at the village at the foot of the mountain have been selling cucumbers and vegetables. I heard that you also have a greenhouse that can grow vegetables in the winter. Can we go in and take a look? Li Tai stood up and was about to take his leave when he suddenly seemed to have inadvertently thought of something and added, "Don't worry." Sun Zifan, Li Ku, and the others looked at Li Zixuan nervously. Li Zixuan didn't know about the little fatty's dark thoughts. He nodded casually and said, "Chinke, if you want to take a look, then go ahead. The greenhouse is behind the courtyard. I still have something to do at the academy, so I'll take my leave first." Yes. Take care, Yamacho." When the little fatty heard this, he became even more excited. He couldn't wait for Li Zixuan to leave right away. Li Zixuan looked at Li Tai with a baffled expression. Then he said goodbye to his wife and left the room. He had to go to the academy in the morning to discuss the construction of the dam on the Ba River with Mo Huai. As the head of the Mo family, Mo Huai's achievements in engineering were definitely not below Li Zixuan's. With such a great master in the academy, Li Zixuan naturally had to humbly ask for advice. After Li Zixuan left, Li Tai gave a look and whispered, "What are you waiting for? Go pick the cucumbers." After saying this, he took advantage of the time when Han Yushi and the maidservants of the Li residence went to the kitchen to take the lead and walked towards the greenhouse behind Li Zixuan's courtyard. A moment later. Damn. It turns out that this greenhouse can really grow vegetables in the winter. Yamacho is really too talented to be able to think of this method. After seeing the green vegetables in the greenhouse, Sun Zifan suddenly exclaimed. This was because he had never seen such a scene in the winter before. Li Tai curled his lips. It wasn't like he had never been to the soup kitchen. Vegetables in the winter were not rare to him. What made him feel strange was Li Zixuan's method of growing vegetables in the greenhouse. Quickly pick the cucumbers and leave. Don't let Yamacho catch us by surprise. Li Tai called out and the group immediately walked to the cucumber rack. However, when they got closer they were stunned. Damn. Where are the big cucumbers? Why are there only small cucumbers the size of a thumb left? Cheng Chumo widened his eyes and wailed. The cucumbers in his family's greenhouse were far from fully grown, so he wanted to take a few cucumbers. However, now it seemed that they were destined to return empty-handed. Chapter 1203. Yamacho, the Ba River's riverbed is nearly 1,000 feet long. How can it be easy to cut it in the middle and build a dam? In the meeting room on the first floor of Guanghua Building in Yanhuang College, Mo Zhong looked at a large map on the table and gestured with his hands as he spoke in a deep voice. Other than him, Li Zixuan, Mo Lingwei, Yan Xiaoning, and a follower of the school of Mo called Mo Chue were also in the room. It was said that he was a disciple that Mo Huai had focused on nurturing and was likely to be the next generation of the Mo family. Among the members of the Mo family besides Mo Huai, Mo Lingwei was the most talented. However, Mo Lingwei was a girl and Mo Huai couldn't bear for his daughter to shoulder too much. Therefore, he had never counted Mo Lingwei as one of the candidates for the next generation of the Mo family. Other than Mo Lingwei, the most talented person should be Mo Chue. He was about 25 or 26 years old and already had a family. He taught physics at Yanhuang College. Last semester, before the college opened, all the teachers were tested. In that test, Mo Chue's results were close behind Mo Huai's, which showed how talented he was. It was just that the Mo family had Mo Huai and Mo Lingwei, this pair of amazing father and daughter, which overshadowed his brilliance. Otherwise he would definitely become a figure of the Mo family. At this moment, everyone in the meeting room was staring at a map on the table, frowning and deep in thought. Li Zishuan spoke in an unquestionable tone, "There's nothing impossible in this world. The Ba River is only 1,000 feet wide. It's not impossible to build a dam on the riverbed. What we need to do now is to find a solution, not discuss whether it's feasible or not. This dam must be built this year." Because of the summer drought and also because he wanted to develop the Tang Empire's electricity industry. Li Zishuan added silently in his heart. Moreover, 1,000 feet wide riverbed wasn't very wide for him. It was only 300 meters wide. The modern Three Gorges Dam had a total width of 2,300 meters. Although modern construction machinery was much more advanced than ancient times, Li Zishuan felt that a 300-meter-tall dam could definitely be built with a little thought. Feeling the determination in Li Zishuan's tone, everyone in the room frowned deeply. Those who were familiar with Li Zishuan knew that as long as he decided on something, he would definitely do it. Even 10 bulls could not pull him back. Now it seemed that Li Zishuan was determined to build this dam, so they could only think of a way to complete it. But the width of the riverbed is so big and the current of the Ba River is so fast. If we throw stones down, they will certainly be washed away in a short while. How can we cut the river in half and build a dam? Mo Huai pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Li Zishuan recalled the construction process of a famous dam in his previous life. After a while, he pointed at the blueprint in front of him and gestured while slowly opening his mouth. First, we have to build a diversion canal to split the Ba River's water flow in the middle. Only then can we start the construction of the entire water project. After cutting off the Ba River's water flow, we will divide it from the north to the south. Then we will build a channel in the middle. After the channel is completed, we will fill the two sides with large amounts of stones until there are enough stones to cover the water surface. Then the water in this channel will flow to the other side. Then we will use the same method to build a channel on the other side. In the beginning we will use pine wood to strengthen the foundation of the dam. First we will use vertical pine wood to drive piles on top of the sand and stones. Then we will lay them flat and vertically like building a house. Then we will build a stone dam. Later we will use cement pillars wrapped in steel rods to nail into the riverbed as the foundation of the dam. Once we have the foundation, the next step is to add stones to the dam. In order to build this dam, Li Zishuan was going all out. He took out his trump card, which was reinforced concrete. In ancient times, when building dams, wooden piles and sand were usually used as the main body of the dam. However, the Ba River's riverbed was too wide, and the water flow was relatively rapid. If wooden piles and sand were used, the dam would definitely burst after a long time. So, he could only use the more solid reinforced concrete. Anyway, he had a mine at home, and the production of steel in the workshop was gradually increasing. For the time being, he didn't lack iron. Moreover, if this dam was completed, it would give a huge boost to the industrial foundation of Lantian County. So, even if he had to invest a large amount of capital, Li Zishuan was willing to do it. Cement stone pillars wrapped in steel rods? Mo Huai muttered. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Cement is a hard material. If steel is mixed into it after it is formed, it will definitely be very tough. Moreover, it will be able to withstand the violent impact of the river for many years. It is indeed a good material for building dams. But won't the consumption of steel be too large? The rest of the people also looked at Li Zishuan. Obviously they had also thought of this problem. However, Li Zishuan was still determined. No matter how large the consumption is, we must build this dam. Even if we don't have enough iron, I will think of another way. Mo Huai was speechless. This was the first time he had seen Li Zishuan so stubborn about something. Of course, this also showed how important this dam was. Yamacho, I wonder if the imperial court will provide support for building this dam? Yin Xiaoning suddenly asked. Now that he was a teacher at Yanhuang College, of course, he couldn't directly call Li Zishuan by his name in the academy. He had to follow the others and call Li Zishuan Yamacho. Li Zishuan's mouth twitched and his face darkened. Currently, the imperial court's finances are tight. Although His Majesty wants to support us, he can't take out the extra money to support us building the dam. We have to rely on ourselves for everything. Hearing this, Yin Xiaoning was speechless. Since the imperial court sent a fleet to the south to trade last year, the imperial court's tight finances had been greatly relieved. Others might not know, but how could he not know? Therefore, when Li Zishuan said that the imperial court's finances were tight, he understood what he meant. Old Li was unwilling to pay. Ahem. Don't worry about the money, I will take care of it myself. The most important thing now is to determine the construction plan as soon as possible. Mr. Amo is experienced, so I think Mr. Amo will be in charge this time. Xiaoning, you will assist. What do you think? Li Zishuan coughed and said, I have no problem. Yan Xiaoning loved challenges the most in his life. The construction of the Yanhuang Academy last year was the biggest challenge he had ever faced in his life. Of course, he had also handed in a perfect answer sheet. Now this complicated dam project made him eager to give it a try. Mo Huai pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, I will do my best, but this way I won't have time to take care of the Academy's physics team this semester. I hope Yamacho can let Mo Chue take over my position temporarily. Chapter 1204. In Li Zishuan's plan, Yanhuang College was not just a place to teach or study. The college had the important mission of revitalizing the industrial base of the Great Tang Empire. In the future, Li Zishuan would let some teachers or students from the college take the lead and participate in some major projects. The dam on the Ba River was only the first project Yanhuang College had undertaken. As engineering developed rapidly in the future, the college would have to take the lead in more and more projects. He wanted to make the college similar to the top universities in modern times, forming a perfect closed loop of production, learning, and research. Mr. Amo, in your opinion, how much will it cost to build this dam? In the meeting room, after confirming the candidate to preside over the construction of the dam, Li Zishuan turned to Mo Huai and asked. Mo Huai thought for a moment and shook his head. It's hard to estimate at the moment. But I'm sure that the cost of building this dam will be much higher than building the cement road last year. I'll think about the dam's construction plan and estimate the cost when the time comes. Li Zishuan nodded and said, Then I'll have to trouble you, Mr. Amo. No problem, no problem. Mo Huai waved his hand. Putting aside his identity as a teacher of the college, as the son of the Amo family, he was very passionate about this kind of project. Although the task given by Li Zishuan seemed difficult, it was also a difficult challenge for Mo Huai. He was very willing to accept this challenge. In this aspect he was somewhat similar to Yan Xiaoning. Yamacho, what should I do? Ever since Mo Lingwei came to the meeting room, she hadn't said a word for a long time. At this moment she saw that Li Zishuan had assigned everyone's tasks except for her. She couldn't help but frown and say unhappily. Li Zishuan immediately broke out in a sweat. He did not expect that he had forgotten about this tigress. This woman was so ruthless that he could not afford to offend her. At this moment he thought of a plan and quickly said, Ahem. Ink girl, it's indeed inappropriate for a girl like you to participate in the construction of the dam, but Mo Lingwei hated it when people thought that women were weak. When she heard this, her eyes immediately widened and she was about to explode in anger. Fortunately, she heard the twist at the end of this sentence and her anger subsided. She wanted to hear what Li Zishuan had to say next. When Li Zishuan saw the girl's reaction, he found it funny and continued. However, I still have a very important matter that I want to hand over to the ink girl. Its importance is no less than the dam on the Ba River. Mo Lingwei's eyes lit up, and her expression quickly turned to one of excitement. Yamacho, what kind of mission is it? Looking at her competitive appearance, Li Zishuan felt a little speechless. He thought to himself, why is this like coaxing a child? Last year I made the telegraph machine. Ink girl should already know the general principle behind it. The reason why I want to build this dam this year, other than to store water to prevent drought, is to use this dam to generate electricity. The most important thing is the generator. I have already drawn the blueprint for the generator, but having the blueprint does not mean that it can be built successfully. There are still many technical difficulties. Therefore I am giving this mission to you, ink girl. If you succeed, Tang Dynasty will have a new thing because of you. This thing will also bring about earth-shattering changes to Tang Dynasty. Mo Lingwei was taken aback. From Li Zishuan's words, she could feel the unparalleled importance of this generator. However, she still did not understand what this generator was, so she asked, What is it? Yamacho, what is a generator? What does this generator have to do with the dam? Li Zishuan thought for a moment with his hands behind his back. After a while he said, In this world all things are energy conserved. We can usually obtain energy from food by eating. The energy we obtain is usually used to walk, talk, think, or perform other activities. For example, when I push this chair, I use my own energy to generate kinetic energy for the chair. The energy I use is equal to the kinetic energy generated by the chair and the heat generated by the friction between the chair and the ground. This is the principle of energy conservation. As for the relationship between the dam and the generator, I built the dam mainly to raise the distance between the river and the riverbed to create a potential difference. When the river flows from a high place to a low place, the kinetic energy of the river will cause the generator to move. The generator will then convert this kinetic energy into electricity, and we will be able to obtain the electricity we need. Conservation of all things energy? Before Mo Lingwei could say anything, Mo Huai could not help but exclaim. Back then, the Mo family's divine ancestor also said that all things in the world are born from something, and something is born from nothing. However, something cannot be created from nothing. Could this be what you mean, Yamachos? Although Li Zixuan had previously said that he was not the reincarnation of the Mo family's divine ancestor, Mo Huai could not help but think so sometimes. After all, Li Zixuan's knowledge was too advanced. Li Zixuan said in surprise, I didn't expect the Mo family's divine ancestor to have such knowledge back then. This junior is really impressed. Mo Lingwei said proudly, Humph. Of course. There is nothing the divine ancestor doesn't know. However, Yamacho, you have to give me the blueprint as soon as possible. I will take it back and study it carefully. Li Zixuan nodded and said, Okay. I will get someone to send the blueprint to Ink Girl in the afternoon. I hope you can understand it as soon as possible. In fact, he was laughing in his heart. This generator was not like an astronomical telescope. Its internal structure was very complicated. Although the Mo family was good at engineering, they definitely did not know anything about electricity. He hoped that when Mo Lingwei saw the blueprint, she would not come looking for him with a big head. Yes. Mo Lingwei did not know about Li Zixuan's sinister intentions. She nodded happily and replied, It will take a long time to complete the dam. During this time, I suggest that Ink Girls study the Academy's physics textbooks for the first and second semester. It will be very helpful for you to build the generator. Li Zixuan thought about it and gave Mo Lingwei a suggestion out of goodwill. This was because the Academy's second volume of physics textbooks had already started to explain electricity. If Mo Lingwei studied it carefully, she would encounter much less resistance when building the generator. Then I will ask my father for 2 textbooks. Chapter 1205. In the afternoon, Iron Egg left the academy and planned to go to the Lin family to continue teaching Lin Hao new mathematics. However, Li Tai found out and insisted on going with him. During this period of time after the New Year, other than the Lunar New Year's Eve and the Lantern Festival, Iron Egg would go to the Lin family every day to help Lin Hao with his mathematics problems. After all, he had received such a generous salary from the Lin family. If he were to slack off every day, he would feel guilty. On New Year's Eve, Lin Hao and his father, Lin Wenyuan, went to Yunshan together. It was then that Li Tai found out that Iron Egg had become someone else's mathematics teacher. He felt that the position of a teacher was quite new to him. After all, he had never been anyone's teacher since he was young. Today, when he saw that Iron Egg was going to the Lin family to teach, he excitedly wanted to go with him. When they arrived at the entrance of the Lin family, Li Tai looked at the luxurious entrance of the Lin family. He turned to Iron Egg and asked, Tai Dan, you were the teacher of this kid from the Lin family last year? Iron Egg nodded and replied, Yes, that's right. Although the young master of the Lin family is a loner, he has a good heart and is a very interesting person. When Li Tai heard this, he couldn't help but be interested in Lin Hao, whom he had never met before. He smiled and said, Oh? After hearing what Iron Egg said, I really want to meet this Lin Hao. Iron Egg thought to himself. Li Tai was a little fatty before the military training, and now Lin Hao was also a little fatty. Could it be that fat people would appreciate each other? If Li Tai knew what Bruiser was thinking, he would definitely spit out a mouthful of blood. He hated it the most when people called him fat. Lin Wenyuan had told the servants in the mansion that Iron Egg's power in the mansion was second only to him. No matter what Iron Egg wanted to do, the servants were not allowed to stop him. If Iron Egg wanted to enter the mansion, he naturally did not need to report anything. Hence, the two of them casually entered the Lin clan's main gate and walked towards the backyard where Lin Hao was. 2 against 2. This young master only has 1 card left. Huh? Young master, you won again? Quick. Pay up. Let me do the math for you. There are a total of 2 bombs. I've doubled the bet before. Our base bet is 1 copper coin, so in total, it's 16 copper coins. Yes. Each of you has to pay me 16 copper coins. As soon as they entered the backyard, Iron Egg and Li Tai heard a noise coming from the wing room. Li Tai glanced at Iron Egg suspiciously. Iron Egg hurriedly said with some embarrassment. A few days ago, I accidentally mentioned the bandit fight of the academy in front of the young master of the Lin clan. He thought it was very interesting, so he begged me to tell him the rules. Later, he found a craftsman to make a deck of cards. I guess he's playing it now. Oh, I didn't expect that the bandit fight of the academy would spread here. By the way, will the bandit fight be popular in Chang, and in a few days? Li Tai thought it was interesting, so he could not help but smile slightly. Maybe. Iron Egg shook his head and walked towards the wing room in the backyard. Han Xiao is here. When they came to the door of the wing room, a little maid guarding outside the door hurriedly saluted. But instead of saying that she was saluting, it was better to say that she was reporting to Lin Hao in the room. Sure enough, the wing room that was full of laughter immediately quieted down, accompanied by a rustling sound. After a while, Lin Hao's voice came from inside. Ah? Han Xiao is here. Come in. Come in. Iron Egg and Li Tai looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. Then they pushed the door and entered. They saw Lin Hao sitting at the desk with a book in his hand, as if he had been doing his homework just now. At this moment, when he saw Iron Egg coming in, he hurriedly got up and saluted. Greetings, sir. This is... He noticed Li Tai beside Iron Egg. Young Master Lin, this is my classmate at the academy and also my best friend. His name is Qin Ke. His attainments in mathematics are even better than mine. In every exam of the academy he is always at the top. Today he had nothing to do on Yunshan Mountain, so he wanted to come over and have a look. On the way here, Li Tai had told Iron Egg not to reveal his identity as the Prince of Wei to Lin Hao, so Iron Egg said this. Mr. Han, your friend is so amazing? Lin Hao exclaimed, then he cupped his hands towards Li Tai and said, Brother, you are amazing. You can still stand out in Yanhuang College where talents gather. I admire you, I admire you. Flattery was the only thing that could not be ignored. It was reasonable to say that Li Tai had received a lot of compliments from others, but those who had complimented him in the past were mostly his subordinates, and there were only a few types of compliments. After listening to them for a while, it became meaningless. Now that he heard Lin Hao's heartfelt compliments, he felt a burst of pride in his heart and laughed. Ha! That was just luck, just luck. Young Master Lin also plays bandit fighting? After saying this, Li Tai walked to the table and seemed to have inadvertently found the wooden sign hidden under the book. He said with a face of surprise. This? Lin Hao stole a glance at Iron Egg and his face was full of embarrassment. After thinking about it, he quickly said, Ahem. Sometimes when I'm too tired from reading, I occasionally play a few rounds. Excuse me, excuse me. Ah, understood. Understood. Coincidentally, I also like to play bandit fighting. Young Master Lin, why don't the three of us play a few rounds? Li Tai laughed and said. Okay, not good. I still want to learn mathematics from Mr. Han. Lin Hao subconsciously agreed but quickly changed his words. Li Tai gave Iron Egg a look and Iron Egg could only helplessly say, learning should be balanced between work and rest. Proper relaxation will make learning twice the result with half the effort. Since Qin Ke wants to play cards, why don't young Master Lin sit down and play a few rounds? When Lin Hao heard this he was a little confused. After a while he reacted and quickly said, Okay. Then let's play 2 rounds. But after a quarter of an hour, Li Tai's mood was not so good, because he found that Lin Hao was really too deceitful. For example, Iron Egg, I'm a bandit. Lin Hao, without thinking, super double. Well, seeing that his teammate was so awesome, Li Tai thought that Lin Hao's cards were very good, so he also shouted, super double. But the result? In the end, Iron Egg only used half a cup of tea's time to throw out all the cards in his hand. The 2 peasants were beaten to the point that they could not fight back. The previous super double naturally became a super double. But it was not like this every time. When he did not believe in Lin Hao and did not super double, they won. It was like a game of hide and seek and Li Tai was going crazy. Damn. Lin Hao, your cards are so bad, how can you super double? Finally, after another super double, Li Tai finally exploded. Chapter 1206. In the backyard of the Lin mansion. Hearing Li Tai's angry roar, Lin Hao couldn't help but shrink his neck, but he still said matter-of-factly, Qin Ke, didn't you realize that when you shout, super double, it brings you several times more happiness? Li Tai suddenly choked. He opened his mouth but no words came out. He thought to himself, damn, this kid seems to make a lot of sense. Every time I shout, super double, I feel a little excited. Did I hit the nail on the head? Qin Ke, come, let's continue. Lose a few more coins but you can get several times more happiness. Why not? Seeing Li Tai's expression, Lin Hao felt that he had finally met someone who was like-minded with him and he immediately laughed proudly. Li Tai was speechless but he didn't know how to refute at the moment. Under Lin Hao's warm invitation, he quickly rejoined the battle. Robber. Super double. Super double. In the following period of time, the room was filled with roars and cheers. Li Tai and Lin Hao became more and more excited as they played, but Iron Egg became more and more frightened as he played. The two people opposite him were beasts of burden. They kept super double, which made him a little scared every time he called out robber. Although his family was relatively wealthy now, he was used to living in poverty so he often spent money carefully. With Li Tai and Lin Hao's super double, he would feel a little pain every time he lost. That was all money. But fortunately his luck was not bad, or it could be said that Li Tai and Lin Hao's purpose of playing cards was not to win money, but to get several times more happiness. After half an hour of playing cards, Iron Egg actually won more than 2 rounds. One must know that their starting bet was only 1 coin. Ah, awesome, awesome. An hour later Li Tai, who had lost the money, had a happy look on his face. He stood up and patted Lin Hao on the shoulder. He laughed loudly and said, "Lin Hao, you're really interesting. If you can get into Yanhuang College this year, I'll take care of you in the future. I guarantee that no one will dare to bully you in the academy." Little Fatty's tone and actions were just like a modern youth. Iron Egg, who was sitting next to him, was speechless when he saw this scene. His initial idea was right. Sure enough, Fatty and Fatty really appreciated each other. In just a few rounds of card games, these two people who had never met before had become like old friends who had known each other for many years. And then I'll thank you in advance. Being patted on the shoulder, Lin Hao was not angry, perhaps it had something to do with Li Tai's aura. He smiled and cupped his hands. "Chinke, when you come to Chang'an City in the future, I'll take you to eat the best food and drink the best wine." Iron Egg's mouth twitched. He thought to himself that this student of his had no idea that Li Tai, who was standing next to him, was also a super rich person. His net worth was even more than his father Lin Wenyuan. "Ah, well said, well said. Little Hao, I recognize you as my brother. Later I'll ask Iron Egg to give you my mathematics notes from last year. I still have some of the mathematics questions from last year. Do your best. I'll be waiting for you at Yanhuang College." After a few rounds of card games, these two little fatties had become brothers. Their relationship could not be better. Li Tai even gave away his study notes. In the blink of an eye, it was the 25th of the first lunar month. The cold winter was coming to an end. Everything was beginning to recover. Some of the trees on the roadside and in the forest had sprouted little buds. Last winter there was not a single snowfall in Chang'an City. Many old farmers were worried sick. Spring returned to the earth and the sun rose from the east. Today was the first day of classes at Yanhuang College. For most students they had an extraordinary winter break. They also had an extraordinary New Year's Eve and Lantern Festival. Perhaps this winter break, Spring Festival and Lantern Festival would become memories that they would cherish for the rest of their lives. Early in the morning, before dawn, a huge honor roll made of red cloth appeared in front of Yanhuang College's Guanghua building. When the students got up and went to the cafeteria for breakfast and returned to Guanghua building to prepare for class, they immediately noticed the huge red cloth. Since they had experienced the entrance exam last year, they immediately understood what it was and hurried to take a look. The news of the final results ranking was outspread throughout the entire college in a very short time. "Wow, the results are out. Let's go take a look. I hope they're in the top 50. Damn, look who's in first place. Jia Jiayin is in first place in the entire college with 485 points. Oh my god. His total score is only 500 points. That means he only got 15 points deducted. Isn't that too amazing? Look at the second place. Damn. The second place is actually Li Ku, 480 points. The third place is Li Tai, 478 points. How did Li Tai become the third place? The fourth place is Li Yan, 477 points. The fifth place is Di Jishuan, 475 points. Did you guys notice? This time, the students from Class 1 didn't do as well as Class 2. Finally, someone discovered a clue about the ranking. During the entrance exam last year, the students of Class 1 had an absolute advantage and suppressed the entire academy. Among the top 3 students, 2 of them were from Class 1. Among the top 5, 3 of them were from Class 1. Among the top 10, 7 of them were from Class 1. The tyrannical strength of Class 1 made the other classes of the academy feel a sense of despair. But now, among the top 5 students, only one was from Class 1, while the other 4 were from Class 2. This time, Class 1, which was under Li Zixuan's direct command, was completely crushed by Class 2. Hey, it's true. In the past, the top 5 in the college were mostly from Class 1, but now there's only one left. This is going to be a good show. Wasn't there going to be a good show to watch? The students from Class 1 who were at the top of the honor roll were all gnashing their teeth. As the saying goes, an army of indignant soldiers is bound to win. If these students were to really go all out and study hard, the students from Class 2 might not be able to handle them next time. Hey, if you ask me, since the second class can defeat the first class, then why can't the third class pull the second class down? Class 3 work harder this semester. Let's pull Class 2 down. Okay, pull them down. Class 4, did you hear that? We have to work harder too. We can't fall behind. Class 2's counterattack not only made the other classes realize that Class 1 students were not invincible, but it also made them realize that everyone could be defeated. Since Class 2 could pull Class 1 down, why can't we pull you down as well? Chapter 1207. Hey, take a look. There's something written below the honor roll. What is it? Congratulations to Yen Silu, Ma Zhou, Mo Huai, Wang Ji, Su Hongji, and Xiao Dian for becoming professors of Yanhuang College. Wow, that's great. Mr. Wang has been promoted to professor. I love listening to his lectures. I love listening to Mr. Ma's lectures. The students who liked the 6 professors cheered when they heard that the college had added 6 more professors. Little Ko, you're amazing this time. Outside the crowd, Li Tai patted Li Ku's shoulder and smiled. However, only he himself knew how much of a forced smile there was on his face. Li Tai had always been an arrogant person and a person who refused to admit defeat. Calculating the time, he came into contact with the new mathematics nearly 2 to 3 months earlier than Li Ku, but in the end, Li Ku actually surpassed him. This made him very unhappy. If it was in the past, then perhaps he would have started to mock and ridicule this good brother of his. But after living in the academy for so long, his arrogant and proud character from the past had been restrained greatly. He'd gotten used to the harmonious life of brothers and the love of fellow students. Chinke, I was just lucky this time. If you were serious, no one in the entire college would be able to beat you. Li Ku looked into Li Tai's eyes and said seriously. These words were to comfort Li Tai, but it was the truth. In the current situation of the college, Li Tai was the strongest. Hearing Li Ku's words, Li Tai felt a little better in his heart. He thought for a moment and said with a serious expression, "Winner takes all. A loss is a loss, but next time I will definitely not lose again." After saying that, the little fatty raised his head and walked past Li Ku valiantly and proudly toward Guanghua Building. Li Ku looked at Li Tai's back and thought to himself, "Chinke, I won't let you win so easily. Yamacho, what do you think of the exam results this time?" In the office, Yen Silu stroked his beard and asked Li Zixuan. A few days ago when the test results were announced, he was also shocked. He didn't expect that Class 1, who had been studying with Li Zixuan for the longest, would actually fall at the hands of Class 2. It really shocked him to the point that his jaw dropped. Li Zixuan smiled faintly. He didn't seem to be annoyed. "Ah, so what? It was just an exam, not a life and death battle. No one's life was smooth sailing. This small setback was a good thing for the children in Class 1, and it was also a good thing for the students in Class 2. Because this allowed them to realize that although Class 1 was strong, it wasn't invincible. As long as they worked hard and were willing to fight, anyone could sit on the throne of first place. As for me, the more competitive the students are, the happier I am. Because only in this way will the academy grow stronger and stronger." To be honest, although the results this time were out of Li Zixuan's expectations, he didn't care much about it. In his previous life, from elementary school to junior high school, university, and graduate school, he had gone through countless exams. He had also failed, and been discouraged. But in the end, these failures, hesitation, and discouragement were all turned into stepping stones on the road to success. There was no smooth sailing in life. This was the principle he wanted to teach his students. Yamacho is far-sighted and open-minded. I admire you. After listening to Li Zixuan's words, Yen Silu couldn't help but clap his hands and laugh. "Ah, Mr. Yen, you flatter me." Li Zixuan smiled. When he was about to leave, he said, "Oh, Mr. Yen, when the class ends later, remember to inform the students to gather at the sports field. There will be a commendation ceremony this afternoon." An exam was actually like a war. After the end, there would naturally be corresponding rewards for the victorious side. Yen Silu's eyes flashed. He cupped his hands and laughed. Okay, Yamacho. Li Zishuan nodded and left. Sigh. Our Class 1's glory is gone. In the classroom of Class 1 during the break, the students' faces were no longer as cheerful as they usually were. Everyone's face was full of seriousness. All along, because they were trained by Li Zishuan, they felt that their class must be the best in the whole academy. But now, the students of Class 2 had completely shattered their dreams and sent them into the cold reality. There's no other way. Jia Jian from Class 2 is too good. Last year's exam was rushed, but he only lost 15 points. Zheng Ziren couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Meng Wenhao, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. There's nothing to be proud of. Although Jia Jian from Class 2 did very well this time, he's not invincible. We beat them in the past. If we work hard in the future, we can beat them again. Li Tai slapped the table and stood up. He agreed loudly. Wenhao is right. I think the reason why Class 2 could do better than us in the last exam was that they were better than us in the ability to take the exam in a short time. In the future exams, as long as there are no urgent matters, there won't be a hasty exam like last time. In this way, their advantage will no longer exist, and our chances of winning will be greater. So I think we don't need to be discouraged. Just do what you should do. Just a failure. Our foundation is better than theirs, and there will be more opportunities in the future. As the gang leader of Class 1, Li Tai felt that he had to say something to boost the morale. Otherwise, with such a depressing atmosphere, everyone would be finished. In fact, to some extent, his analysis was not without reason. Last year, in order to let the students participate in the warm winter operation, Li Zishuan brought forward the final exam at the last minute, which caught everyone off guard. The failure of Class 1 this time had a lot to do with insufficient preparation. Yes, we still have opportunities in the future. It's not like we don't have any chances. At most, we'll just beat them up in the monthly exam. Sun Zifen roared. This guy's voice was so loud. Yes, beat them up. Beat them up. The rest of the students followed suit and roared. As a result, during what was supposed to be an ordinary break between classes, a series of orderly roars came from Class 1's classroom. The teachers and students outside all cast strange gazes in their direction. Ah, not bad, these kids didn't let me down. Hearing the voices here, Li Zishuan, who was in the corridor, smiled with relief and then whispered to himself softly. Chapter 1208. Afternoon. The warm sun shone on the earth, but no one could feel the slightest bit of warmth. No one knew who cut the thin leaves, but the spring breeze in February was like scissors. If the spring breeze in February was like this, what about the spring breeze at the end of January? When it scraped against the face, it was still like a knife cutting. On the sports field of Yanhuang College, more than 600 students from 16 classes stood neatly on the grass, waiting for Li Zishuan to speak. The students didn't have to wait for long. At 3 in the afternoon, Li Zishuan, dressed as a scholar, walked up to the rostrum with steady steps. When the students below saw Li Zishuan on the stage, they couldn't help but stand up straighter. Clearly, after spending the entire winter break together, Li Zishuan's reputation among the students had become even more resounding. At the beginning of the new year, first of all, in the name of the Yamacho of Yanhuang College, I wish all the students and teachers of the college a happy new year. Every time he saw these youthful faces, Li Zishuan felt that what he was doing was so meaningful. He was changing a group of young people and in turn changing the entire Tang dynasty. In a few years, these children were bound to spread the seeds of engineering across every inch of Tang dynasty. Clap, clap, clap. The students and teachers below the stage couldn't help but applaud. Li Zishuan pressed his hands down. When silence was restored, he spoke again. Last year was the first year of Yanhuang College's establishment. You are the first batch of students of the college and you are also very outstanding students. In last year's final exam, out of 500 points, 402 students scored 400 points and above, and 95 students scored 450 points and above. I am very satisfied and gratified that you were able to achieve such results in such a rushed preparation. Especially those students who ranked in the top 10 of the grade. You are very outstanding, but please don't be arrogant, because that is only your past glory. The road ahead is still very long. For those students who did not perform well, don't be discouraged. No matter how good the road is, there will be times when it isn't smooth. No matter how smooth life is, there will be moments when it isn't as you wish. You must firmly believe that you can face difficulties head-on. You must establish the belief that you will win. Setbacks and hardships were only stepping stones for the strong. For capable people they were wealth. For the weak they were a bottomless abyss. Whether you are strong, capable, or weak, it all depends on your own choice. But as your Yamacho, I hope that all of you will be strong. Are you willing to become experts? Li Zishuan's voice was very low, and his voice was also very moving. Although there were no flowery words in his words, nor were there any heroic words when he said it, all the students in the audience, whether they were previously complacent or dejected, now had solemn and resolute expressions, as if they had been given a new lease of life. This was especially true for those students who did not do well in their exams. At this moment, their eyes were filled with fighting spirit. They could not wait to go into battle and take another exam. Yes. As soon as Li Zishuan finished speaking, a tsunami of cheers erupted from the crowd. Li Gang and the others looked at each other and sighed in relief. This was because in the morning, they were still thinking about how to cheer up those students who did not do well. Now, after Li Zishuan's speech, the students were revived. There was no need for them to worry about anything. Li Zishuan smiled slightly and said with satisfaction, "Good. Next, I will personally give out awards and scholarships to the top 10 students of last year's final exam." Scholarships? What scholarships? Most of the students knew about awards because they had worked at the Warm Tang Foundation last year. Every time a citizen donated a sum of money, they would be presented with a certificate. The students guessed that an award should be similar to a certificate, but this was the first time they had heard of something new. Li Zishuan smiled and explained, as the name suggests, these scholarships are specially set up for students with excellent academic performance. From today onwards, the top 10 students of each semester's final exam will receive the Yamacho Scholarship. The first place will receive 500 strings of cash, the second place will receive 400 strings of cash, the third place will receive 300 strings of cash, and the 4th to 10th place will receive 100 strings of cash each. The Yamacho Scholarship will be funded by me personally, and it will be evaluated every semester. I hope that everyone will continue to work hard and win this scholarship. Wow. Knowledge could change one's fate. This was what it meant to change one's fate. Just by passing an exam, they could receive 100 strings of cash and completely change the fate of a poor family. This was even faster than the imperial examination. Sure enough, as soon as Li Zishuan finished speaking, the audience immediately went into an uproar. Although there were corresponding rewards for the previous monthly exams, they were given out in the form of footballs and copper coins, so the audience did not feel much about it. However, this time, Li Zishuan directly and crudely used copper coins as the prizes. The shock it gave was on a completely different level. Quiet, quiet. Next, the students whose names are called, please come up in order. Li Zishuan suppressed the noise of discussion and read, last year's final exams: first place, Jia Jian. Second place, Li Ku. Third place, Li Tai. After the names of the top 10 students were read out, Jia Jian and the others hurriedly went up to the rostrum and stood in order. Li Zishuan started from the first place and gave out the certificates. Speaking of which, although this certificate was similar to the charity certificate issued by the Nuan Tang Foundation, the production was much better than the charity certificate. The words Certificate of Honor were embossed in gold on the cover, and there was also Li Zishuan's personal signature and personal seal. It was not only classy, but it was also a great symbol of honor. The moment they received the certificates, Jia Jian, Li Ku, and Li Tai were all shocked. Obviously, they did not expect Li Zishuan to make such a beautiful certificate. If they had also transmigrated from the modern world, they would have only said the words high-end, classy, and classy at this moment. Your scholarships will be collected from Mr. Yen later with the certificates. If anyone wants to send the money home, the academy can also send someone to escort them. After giving out the certificates, Li Zishuan said again. After all, a few hundred strings of cash could be considered a huge sum of money. If there was no escort, it could easily attract the attention of bandits. Thank you, Yamacho. Other than Li Tai and Li Ku, the two second-generation rich people who treated money like dirt, the rest of the students bowed to Li Zishuan and thanked him sincerely. Okay. You can all go down first. Next, we will officially award the 6 new professors for Yanhuang College. Chapter 1209. After the commendation ceremony and the appointment ceremony of the 6 professors, Li Zishuan let the students go back to the classroom to start the New Year's course. The course this semester was not easy. In addition to cultural courses, Li Zishuan also planned to let the students do some other projects. Yamacho, the king of Jiangxia, is waiting outside the college with the envoy brother Shan Bei. After the students and teachers on the playground dispersed, Li Zishuan was about to go to his office when Mo Zhong came to report. The king of Jiangxia? The envoy? Li Zixuan frowned and muttered to himself. Then he seemed to think of something. At the end of last year, the stronghold of the Cui family in Chang, and was destroyed overnight because of Li Zixuan's incitement of public anger. Cui Shanfu, the former minister of Honglu Temple, who was on duty in the shipping department of Guangdong, was also affected. Because the cavalry department found out that when the envoys of the Nanyang countries came to the court, the prime minister of the Jega dynasty had colluded with Cui Shanfu. Li Er was furious when he heard the news. He directly dismissed Cui Shanfu from all his official positions and put him in prison. Therefore, the vacant position of minister of Honglu Temple was given to Li Daozong, the king of Jiangxia. That was why there was a strange combination of Li Daozong and the envoy brother Shanbei. What is the envoy doing here? Li Zixuan walked toward the gate of the college and asked Mo Zhong. Yamacho, the king of Jiangxia, said that the envoy wants to visit the college and has asked for a decree from his majesty. Mo Zhong saluted with his fists and replied, "Visit the college?" Li Zixuan heard this and his eyes turned cold. He did not have a good impression of the Wa people, either in his previous life or in this life. Yanhuang College was the most precious treasure left by Li Zixuan to the Tang Empire. Of course, he was unhappy that the Wa people wanted to visit it. Besides the king of Jiangxia, who else came with him? Li Zixuan asked again. Let's return to Yamacho. Chancellor Kong of the Imperial College is also here. It said that the envoy visited the Imperial College first and then came to Yanhuang College. Let's meet this guy today. Li Zixuan thought to himself. Haha. Marquis Yong, and you finally came out. This prince didn't delay your teaching, did he? When they arrived at the entrance of the academy, Li Daozong was the first to greet them. Greetings, Marquis Yong An. Seeing Li Zixuan coming over, the big brother king on the mountain back cupped his hands and bowed to Li Zixuan. Perhaps it was because he wasn't familiar with it, but his actions were rather comical. Li Zixuan just nodded, then he looked at Li Daozong and smiled. Your Highness is too polite. Please come in. Li Daozong smiled. He glanced at the luxurious high-rise buildings in Yanhuang College and sighed. Speaking of which, this is the first time this prince has visited Yanhuang College so closely, right? Marquis Yong, and you have to tell this prince about it later. Li Zixuan nodded, of course. Seeing that Li Zixuan seemed to be in a good mood, the big brother king on the mountain back interrupted. This is also the first time I've seen such a spectacular academy. I hope Marquis Yong, and can let me in to have a good look. Li Zixuan secretly rolled his eyes and said lightly, You have His Majesty's decree, so of course you can go in to have a look. But let me say this first. There are some places you can go in the academy, but there are some places you can't go even if you have an imperial decree. Otherwise you will be killed without mercy. Hearing Li Zixuan's unfriendly tone, the warriors who came with the big brother king on the mountain back changed their expressions. They couldn't help but touch the swords at their waists. Li Zixuan narrowed his eyes and looked at them coldly. Suddenly the warriors' backs were covered in cold sweat. At that moment they felt as if they were being targeted by a cheetah. They couldn't run even if they wanted to. Stop. Although the big brother king on the mountain back's face changed a few times, he still had a trace of rationality in his mind. He pressed his hands together and quickly cupped his hands to Li Zixuan. Marquis Yong, and is right. I will definitely not go to the places I shouldn't go in later. In the depths of Li Zixuan's eyes, a trace of undetectable cold light flashed. This big brother king on the mountain back was flexible and smart. He had heard that he was now the heir of the Wen nation without any suspense. This made Li Zixuan feel that it was a little tricky. He wasn't afraid of those who liked to jump and court death on purpose. He was afraid of this kind of person who could endure silently and make you unable to find any weakness to attack. Once this kind of person became strong, he would definitely strike back without mercy. That better be the case. Li Zixuan snorted mercilessly, turned around and walked inside with Li Daozong. Kong Yingda, who was behind them, frowned. Although all the officials of the Tang Empire didn't have a good impression of the Wen nation's envoy because of the imperial court's fleet being ambushed in Wen nation last year, Kong Yingda thought that since Wen nation was willing to hand over the head of the bandits and send their heir to apologize with such generous compensation, as a citizen of the Celestial Empire, they should forgive Wen nation. However, Li Zixuan's actions now showed that he didn't take the Wen nation's envoy seriously at all. This made Kong Yingda feel that Li Zixuan had lost the dignity and grace of the Celestial Empire. However, although he thought so, Kong Yingda didn't say it out loud because he knew Li Zixuan's nature. Even if he said it out loud, Li Zixuan wouldn't change his mind. Li Zixuan first took the group to visit the Guanghua building of Yanhuang College. The bold architectural style, the hard and flat cement walls, the cement floor and the smooth and transparent glass windows shocked the Wen people, Li Daozong and Kongingda. The Celestial Palace. The Celestial Palace. This college is magnificent just like the Celestial Palace. Even if the Wen had the power of the whole country, they wouldn't be able to build such a college. The eldest brother on the mountain back stared blankly at the Guanghua building for a long time before he came back to his senses and murmured, "Marquis Yong, and may I ask what material the road and walls are made of? Why are they as smooth as a mirror and as hard as a rock?" As the group continued to walk forward, the eldest brother on the mountain back asked again. Li Zishuan squinted at him and said, "I'm sorry, I can't tell you. This is a secret of the Tang Empire. Anyone who divulges it will be investigated and killed without mercy." Marquis Yong, and no matter how good-tempered the eldest brother on the mountain back was, he couldn't help but feel a little angry at this moment. However, the situation was beyond his control, and he knew that there was a big gap between the Tang Empire and the Wen Nation. Even if he was angry, he couldn't do anything about it. Chapter 12:10. Marquis Yong, and may I go in and listen to the lectures of Yanhuang College's teachers? In front of Guanghua Tower, the mountain back's big brother king was still unwilling to give up. Li Zishuan did not even think about it and directly refused. "No. Guanghua Tower is an important place for learning. Outsiders are not allowed to enter so as to not affect the students' studies. I'm just going to take a look from outside the building and not make a sound. How can I affect the students' studies?" Li Zishuan did not want to give in and rejected him again. "That won't do either. The courses taught in the academy are also classified secrets of the Tang Empire. Outsiders are not allowed to look at them." What a joke. How could the Japanese see or hear the advanced mathematics, physics, and chemistry courses in the academy? Li Zishuan would not even allow them to look from outside the building. This was his academy. It was also his work. Huff huff. The mountain back's big brother king took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. Otherwise, he felt that he would not be able to hold it in. "I heard that there's a magical thing called an astronomical telescope in this building. May I know if Marquis Yong and can show it to me?" After suppressing the anger in his chest, the mountain back's big brother king requested again. "What astronomical telescope? You must have heard wrongly, right? The academy has never had such a thing." Li Zishuan's expression changed slightly as he replied. He thought to himself, looks like this mountain back's big brother king did his homework before coming here. He even knows about the astronomical telescope. But so what if he knows? He was determined not to see it anyway. This was an absolute military secret of the Tang Empire. "Marquis Yong." The mountain back's big brother king's expression was very ugly at this moment. He pulled out an imperial edict from his sleeve and said, "The emperor of the Tang Empire has already allowed me to visit the academy, but you have repeatedly stopped me. Are you not going to listen to the words of the emperor of the Tang Empire?" Li Zishuan said expressionlessly, "His Majesty has already said that Yunshan is my fief. Everyone in Yanhuang College must listen to my orders. Anyone who comes to Yanhuang College must also abide by my rules. His Majesty asked me to show you around the academy. That's fine, and we're touring the academy now. But you have to follow the academy's rules when you're touring the academy. Please take note of your status, or you will be expelled from the academy." After hearing these words, the big brother king on the mountain back was immediately rendered speechless. After that, under the lead of Li Zishuan, the group of people looked at all the places in the academy. However, most of the time they only looked at the outside of the building. It was rare for them to enter the building. Therefore, after more than 2 hours, the only building that the big brother king on the mountain back had entered was the Yanhuang College's cafeteria. After more than 2 hours of touring, how could the word miserable describe it? However, although it looked miserable, the big brother king on the mountain back still saw many new things during the tour. For example, the big globe in front of Guanghua building, and the supermarket in the academy, and so on. "Since the tour is over, I'll take my leave. Thank you for your hospitality today, Marquis." At dusk, the big brother king on the mountain back finished touring the academy and said goodbye to Li Zishuan. However, he placed extra emphasis on the word hospitality in this sentence. Li Zishuan pretended not to understand the other party's meaning. He laughed and said, "You're welcome at any time." The big brother king on the mountain back looked deeply at Li Zishuan and said nothing. Then he left with Kongingda. Suddenly, only Li Zishuan and Li Daozong were left on the road. "Marquis Yong, you seem to have a big prejudice against the Wen Nation's envoy?" Li Daozong smiled and looked at Li Zishuan with his hands behind his back. Li Zishuan was startled and replied, Last September, the imperial court's fleet was ambushed by the Wu nation in the Southeast Sea. Dozens of Navy soldiers and many innocent people were killed. Now that the Wu nation's envoy has come to Chang, and, do you expect me to be polite to them? I've already restrained myself by not drawing my sword directly. Li Daozong shook his head disapprovingly and said, last year the imperial court's fleet was ambushed by the Wu nation in the Southeast Sea. But now the Wu nation's crown prince has personally sent the head of the bandits to the Tang Empire and compensated the imperial court with a large amount of brass and silver. I think this is already very sincere, right? Why does Marquis Yong and still want to pressure the big brother on the mountain back? In Li Daozong's mind, the Wu nation was just a small place. Although they had accidentally offended the Tang Empire, this little brother had already come over and sincerely admitted his mistake. He even gave compensation. The Tang Empire, the most powerful country in the world, naturally had to show its magnanimity and forgive him. Li Daozong felt that Li Zixuan was a little narrow-minded by not letting go and persistently forcing the Tang Empire's crown prince. Your Highness, the Wu nation's people are like young tigers. Although they look harmless and docile on the surface, when they learn the advanced production technology of the Tang Empire and grow their teeth, they will hurt people. At that time, the young tiger will become a big tiger. If you want to make them obedient, you can only use strong force. Li Zixuan said faintly. The Wu nation's people were very good at humbly learning the advantages of other countries. But under the surface of humility and modesty, they were extremely arrogant and proud of their own culture. Therefore, once the Wu nation's people surpassed their teachers, they would mock and belittle their teachers and even beat them up. Li Zixuan's words were not groundless. They were all based on evidence. In modern times, after the Meiji Restoration, Wu nation had learned from Western culture, introduced advanced Western technology, and borrowed scientific and technological achievements to quickly become the second most powerful country. They were constantly learning and innovating to surpass others. But at the same time, they also brought great harm to their Asian neighbors such as China. This was the main reason why Li Zixuan hated the Wu nation. Yes, he was a nationalistic youth. Back then he could not do anything in the era of peace. Now that he had transmigrated to the Tang Empire and was in a high position, he would feel sorry for himself if he did not do something to the Wu nation. Young tiger? Marquis Yong, and the Wu nation is just a small place. Even if they can really grow up, what do we have to fear? A tiger is still as small as a grain of sand in the vast sea in front of the colossus that is the Tang Empire. A mayfly trying to shake a tree is like a moth flying into a flame. Only death awaits. Although Li Zixuan's words sounded reasonable, Li Daozong had followed Li Er to the north and south in the first half of his life. How could he, who was arrogant, take a small Wu nation seriously? Chapter 12:11. Li Shaogong didn't think much of the Wu people, but Li Zixuan wouldn't let his guard down. He felt that the Wu people were more threatening than the Turks in the north. Therefore, even if Li Er blamed him for what he did today, he wouldn't regret it. But the good thing was that Li Er didn't have a good impression of the Wu people because of the loss of dozens of Tang Navy in the Wu last year. Naturally, he wouldn't blame him for it. The fact was that Li Er allowed the mountain-back elder brother to visit Yanhuang College because he wanted to maintain the demeanor of a great country and not be criticized by Confucian apologists for being stingy. He wasn't worried that the mountain-back elder brother would be wronged in Yanhuang College. He was worried that the mountain-back elder brother would see some secrets of Yanhuang College, such as the telescope in the college's laboratory. Li Zixuan's actions today could only be said to be exactly what Li Er wanted. Your Highness, the Marquis of Yong, and seems to be very unfriendly to us. Chang, and city in a room of Honglu Temple. Yoko Ono bowed slightly and whispered to the mountain-back elder brother. Back when Li Shaogong led the army to exterminate the Suo family in Feiniao, there was no longer any dispute over the next ruler of Wu. Although the ancient empress hadn't officially appointed the mountain-back elder brother as the crown prince, his subordinates had already begun to call him the crown prince. At first, the mountain-back elder brother would correct them, but after a long time he was too lazy to do so. Or rather, he was used to it. I can see that too. But since I came to Chang'an City, the number of times I've seen the Marquis of Yong, and can be counted on one hand. It's even more impossible to offend him. I don't know where his hostility towards me comes from. The mountain-back elder brother looked out of the window with a gloomy expression. A few days ago he had applied to stay in Chang, and for a while with the purpose of learning the culture of Tang Empire. When he returned to Wu, he would be able to carry out reforms. He was also an ambitious person. He hoped that he could become a ruler of resurgence in the future. But the great Tang's imperial court didn't seem very friendly to him. Li Erdu hadn't given him a residence, which meant that he had to live in the Chamberlain of Dependencies. Wasn't this the same as living in an inn every day? Compared to Feng Jidai's son, Feng Jidai's treatment as a messenger. After all, not only did Jidai have a residence in the capital, but he also was often by the side of the emperor. Your Highness, the problem might be that you rarely meet the Marquis of Yong, and you. Yoko Ono's eyes flashed as she cupped her hands. Back when Su was sent people to assassinate Li Shaogong in Fanyo City, Yoko Ono almost had a large piece of his scalp cut off during the chaotic battle. Although he had already recovered from his injuries, the center of his head was bald and no longer had any hair, making him look somewhat comical. How? The big brother king looked at Yoko Ono. He held back his urge to laugh and asked. This subordinate has heard that the Han officials are very particular about reciprocity. If an ordinary person wants to invite a high-ranking official to do something, it is impossible for them to not send some generous gifts. Therefore, in this subordinate's humble opinion, Your Highness should prepare some gifts for the Marquis of Yong, and to build a better relationship. The next time you visit Yanhuang College, your treatment will be much different. Yoko Ono cupped her hands and explained with a wise face. The big brother king on the mountain back suddenly understood. He clasped his hands behind his back and said, "It seems that I didn't think it through. Then Yang Zi, help me think what is suitable to give the Marquis of Yong. It's said that he's the person who makes the most money in the Great Tang, so he probably won't care for gold or silver. What should this prince give him?" When Yoko Ono heard this, he was instantly worried. He frowned deeply and thought for a long time before finally saying, "Your Highness, this subordinate believes that since the Duke of Yong and doesn't lack money, then he definitely lacks women. I heard that he only has one wife. Why don't we give him 2 Yamato beauties? He must have never seen the beauties of our Yamato people, right?" The big brother king on the mountain back's eyes lit up and said excitedly, "Good, good, good. Immediately send a letter to the Empress and request for 2 of the most beautiful and pure women in Japan." Yes. Yoko Ono hurriedly left to carry out the order. Only the big brother king on the mountain back was left in the room. He muttered, "I heard that the Marquis of Yong and founded engineering school, vigorously discovering the people's livelihood and building advanced tools. This is the knowledge that Japan needs. This prince must obtain it." Hudong Road, Lan Province, outside Yifang County. Old Master Han, this official has already informed the owners of Willow Village, Nanping Village and Kaiyang Village in advance. They should be waiting in Willow Village right now. Let's go over first. Old Master Han, you can also take a look at the villages. A middle-aged official wearing a green official's robe sat in the same carriage as Han Li. The middle-aged official had a kind expression and didn't have the air of an official on his face. If it wasn't for the green official's robe, people would probably mistake him for an ordinary citizen. "Thank you for your trouble, County Magistrate Wang. This Han can't thank you enough." Han Tianhu clasped his hands and thanked him sincerely. That's right. After many days of traveling, he had already arrived at the border of Lan Province. Once he arrived at the county, he immediately found the county magistrate of Yifang County, Wang Qingxing. The Wang family rose from Taiyuan. Within 100 miles of Taiyuan, the surname Wang was considered a big surname. Although Wang Qingxing wasn't a direct descendant of the Wang family of Taiyuan, he was more or less related to them. "Ah, what are you talking about, Master Han? This is my duty. Why should I thank you?" "Don't worry, Master Han. In a while, the owners of the 3 villages will definitely not make things difficult for you. This official has already sent my county's deputy to greet them." County Magistrate Wang said with a smile. Although Han Tianhu was just an ordinary citizen, he didn't dare to slight him at all. What a joke. Who would dare to slight the father-in-law of the Marquis of Yong'an? Last year, Li Zishuan sent Fu Bin to Yifang County to look for ore. He offended the son of the county magistrate of Yifang at that time and was imprisoned. Later, the provincial governor of Lan Province was furious and sent people to arrest the county magistrate and deputy of Yifang County. Only then was County Magistrate Wang transferred over to be the county magistrate. Now that Li Zishuan's father-in-law was here, he naturally had to take care of him carefully. Moreover, the day before Han Tianhu's arrival, the current head of the Wang family of Taiyuan, Wang Yu, had sent a message to him, telling him to take good care of him. If there were any mistakes, he would be expelled from the Wang family. Therefore, Wang Qingxing was just short of worshipping Han Tianhu as if he was his ancestor. "Thank you for your kind intentions, County Magistrate Wang. However, business is a matter of mutual consent. I don't like to force people. If the owners of the 3 villages are willing to sell, the price will naturally be negotiable. If not, I will think of other ways." I hope County Magistrate Wang won't use extreme measures because of this. Chapter 12:12. Although Han Lijing now had the support of Li Zishuan, the current favorite of the imperial court, he would never rely on his son-in-law to be arrogant and despotic outside. On the contrary, he was even more cautious than before, fearing that he would cause trouble for Li Zishuan outside. He even cherished Li Zishuan more than Li Zishuan himself. Cough cough. Master Han, what kind of person do you think I, Wang Qingxing, am? I became a grand scholar at the age of 25. Although I don't dare to say that I have many great achievements, I have never done anything to oppress the people. The main families of those 3 villages were all willing. This official definitely did not force them. Wang Qingxing, who was in the carriage, heard Han Lijing's words and quickly defended himself. Han Qianhu cupped his hands and said, "County Magistrate Wang, please don't be angry. I apologize, but I have no intention of slandering you." "Ah, it's fine, it's fine. It's just a misunderstanding. I didn't take it to heart." Wang Qingxing rubbed his chin and chuckled. The carriage continued to move forward and soon arrived at a village. The houses in the village were very old. Some of the families even lived in thatched huts. A small river flowed around the village. The simple old people in the village were sitting in front of the door basking in the sun. The children were running around and playing. In the fields in the early spring, the wheat sprouts were only about an inch tall. It was a lovely green color. It was worth mentioning that there were many rows of willow trees at the entrance of the village. In this season, the willow trees had already begun to sprout. The green color brought a lot of vitality to the village. "Master Han, Willow Village is just ahead. I have an appointment with Master Lu, Master Zhang, and Master Sunday. They are waiting in the village." Wang Qingxing pushed open the window and said with a smile, "We're finally here. These 2 days have been hard on County Magistrate Wang. After everything is done, I will prepare a table of wine in the city. County Magistrate Wang, you must come." Han Qianhu let out a long sigh of relief. After several days of running around, he felt a trace of exhaustion in his heart. However, when he thought of what he had to do next, his body was suddenly filled with energy. It was all thanks to Wang Qingxing's assistance from the side. Otherwise, if he was alone in this unfamiliar place, it would probably take him a long time just to find the landlords of these 3 villages. "Ah, old Master Han is too polite. You're welcome," Wang Qingxing said with a smile. After stopping the carriage at the entrance of the village, the 2 of them walked towards the village with 3 to 5 yamen runners. Moments later, the 2 of them arrived at a luxurious house that occupied at least 2 to 3 acres of land. Seeing the painted red door and the tall courtyard walls, Han Qianhu couldn't help but frown. He thought to himself, the villagers of Willow Village are so poor, but the landlord here lives in such a luxurious house. He probably eats lavishly. I wonder how many people live here. That's right. Although they hadn't met yet, Han Qianhu had already labeled the landlord of Willow Village as an evil person who robbed the people of their wealth. "Greetings, County Magistrate." The servant in front of the luxurious house saw Wang Qingxing walking over with a group of yamen runners and quickly went forward to greet him. "Are your old master and the neighboring village's old Master Zhang and old Master Sun in the house now?" Wang Qingxing's face turned serious as he asked in a low voice. At this moment he became the county magistrate that everyone looked up to. The servant quickly replied, replying to County Magistrate, "My old Master Zhang, and old Master Sun are all here. County Magistrate Wang is here. Lulu, sorry for not coming out to meet you." As they were talking, 3 men in luxurious clothes walked out of the courtyard. The fat old man in the lead quickly greeted County Magistrate Wang with a smile. "Lu Shuren? It's you." Before County Magistrate Wang could speak, Han Qianhu, who was standing behind him, exclaimed in surprise. Who else could this fat rich man be if not Lu Shuren, who had disappeared for almost a year? Han Qianhu had never imagined that one of the estates he wanted to buy was actually one of Lu Shuren's estates. Indeed, the river flows east for 30 years and 30 years west for 30 years. Every dog has its day. Back then, Lu Shuren owned the Han family manor and the Plum village in Lantian County. He acted like a tyrant over Han Qianhu and all the other villagers, oppressing and exploiting the commoners. No one dared to voice their anger. Later on, because of Li Zishuan, he was chased out of Lantian County. Who would have thought that this old man would sneak out of Chang, and then come to Lanzhou to buy property? But now Han Qianhu had changed from the Li Zheng who could be easily bullied to a rich man who wanted to buy Lu Shuren's manor. The changes in the world were truly unpredictable. Han Qianhu. Lu Shuren, who was greeting County Magistrate Wang with a smile, looked in the direction of Han Lizheng when he heard the voice. When he saw that familiar figure, his pupils shrank and he immediately exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, his old face had turned from joy to pale, then darker and darker. It was really exciting. You know each other? This time, it was County Magistrate Wang's turn to be surprised. He had wanted to introduce them to each other, but before he could even open his mouth, the two of them were already glaring at each other. It was obvious that there was some enmity between them. Han Qianhu nodded, then took a step forward and looked directly at Lu Shiren. He said coldly, "Humph. Lu Shiren, I didn't expect that after you escaped from Lantian County, you still haven't changed your ways. You actually changed a place to abuse your power. You have to know that after doing so many evil things, even if others don't punish you, there will be a day when the heavens will punish you." Lu Shiren's face was gloomy and he did not say a word. If it was a year ago he would not have been so cowardly in front of Han Qianhu, but now, he had no choice but to be cowardly. Although he was already far away from Chang, and Lu Shiren had never stopped receiving news about Han Qianhu and Li Zixuan. Especially Li Zixuan, who was an influential figure in the imperial court. Those who knew about him were definitely not limited to Chang'an. It would not be an exaggeration to say that his name was known all over the world. For the past year he and his crippled son had been living in fear. The father and son were afraid that Li Zixuan would send people to take revenge on them. Because with Li Zixuan's current status, if he wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as crushing 2 ants. Therefore, to prevent any accidents, Lu Shiren used all his savings to buy a manor in Yifang County. He rarely left the manor because he was afraid that Li Zixuan would send people to take revenge on him. Because of this, Lu Shiren did not dare to act rashly. He did not even dare to say a word because he knew that Han Qianhu had the ability to kill him today. "Old Master Han, what is going on?" County Magistrate Wang was confused for a while before he finally asked. Chapter 12-13. Old Master Han? Hearing County Magistrate Wang address Han Qianhu in such a respectful manner, Lu Shiren's heart sank even more. Obviously, County Magistrate Wang knew Han Qianhu's identity. Then, County Magistrate Wang would be even less likely to help him. Heaven really wanted to destroy him. County Magistrate Wang, this Lu Shiren was the landlord of the manor that I previously lived in. He and his son usually relied on their status to run rampant in the village, causing the local people to boil with anger. Later, the villagers couldn't bear it anymore and joined forces to drive them out of the manor. I didn't expect that they would escape here. Han Li cupped his hands and said to County Magistrate Wang, "There's such a thing?" County Magistrate Wang didn't suspect him. He squinted his eyes and turned to look at Lu Shiren. His expression instantly turned cold. Lu Shiren's legs went soft and he couldn't help but kneel on the ground. "County Magistrate, I'm innocent, I'm innocent. I did do a lot of evil in the past, but ever since I came to Yifang County, I've been abiding by the law and doing good deeds. I beg County Magistrate for your judgment." The 2 men who had followed Lu Shiren out earlier saw that Lu Shiren had knelt down and begged for mercy before they could even say a few words. They couldn't help but shudder with fear as they looked at Han Qianhu, secretly praying that the other party wouldn't find trouble with them. "Zhao." County Magistrate Wang snorted and shouted. "Yes. Quickly go to the village and ask the villagers if Lu Shiren bullied them or did anything illegal." "Yes, sir." The Yamen runner hurriedly left to carry out the order. Lu Shiren, who was kneeling on the ground, turned even paler. He hurriedly raised his head and begged for mercy. Don't investigate, County Magistrate, I plead guilty. I plead guilty. I shouldn't have bullied the villagers and taken advantage of them. I beg County Magistrate to be lenient." Now that the enemy was at his doorstep, even if he did not take the initiative to confess, Wang Qingxing would still punish him for his crimes after he learned the truth from the people. Furthermore, his crimes would be even more severe. Rather than that, he might as well take the initiative to confess. At that time he could still ask for leniency. "Bastard. You actually dare to force yourself on a common woman? Guards, take Lu Shiren back to the county yamen immediately and bring him back to the manor. Rescue the woman he raped." Wang Qingxing was furious when he heard this. How could such a thing happen under his rule? It might even affect the annual official assessment of the Ministry of Personnel. Yes. 2 bailiffs stepped forward and easily captured Lu Shiren. The other 2 bailiffs rushed into the manor and soon came out with 2 slender, delicate and pretty girls. Seeing this, Wang Qingxing was even more enraged. He cupped his hands to Han Tianhu and said, "Brother Han Tianhu, please forgive me for my insolence. Old Master Han, I still have some work to do in the county yamen, so I won't accompany you any longer. You can talk to the two of them slowly. When you're done you can go to the county yamen to register. Han Tianhu nodded and said, County Magistrate Wang, please go ahead. Official business is more important. I have nothing for you to worry about. Wang Qingxing nodded. He turned around and waved at the surrounding bailiffs. The group of people left in a hurry. Father. Father. Someone kidnapped your concubine. At this time Lu Haojian's shout came from the yard. Was this child still living in a dream? Only now did he realize it. Old Master Zhang, Old Master Sun, are you willing to sell the land in Nanping Village and Kaiyang Village? After Wang Qingxing left, Han Tianhu had to bring the other two landlords to the willow tree at the entrance of Willow Village and began to discuss the matter of buying land. Old Master Zhang and Old Master Sun looked at each other and quickly nodded at the same time, yes, yes. Although they did not know Han Tianhu's identity, based on County Magistrate Wang's attitude just now, Han Tianhu's identity was definitely not ordinary. Moreover, Lu Shuren was taken back to the county yamen for questioning after a few words. This made Old Master Zhang and Old Master Sun tremble with fear. They were afraid that they would be arrested as well. After all, which one of them had not done one or two bad things? They would not be able to withstand an investigation. Han Tianhu asked again, then how much do the two masters intend to ask for? Whatever you say. Old Master Sun and Old Master Zhang almost did not think and immediately replied. Han Tianhu was speechless for a while. At this time he also saw that the two were frightened by the scene just now, so he could not help but say, don't worry, County Magistrate Wang is honest and upright. As long as you have not done anything against the law, he will not trouble you for no reason. When the two heard this they could not help but smile bitterly in their hearts. Aren't you talking nonsense? If we really have a clear conscience, why would we be so afraid of you? Old Master Han is right. County Magistrate Wang is a good official. Old Master Zhang sighed with embarrassment and then said, to be honest, Old Master Sun and my ancestral home is in Bingzhou. Recently we plan to move back, so we are anxious to sell the land here. So, if Old Master Han really wants it, the price is all negotiable. In order to slip away as soon as possible, this old man just opened his mouth and lied. Yes, yes, yes. That's right, that's right. If Old Master Han really wants it, we can negotiate the price. Please name a price first. Old Master Sun's eyes lit up and quickly agreed. Han Tianhu frowned and looked at the two suspiciously, then said, as far as this old man knows, Nanping Village and Kaiyang Village have a total of 4,000 mu of fertile land. I wonder if Old Master Zhang and Old Master Sun are willing to buy all the land at once for 20 strings of coins per mu of land? This price was not high for Tang Chu during this period of time, but it was also not low. It could be considered a relatively fair price. Yes, yes. Tomorrow this old man will take the land deed and follow Old Master Han to the county office to register and hand over. As soon as his voice fell, the two rich old men immediately agreed. Hey, little Ku, so much money and you just put it in the dormitory? Yanhuang College. Qing Chumo, Sun Zifan, Yuchi Baolin, Zhang Sun Chong, and the others had just helped Li Tai move the copper coins and had to help Li Ku. Qing Chumo was a little confused. What did these two brothers mean? Did they like to pile up copper coins in the dormitory to show off their wealth? Were they kidding? Li Ku was carrying a big box alone and replied, if not in the dormitory, where should I put it? Back to the palace? Then when the academy needs money in the future, I will go back to Chang, and to get money? How troublesome. The academy's food expenses were not cheap for the students who lived in luxury. Although Li Ku had just put 400 strings of coins in the dormitory, it was estimated that it was only enough for 2 to 3 months. Therefore he chose to put the scholarship of 400 strings of coins directly in the dormitory. Chapter 12:14. Sigh, little Ku. Copper coins are so troublesome to use. Lunch costs at least 1 or 2 strings of coins, and every time we eat we have to bring a few strings of coins. If only the college cafeteria could use gold beans, it would save us a lot of trouble. Cheng Chumo could not help but say as he hugged a box of coins. The Cheng family had made a lot of money from their partnership with Li Zishuan in the winery. Cheng Chumo now had more pocket money than before, so he could be considered a rich man. Otherwise he would not have said something like that. Li Ku was stunned for a moment before he laughed. Chonyo, if you bring gold beans to the cafeteria, even if you dare to give them, they won't dare to accept them. It would take them half a day to refund your money. Ehe. Little Ku, what you said makes sense. Cheng Chumo thought about it and laughed embarrassedly. Li Ku's expression did not change, but he was deep in thought. Last year, when he was an intern at the Warm Tang Foundation, he had mentioned to Li Zixuan that it was inconvenient to carry copper coins around. At that time, Li Zixuan encouraged him and told him that as a student of Yanhuang College, he had to solve the problem whenever he encountered a problem. If he could solve the problem of copper coins, he would start a new era and leave his name in history. Since then, he had been thinking about this problem. Today, Cheng Chimo's random words gave him a hint of inspiration. Perhaps it could be like this. For the next few days, Li Ku seemed to be possessed. Other than going to class every day, he would write and draw in a small notebook. Even during the weekends, the students would often see him in the classroom. No one was surprised by this because they all thought that Li Ku was studying hard. After all, it was the first time Li Ku had entered the top 3 in the final exam. He had surpassed Li Tai. If he wanted to maintain this result, he would have to work even harder. However, the reality was completely different from what everyone thought. On this day, Li Ku came to Li Zixuan's office. "Yamacho, I have something to talk to you about." Li Ku knocked on the door and said to Li Zixuan, "Sit down and talk." Li Zixuan glanced at Li Ku, especially at the booklet the child was holding. He then pointed at the sofa opposite him and smiled. "Thank you, Yamacho." Li Zixuan thanked him and sat down on the sofa opposite him. Speaking of which, in the entire Tang dynasty, only Li Zixuan could enjoy such a soft sofa. With half of his butt on the sofa, Li Ku organized his thoughts and said, "Yamacho, I've thought of a way to solve the problem of copper coins being inconvenient to carry around." "Tell me about it." Li Zixuan looked at Li Ku in surprise. He quickly put down the book in his hand and looked like he was all ears. Li Ku was a little nervous, but he still mustered up his courage and said, "Yamacho, I think that to solve the problem of inconvenience to carry around, we can set up a department in the academy to provide a copper coin exchange service for the students. In other words, the students can take the copper coins and exchange them for paper certificates of the corresponding value in the academy. With these certificates, everyone can go to the cafeteria to eat or to the Gu family store to buy things. Wherever the academy uses copper coins, these certificates can be used as a replacement. Every once in a while, like the Gu family store, they can take the certificates and exchange them for copper coins at the academy. This way, no one will lose money and the transaction process will be much more convenient." Yamacho, what do you think of this idea?" Li Ku had been talking for a long time, but Li Zixuan still hadn't responded. Li Ku suddenly felt a little guilty and asked, "Ah, good. Very good." Li Zixuan suddenly stood up and clapped his hands as he laughed. At this moment he only wanted to say, "Show off. Heaven show off." What Li Ku said just now, wasn't it the prototype of banknotes or paper money? His constant guidance to this child had finally borne fruit. "Little Ku, I am very gratified that you can think of this, but there are some problems that you need to consider first." Li Zixuan first affirmed Li Ku's idea, then pulled Li Ku back to reality from the clouds. "Yamacho, what other problems do you have?" Li Ku stared at Li Zixuan without blinking and asked. Li Zixuan smiled and stretched out a finger. "First, you need to think of a way to make the students believe in your certificate and be willing to exchange copper coins for it. After all, they have never seen your certificate before. Why would they be willing to exchange their money for a piece of paper? Second, once the students believe in you and are willing to exchange copper coins for the certificate, you need to think of a way to make the person who receives the certificate believe that you can exchange it for copper coins. This is because the ultimate goal of a businessman is to make money. If they can only make a few pieces of paper in the end, who would be willing to do it? You don't need to worry about the cafeteria, but as for Gu Xiaomao, I can't force him. You have to deal with it yourself. Third, and most importantly, you need to consider whether or not someone will copy your certificate in the future and use it for profiteering. Our Yanhuang College is not big, but it's not small either. If someone forges the certificate, then the losses we will suffer cannot be underestimated." Li Ku listened as he wrote down all the problems that Li Zixuan mentioned in the booklet. After Li Zixuan finished speaking, he was silent for a while before he stood up and cupped his hands. "Thank you, Yamacho, for your teachings. As for the first and second points, this student will try my best to make the students and the merchants of the college believe in this certificate. As for the third point, this student is thinking of making the design on the certificate more complicated and stamping it with Yamacho's personal seal. I'm afraid it won't be easy for others to copy it, right?" Li Zixuan shook his head and said, "Who said that the seal can't be copied? But if this certificate is only used in the college, then it's not impossible. But I hope that this kind of transaction certificate can be promoted to the common people in the future. So, little Ku, you either don't do it or make it impeccable. Make it so that no one in the world can copy it." Li Ku widened his eyes and said in disbelief, Yamacho, you want to let the common people and merchants use this kind of certificate to trade? He never thought that Li Zishuan would play with such a big deal. If the common people could use his certificate, then wouldn't he be creating a new type of currency? Thinking of this, Li Ku's breathing became a little hurried. Seeing Li Ku's reaction, Li Zishuan smiled faintly and said, Why not? Do you still remember what I told you 2 months ago? If you can solve the problem of copper coins being inconvenient to carry around, then you will create a new era and leave your name in history. If you don't let everyone use this certificate, then how can you leave your name in history? Chapter 12:15. Start a new era and leave a mark in history. At this moment, Li Ku finally realized that Li Zishuan was not bragging when he said those words. It was something that could really happen. But could he really make all the people in Tang Dynasty use the transaction token he created? Li Ku couldn't help but doubt it. Seeing the doubt on Li Ku's face, Li Zishuan patted him on the shoulder and said, Little Ku, don't think too much about it. Right now, your priority is to make everyone in the academy believe in your transaction token and make sure that it won't be copied by others. As for making everyone in Tang Dynasty use our transaction token, it's still too early to do so. There's still a long way to go. Then Yamacho, what should I do to make sure that the transaction token won't be copied? Li Ku's eyes lit up as he asked. Li Zishuan smiled mysteriously and said, 3 days later, go down the mountain and visit the workshop. Faubert will give you a transaction token printed by the workshop. At that time, you will know that there are some things in this world that are difficult to copy. Li Ku was pleasantly surprised. Yamacho, you already have a plan? Ah, you can say that. 3 days later you will know. Li Ku saw that Li Zishuan didn't want to elaborate, so he didn't ask any further. At this moment he felt that something was missing. After thinking for a while, he said, Yamacho, I think that we should give the transaction token a name and design different denominations to make it easier to use in the future. Li Zishuan nodded. Even if Li Ku didn't say anything, he would name the currency. But what should he name it? Renminbi or banknotes? Forget it, it doesn't match the Tang Dynasty. After thinking for a long time, Li Zishuan finally said, let's call it Tang Yuan. A Tang Yuan is equivalent to a coin. Below the Tang Yuan is a Tang Jiao. A Tang Jiao is equivalent to a copper coin. As for the denomination of the transaction token, it can be 1 Tang Jiao, 5 Tang Jiao, 10 Tang Jiao, 50 Tang Jiao, 100 Tang Jiao, and 1 Tang Yuan, 5 Tang Yuan, 10 Tang Yuan, 50 Tang Yuan, and 100 Tang Yuan. When you trade, no matter how much the item is worth, you can use glutinous rice balls of different denominations to form the corresponding amount of money. It's convenient and time-saving. Tang Yuan? What a nice name. Li Ku's eyes lit up and he praised, Yamacho, what should the department in the academy that is in charge of depositing and exchanging Tang Yuan be called? He had to admit that this child was quite thoughtful. Let's call it Yanhuang Bank. It's a village that specializes in managing Yanhuang College's copper coins. Things like banks were too far away from this era. If he rashly brought it up, it would probably be hard for people to accept it. After thinking about it, only the term bank would be easier for people to understand. Bank. Good. Then Ku will go and prepare the matters of the bank. Li Ku excitedly got up and said goodbye. I didn't wait in vain. The era of paper money is finally coming. After Li Zishuan left, the corners of Li Zishuan's mouth curled into a smile as he muttered to himself. No. Why do I feel like Yamacho has already thought of this method for a long time? On the way back to the classroom, Li Ku suddenly stopped in his tracks and hit his head in annoyance as he muttered softly. His suspicions were not without reason. When Li Zishuan heard about the method of the transaction certificate, it seemed like he already had a perfect anti-counterfeiting method in his mind. The reason why he said so much was likely to be to test him. But if Li Zishuan had already thought of this method, why didn't he act on it? Why did he wait until Li Ku suggested it? Forget it. Who cares? Yamacho must have his reasons. After thinking for a long time, Li Ku still could not figure out the deeper meaning behind Li Zishuan's actions. He shook his head and decided not to think about it anymore. He still had a lot of things to do now. Master Lu, take a look at this seal. Can you engrave it? In the afternoon, Li Zishuan came to the workshop with a drawing in his hand. He looked for Skyblade, Lu Dingy, the original master of Strange Pavilion, Heavenly Craft Pavilion, Louis Dao. Louis Dao's carving skills were the best in Chang'an. After Li Zishuan bought Heavenly Craft Pavilion and established Strange Pavilion, he hired Louis Dao to the workshop and gave him preferential treatment. When the workshop first introduced movable type printing, most of the words were engraved by Louis Dao. Marquis, let this old man take a look. Louis Dao did not dare to be negligent. He quickly took the drawing from Li Zixuan with both hands and began to look at it carefully. After a while, he raised his head and asked, Marquis wants to engrave all these words on the seal? Yes. Is there any problem? Li Zixuan nodded in response. Miniature carving was a craft that had a long history. Many skilled craftsmen during the spring and autumn period could do it. Li Zixuan asked Louis Dao to make this seal mainly for the purpose of making banknotes anti-counterfeit. In the Song dynasty, banknotes appeared in China. Not only were there banknotes, there were also many anti-counterfeit technologies. After all, in ancient times, there were no banknote detectors, QR code scanning and other advanced technologies. However, the ancient people used some excellent anti-counterfeit technologies on banknotes. Li Zixuan planned to use one of them, the anti-counterfeit seal. Earlier, Li Zixuan said that he wanted to stamp his personal seal on the banknotes as an anti-counterfeit. However, Li Zixuan felt that it was not reliable because it was too easy to fake a personal seal. If he really wanted to use a seal as an anti-counterfeit, he would make an anti-counterfeit seal. This was a method of anti-counterfeit banknotes that the Jin merchants came up with during the Ming and Qing dynasties. They specially designed miniature carvings. The contents of the miniature carvings were hundreds of words of poetry. The miniature carvings were very delicate and could not be carved by ordinary techniques. Even if it could be made, it would take a lot of material resources and require a very high level of carving skills. Moreover, in the process of carving, a few words would be deliberately engraved. Even the original carver would not be able to carve the same miniature carvings as before. Therefore, the counterfeiters simply gave up on making fake banknotes. Marquis. If it was a few years ago, I, old Lu, would have been able to do this kind of exquisite work. But now I, old Lu, can't even see small things clearly with my eyes. I'm afraid I can't carve this seal of yours. Old Lu frowned and looked troubled. When Li Zixuan heard this, he thought to himself, isn't this presbyopia? That's easy. Ah. Master Lu, don't be in a hurry to refuse. I have a way to let you see very small things clearly. Please wait for half a day. I'll have someone send you something tomorrow. Wear it and you'll be able to see everything clearly. Li Zixuan said with a smile. What a joke. He had already made an astronomical telescope. How could he not make a pair of reading glasses? Even if he couldn't make reading glasses in a short time, he could at least make a magnifying glass first, right? Chapter 12:16. After giving Louis Dao the blueprint of the anti-counterfeit seal and the pattern of Tang Yuan's motherboard, Li Zixuan went to find Uncle Fu and assigned him another task. Young master, is there really such a magical paper in this world? Faubert was surprised when he heard Li Zixuan's intention. Li Zixuan smiled and said, of course there is. It's just that the production method is more troublesome. When it's done, Faubert, you'll understand that what I said today is true. That's right. He wanted the workshop to produce a batch of special paper for the production of banknotes. After all, if he wanted to prevent the banknotes from being copied in the future, just relying on the anti-counterfeit seal was not enough. With another anti-counterfeit method, it would be an extra layer of insurance in the future. Good. Since young master is so confident, I'll give it a try. Faubert nodded and took a pen and paper from the side. He sighed and said, hee hee. Young master, please don't blame me. I'm old and my memory is not as good as before. Young master, please tell me in detail how to make this water pattern paper. I'll write it down and try it out in 2 days. Li Zixuan looked at Faubert's wrinkled but kind face. He smiled gently and said, what's there to be surprised about? After all, a good memory is not as good as a bad pen. Faubert, you can leave the workshop's affairs to your subordinates. Don't tire yourself out. Faubert smiled and said, hee hee. Thank you for your concern, young master. I understand. Now in the workshop I'm just talking. It's not tiring at all. Dr. Sun even praised me for my strong body before the new year. That's good. Li Zixuan gave a heartfelt smile of relief and then got down to business. Uncle Fu, this kind of paper is actually not that complicated to make. First, let the steel factory forge a batch of water pattern rollers with protruding patterns. Then install the water pattern rollers on the rollers of our paper machine and use them to imprint the paper. During the paper-making process, the water pattern roller would come into contact with the front of the paper, and the front of the paper would be imprinted with water patterns. The vertical and horizontal water patterns on the wet paper could be seen under the light. They were evenly and neatly arranged patterns with different transparency. Oh, that's right, the material for the production of water pattern paper must be the bark of the chu tree. Other materials cannot be used. Faubert, you can arrange for people to buy a batch of chu tree bark for the workshop. First, buy it near Chang'an. Later, go to Sichuan to buy it because there should be a lot of chu tree in Sichuan. Watermarked paper was the kind of paper that would show bright lines or patterns other than the curtains when it was exposed to light. It was the same principle as how modern RMB could show the portrait of a great person when it was exposed to light. This kind of watermarked paper could increase the potential beauty of the paper, and could also be used to prevent counterfeiting. In fact, water-patterned paper had existed since ancient times. It was not a patent of modern people. According to the original history, in the middle of the Tang dynasty, the people of Qingdu invented water-patterned paper. It had two types of printing, clear and dark. Other regions could not produce it at all, so it was called Sichuan paper. Thanks to this, the earliest paper currency in China's history, jiaozi, first appeared in the Sichuan region. It was only later that it slowly spread out. In the beginning, people did not care about paper money at all. They only used it as stubs and felt that it was very easy to carry around. Later they found that it was very useful and began to use it for transactions. Jiaozi was gradually popularized just like that. When it came to the Southern Song dynasty, because there was no supply of Sichuan's water-patterned paper, they switched to printing paper from the Jianghuai region. However, Jiangnan paper did not have the special anti-counterfeiting ability of Sichuan paper, so there was a large amount of fake money in the market. At that time there were more fake jiaozi, guaozi, and jiaozi than real money. Strict laws could not stop the counterfeiting of paper money. This directly caused the Southern Song dynasty's economy to sink into a quagmire. Therefore, the water-patterned paper used to produce banknotes was a very important anti-counterfeiting method. Chu tree bark? Young master, why must we use chu tree bark to make paper? Faubert listened and nodded his head. In the end he could not help but ask. Li Zishuan replied, Faubert, paper made from chu tree bark not only has better toughness than normal paper, but it also has better texture. Faubert nodded his head skeptically. Then he felt that it was a little strange. Young master, why did you go through so much trouble to make water-patterned paper? It was all his fault for only caring about the technical aspects and ignoring Li Zishuan's purpose. Li Zishuan smiled mysteriously and said, Faubert, you will understand later. Other than the water-patterned paper, there is one more thing that I need to trouble Faubert to arrange for people to do as soon as possible. Young master, please speak. Faubert had long been immune to Li Zishuan's creative ability, so he did not make a fuss about it at the moment. Li Zishuan paused and said, Faubert, recently you have been thinking of ways to control the carbon content in the steel to refine a slightly softer steel. I plan to use this steel to make an engraving board, an intaglio engraving board. After this steel is refined, let Master Lu draw the engraving pattern I gave him on the steel plate, and I will engrave it myself later. Intaglio printing, or intaglio printing, was the traditional method of modern banknotes production. In the 21st century, all the countries in the world were still using intaglio printing to produce banknotes. The inked part of the printing plate was concave. During printing, the printing plate was directly in contact with the paper. Under the strong pressure, the ink in the concave pattern was directly transferred to the paper. The ink on the paper was three-dimensional, and if you touched it carefully with your hand, you would feel that it was uneven. On modern banknotes, it was easy to find two characteristics of intaglio printing. One was that the ink layer was thick, and the second was that it had a strong three-dimensional effect. Intaglio printing was the ultimate anti-counterfeiting method that Li Zishuan had designed for Tang Yuan. He did not believe that there would be a place in the world with such advanced printing technology as Chi-Chu Ji's workshop. More importantly, the master plate used for intaglio printing was hand-engraved. Hand engraving had a unique anti-counterfeiting property, because every engraver's work had its own personal style and characteristics, and also had a certain degree of chance. This was something that could not be imitated by others, including the engraver himself, who could not carve an identical engraving plate. Although there were many advanced copying techniques and counterfeiting methods in the 21st century, it was impossible to copy a banknote that was exactly the same as a hand-engraved banknote. With this three-pronged approach, Li Zishuan could be said to have blocked all avenues for those who wanted to copy banknotes. Although Faubert had never seen intaglio engraving and intaglio printing, he could roughly guess what Li Zishuan wanted to do from the words. After thinking for a while, he nodded and said, Good. Currently, the workshop can already produce steel. The soft steel that young master mentioned should also be no problem. Li Zishuan replied with a then got up and left. Chapter 12:17. Ink Girl, are you there? After returning to Yunshan, Li Zixuan went to Mo Lingwei's courtyard and shouted from outside. He had just gone to the academy to look for Mo Lingwei, but he couldn't find her, so he could only come to the courtyard. Although it was broad daylight, he had to avoid suspicion when looking for a girl. After all, Mo Lingwei could very well be his friend's wife in the future. So he just stood outside the courtyard and shouted for Mo Lingwei from afar. Thump, thump, thump. After a while, a series of footsteps could be heard from the house in the courtyard. Then Mo Lingwei, who was wrapped in a mink coat, ran out in a hurry. "Ah, Yamacho, you're finally here. Come in quickly. Come in quickly." Before Li Zixuan could say anything, Mo Lingwei said excitedly. Fortunately, she was holding a book in her hand, otherwise she would have touched Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan was sweating profusely. He thought to himself, what medicine did this girl take today? He hurriedly took 2 steps back and said warily, "Ink girl, what's wrong? Are you also looking for me?" "Yes." Mo Lingwei responded subconsciously, but then she felt something was wrong and said, "That's not right. What do you mean by also? Yamacho, are you also looking for me?" Li Zixuan rolled his eyes and complained in his heart, "Sister, if I don't have anything, why would I come here? To chat with you? If that's the case, won't your little Ning fight with me?" After a while, he nodded helplessly and said, "There are some things that I want you to help me with." Before Li Zixuan could finish, Mo Lingwei interrupted, "Hey, Yamacho, don't say anything. Answer me a few questions." Then, without waiting for Li Zixuan's answer, she quickly flipped the book to a certain page and asked, "Yamacho, this book says that when a part of the conductors in a closed circuit cut the magnetic induction line, there will be an electric current in the conductors. But why can't we see this so-called magnetic induction line with our naked eyes?" Li Zixuan was stunned. He finally understood why Mo Lingwei was in such a hurry today. It turned out that she had fallen into the trap of electricity. Haha, this was also what he had expected. Ink girl, let's put this question aside for now. I have something more important to talk to you about." Although he understood Mo Lingwei's difficulties, Li Zixuan still said so. Compared with making reading glasses for Louis Dao, it was undoubtedly more important and urgent. Mo Lingwei quickly retorted, "No way. No way. What could be more important than this? If I can't figure it out, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep tonight. Yamacho, I haven't slept well for 2 consecutive nights." Only then did Li Zixuan notice her 2 panda eyes. He couldn't help but smile and sigh in his heart. This girl is really a science fanatic. Okay, let's solve your problem first. Unable to persuade this stubborn girl, Li Zixuan took the book from Mo Lingwei's hand and began to explain. "Ink girl, first of all, you have to understand that the magnetic induction line is just an idealized physical model. It is a curve that describes the distribution of magnetic fields for the convenience of magnetic research. In addition, electric fields and magnetic fields are both substances, but they are different from ordinary substances. They have no physical form. They exist, but they can't be seen or touched. Ink girl, do you understand?" After digesting it for a while, Mo Lingwei nodded and said, "Well, I think I understand. Yamacho, you are really a genius. You can actually come up with the method of magnetic field lines. Oh, by the way, Yamacho, I have another question." "Why do you have another one?" Li Zixuan stared at her speechlessly. He had just heard Mo Lingwei say that she understood and was ready to breathe a sigh of relief. He didn't expect that Mo Lingwei wouldn't give him a chance to breathe at all. "Yes. There must be more than one question, Yamacho." Mo Lingwei looked at Li Zixuan strangely. Her eyes seemed to say, "You didn't think that there was only one question at the beginning, did you? Yamacho, I don't understand why the direction of the magnetic induction current is the right-hand spiral rule, and not the left-hand spiral rule. Is there a deeper reason that you didn't write in the book?" Li Zixuan heard this and was speechless. He thought to himself, why does this girl have to question everything? She's almost asking 100,000 questions. However, in this world, people who like to get to the bottom of things and challenge authority would only have 2 outcomes in the future. One was to become a loathsome idiot, and the other was to become a super big shot in the academic world. Those people who would honestly learn whatever was taught in the book without the slightest doubt would have limited achievements in the future. In comparison, Mo Lingwei's academic limits were much higher in the future. Ink girl, this is the conclusion from the experiment. If you don't believe me, you can. On the west side of Yunshan, in front of a courtyard, a man and a woman were standing in front of the courtyard. They weren't talking about love, nor were they in front of flowers under the moonlight. Instead, they were discussing academic problems. They were really the 2 weirdos of the Tang dynasty. Li Zixuan's lips were almost dry from talking from 4:45 p.m. to 5 o'clock p.m. Finally he solved all of Mo Lingwei's problems. "Hey Yamacho, you said you wanted to talk to me about something. Hurry up and say it." After Mo Lingwei's doubts were cleared, she finally thought of Li Zixuan's matter. She asked Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan didn't have the energy to complain about this girl's carelessness. He sighed softly and said, "I came here today to ask Ink Girl for a favor, but it's already late, so we can only wait until tomorrow. Yamacho, tell me what it is first so I can be mentally prepared." Mo Lingwei expressed that she was a little afraid of Li Zixuan's trap. A few days ago, Li Zixuan asked her to prepare for the construction of the generator. At that time she didn't know how big the trap was, but after she jumped in she realized that it wasn't a trap at all, but a bottomless abyss. Once she jumped in she wouldn't be able to jump out even if she wanted to. Seeing Mo Lingwei's wary face, Li Zixuan was both angry and amused. He said, "It's not a big deal. I just want you to help me polish 2 glass lenses. You did a good job with the astronomical telescope, so this time I want to ask Ink Girl to give Master Lu a pair of lenses so that he can see very small things through them." "Yamacho, are you talking about a magnifying glass? That's easy. But why do you need a magnifying glass for Master Lu? And what's the size of the magnifying glass? You have to tell me, Yamacho, right?" Mo Lingwei was best at optics, especially after she learned the optics part of the first volume of physics. In the whole Tang dynasty, only Li Zixuan could compare with her in this area. So, of course she knew about the existence of a magnifying glass. Chapter 12:18. Master Lu is old. It's normal for him to not be able to see things clearly, isn't it? Forget it, Ink Girl, don't grind the lenses for now. Just make a magnifying glass for Master Lu. He's not in a hurry to use it. Li Zixuan didn't want to explain too much, so he just gave a vague explanation and wanted to slip away. But Mo Lingwei didn't want to let him have his way. "Hey Yamacho, why can't old people see things clearly, but with a magnifying glass they can see things clearly? What knowledge is there in this? What knowledge is there in this? What knowledge is there in this? It's just a matter of correcting the vision of hyperopia." But if he really wanted to explain it to Mo Lingwei, this girl would definitely ask what was hyperopia? Why did he need a magnifying glass to correct hyperopia? If he wanted to explain all these miscellaneous questions to Mo Lingwei, it would probably take him a long time to explain them to her. Li Zixuan didn't want to accompany this silly girl in the cold wind no matter what, so he didn't dare to stop walking. He said as he slipped away, "We'll talk about this later. Ink Girl, remember to go to the workshop tomorrow and help me make the magnifying glass. If you feel that you can't do it alone, then you can ask Yan Xiaoning to help you." The next day, Li Zixuan went to the academy and discussed the dam construction plan with Mo Huai again. Mo Huai still felt that the plan wasn't perfect, so he requested to modify it again. On Li Zixuan's side, he had already started to send people to recruit workers. If he wanted to build a dam he would need at least a few thousand people, and it would be best if they were good at swimming. Fortunately, the entire Lantian County had become Li Zixuan's fief, so it was much easier to recruit craftsmen. According to Wang Zhong, in just 2 days, there were more than 2,000 villagers who were good at swimming came to apply. It was estimated that in another week, all the craftsmen would be recruited. Coming out of the academy, Li Zixuan coincidentally met Mo Lingwei. After learning that this girl had made the magnifying glass for Louis Dao in just one morning, he clapped his hands and laughed, praising Mo Lingwei greatly. Then, taking advantage of Mo Lingwei's joy, Li Zixuan immediately slipped away. He had to go home to eat, so he didn't want to be caught by Mo Lingwei again. "Wife, there's news from father-in-law. Do you want to hear it?" After returning home, Li Zixuan's to find Han Yushi. "Husband, my father's a letter?" Han Yushi stood up in surprise and asked Li Zixuan. "Yes. He just came this morning." Li Zixuan replied with a smile. Yifeng County was not far from Chang'an City. It would only take a day to travel 800 miles. "Husband, tell me what's written in the letter?" Han Yushi quickly put down her work, came over, and asked anxiously. Wife, take a guess. Who did father-in-law meet in Lan Province?" "You definitely won't be able to guess." Li Zixuan smiled and said mysteriously. Han Yushi rolled her eyes and said coquettishly, "Who else can he meet? My father doesn't know anyone there." "Husband, aren't you deliberately making things difficult for me by asking this question?" Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Wife, father-in-law said in the letter that he met Lu Shiren and his son there. Li Zixuan took out a piece of paper full of writing from his sleeve, handed it to Han Yushi and said with a smile, "It's quite a coincidence. Speaking of which, it's a coincidence. Father-in-law originally planned to buy the 3 farmsteads that he told me about before, but he didn't expect Lu Shiren to be living in one of them. Moreover, this fellow was chased out of Plum Village last year, but his evil intentions didn't change. After he went to Willow Village, he still bullied the people and kidnapped the women of the village. Now that he has been arrested by the county magistrate of Yifeng County, he really deserves to be punished. Yes. This father and son have finally received the punishment they deserve, Han Yushi said with a gratified smile. After lunch, Li Zixuan went to take a nap. Spring was sleepy, autumn was tired and hibernated. Especially during the transition between winter and spring, if he didn't take a nap at noon, he would feel uncomfortable in the afternoon. When he woke up, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Han Yushi came over to tell him a piece of news. Husband, Faubert sent someone to tell me that the steel you want has been refined, and it has been handed over to Master Lu to draw patterns on it. Li Zixuan said in surprise. Oh? So fast? That's great. According to this progress, he should be able to receive the finished drawing of the banknote master tomorrow. In fact, the real progress was faster than he had expected. In the evening, when night was about to fall, Lu Yidao personally carried the mother plate of the banknotes he had drawn up to Yunshan and personally handed it to Li Zixuan. Young master, all the patterns on the mother plate have been drawn. Tomorrow, I will begin to carve the seal you asked me to do. So fast? Master Lu, you've worked hard. Li Zixuan took a small package from Lu Yidao and said in surprise. Lu Yidao stroked his beard and said with a smile, It's mainly because of the magnifying glass you asked Ink Girl to make, Marky. It's really useful. With this thing I can do twice the work with half the effort. I have to go back quickly. Otherwise it will be completely dark in a while. Li Zixuan said with a smile, Take care, Master Lu. The night in Yunshan was quiet. It was past midnight, but there was still a room in the number 1 courtyard that was still lit. It was the study room. Li Zixuan was carving in the study room at the moment. In the evening, Lu Yidao sent the soft steel master with the finished Tang Yuan pattern. The rest was to carve grooves according to the lines drawn on the steel plate. This was a delicate work. When the modern manual carvers were carving, they had to hold a magnifying glass in their left hand and a knife in their right hand. They had to concentrate on carving lines on the steel plate. If there was a mistake, all the work would be wasted. Someone had once calculated the points and lines on banknotes. A point needed to be carefully carved a few times, and a banknote meant that it needed to be carved 1,000,000 times. If one didn't have the endurance and strong basic skills of 10 years of practice, ordinary people would never be able to do this. The reason why Li Zixuan wanted to carve by himself was mainly because this time he was carving on a steel plate. Although the steel plate was soft steel, it was still very hard. Lu Yidao definitely couldn't do it, so he had to do it himself. At this moment, he was holding the tip of the wind-chasing sword 3 inches above it, and using the sword as a pen, he was concentrating on painting on the plate. The wind-chasing sword could cut iron like mud. Facing soft steel, it was almost like cutting tofu. At this time, the master plate with fine lines in Li Zixuan's hand had been carved with many grooves, but it was still far from being completely carved. Because the patterns on it were too complicated, even with Li Zixuan's abnormal speed, it would take him a whole night to carve it. Chapter 12:19. Li Zixuan spent an entire night carving the mother version of the banknote from nightfall to sunrise the next day. If it weren't for his strong inner strength, he wouldn't have been able to hold on for such a long time. Moreover, it would have been impossible for him to finish carving the mother version of the banknote in just one night. Even so, when he finished carving the last stroke, he couldn't help but feel dizzy and exhausted. Li Zixuan called Pang Feiji over and asked him to deliver the mother version of the banknote to the workshop personally. After that, he quickly went to bed. He really couldn't take it anymore. Logically speaking, this was his first time carving the mother version of a banknote. In his previous life, he didn't have the opportunity, the conditions, the ability, and even the courage. In this life, he was going to personally design the first banknote for Tang Dynasty. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't excited. It was because of this excitement that he worked overtime last night to carve the mother version of the banknote. Of course, it was also because of Lu Yidao's hard work. If it weren't for Lu Yidao drawing the pattern of the banknote on the soft steel plate, Li Zixuan wouldn't have been able to carve the mother version of the banknote in such a short time, even if he had the wind-chasing sword that could cut through iron like mud. In the workshop, when Faubert received the mother version of the banknote from Pang Feiji, he couldn't help but be shocked. Obviously, he didn't expect Li Zixuan to work so hard and stay up all night to carve the mother version of the banknote. From this detail, Faubert also understood how important Li Zixuan was to this matter. Therefore, he suddenly felt a sense of urgency in his heart. Xiaoxi. Falbert carefully kept the mother version of the banknote and shouted towards the outside of the house. Hey, Manager Fu, you're here. Song Xiaoxi quickly ran in from outside the house and bowed. Falbert asked, Xiaoxi, is the water pattern roller done at the steel mill? Regarding the water pattern paper that Li Zixuan had told him about yesterday, he had already sent someone to buy the materials. Now he only lacked the water pattern roller to modify the paper machine. This step was the most crucial step in the production of the water pattern paper. Manager Fu, please wait a moment. I'll go take a look now. Song Xiaoxi responded and quickly ran out. When Louis Dao learned that Li Zixuan had sent the soft steel master plate to the workshop this morning, he was both shocked and stressed. That was because Li Zixuan, a layman who knew nothing about engraving, could engrave such a large piece of soft steel master plate with so many complicated patterns in just one night. As an old guy who had been engraving for decades, if he was too slow, how could he face Li Zixuan in the future? It just so happened that he had a stand-mounted magnifying glass in his house. The condition was much better than before, and there was no reason for him to slow Li Zixuan down. Therefore, Louis Dao immediately began his closed-door training and began to carve the anti-counterfeit seal that Li Zixuan asked him to carve. On Yunshan Mountain, Li Zixuan slept all the way until evening. Around 5 p.m., he slowly woke up from his sleep. He felt a pain in his head. This was the aftereffect of staying up late. Last night, he was not only mentally exhausted, but also physically exhausted. He couldn't help but rub his temples. After a long time, he finally felt a little better. Husband, you're finally awake. Are you hungry? I've made some congee with pork and century egg. Have some to fill your stomach. Han Yushi's voice came faintly. Li Zixuan heard it and nodded subconsciously, yes, yes. Thank you, wife. At this moment, his stomach was indeed empty. After a while, Han Yushi brought a bowl of congee with pork and century egg. Li Zixuan tested it slightly. It wasn't hot and the temperature was just right. Han Yushi must have kept the congee warm in the pot and waited for him to wake up so that she could bring it to him directly. Thinking of this, Li Zixuan couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. In terms of thoughtfulness, his wife was the most considerate. Li Zixuan looked at Han Yushi gratefully. The husband and wife looked at each other and smiled tacitly. At this time, Li Zixuan asked while eating, Wife, is there any news from the workshop today? Han Yushi glanced at Li Zixuan and said faintly, Husband, you want to ask about Master Lu, right? Don't rush them too much. I heard that in order to help you carve the seal, Master Lu didn't leave the house for the whole day. If you rush them again, Master Lu will be exhausted. Even if it's urgent, it doesn't have to be in a hurry for 1 or 2 days. Wife, you're right. Li Zixuan touched his nose embarrassedly. After listening to Han Yushi's words, why did he feel that he had become an evil capitalist who desperately exploited his employees? And you, husband, I've heard you persuade me before that staying up late is not good for your health. But why did you stay up so long last night? Our family doesn't lack anything now. Husband, why do you have to be so anxious to do things? Han Yushi sighed faintly again. Li Zixuan was even more speechless at this time. Han Yushi's words were reasonable, and he couldn't find a reason to refute them. In fact, his habit of staying up late when something happened was completely in his nature. In the 3 years of his graduate studies in his previous life, because of the research tasks assigned by the teachers above, he didn't know how many nights he had stayed up late. Especially when it was close to graduation and rushing to finish his thesis, he would stay up late almost every 2 or 3 days. That was simply putting his life on the line. This was the persistence of an engineering student. It was also the most admirable thing about the scientist who struggled on the front lines in his previous life. In this life, Li Zixuan vowed to let the scientific researchers enjoy the best treatment. His original intention of founding Yanhuang College was also for this. Ahem. Good. My wife is right. Your husband will not stay up late in the future. The strange thing was that after Han Yushi rambled on for so long, Li Zixuan didn't feel annoyed at all. Instead, he felt a little warm in his heart. Perhaps this was the unique advantage of a beautiful woman when it came to preaching. The next day, Li Zixuan saw that there was still no news from the workshop. In order not to pressure Falbert and Louis Dao, he didn't go over. Thinking of some things that Lantian County's county magistrate he told him a few days ago, Li Zixuan wanted to personally go to Lantian County to take a look. But he suddenly remembered that his confinement period wasn't over yet, so he could only give up on it. Since he couldn't leave Yunshan, Li Zixuan could only stay in the study room to plan his marquee mansion in Lantian County. This was the true marquee mansion of Yong'an. After all, it was built on his fief in the name of the government. Last year he had planned to wait until the new year to expand the side courtyard on Yunshan. Now it seemed that there was no need to expand the side courtyard. When the Marquis Mansion was built, no matter how many people there were in his family, the Marquis Mansion would be able to accommodate them. Therefore the future Marquis Mansion must be big. Li Zixuan planned to build his Marquis Mansion into a luxurious mansion with an ancient manor as its foundation, but with modern-style interior facilities. After all, as a Marquis Mansion, its appearance should be more formal. Therefore he didn't use the style of the Academy's high-rise buildings, but used the style of the Tang Dynasty's manor. As the manor's blueprints flashed through his mind, the content on the Xian paper on the table gradually became richer. Chapter 1220. An official with a luxurious manor, if placed in modern times, would definitely be seen as a symbol of corruption in the eyes of many people. However, Li Zixuan wasn't afraid of this kind of criticism because every penny he earned was clean. He wasn't afraid of being investigated. Anyway, a person worked hard to earn money, didn't he just want to enjoy it? He spent his own money to build a manor for himself. What could others say about it? In the afternoon, Song Xiaoxi finally sent news that everything in the workshop was ready. They were waiting for Li Zixuan to personally instruct them on the next step of the task. Li Zixuan was overjoyed. He quickly put on his cloak and went down Yunshan with Song Xiaoxi. They went straight to the workshop. "Young master, you're here?" When Uncle Fu saw that Li Zixuan had finally arrived, he hurriedly went up to greet him. Li Zixuan smiled, looked at Faubert and Louis Dao and said, "Well, Faubert, Master Lu, I heard that everything is ready. You've worked hard these 2 days." The two of them said that it was not hard. Louis Dao was a little ashamed. He said, "Marquis, it took me nearly 2 days to carve this seal. Compared with Marquis' speed, my nickname, Louis Dao, seems to be undeserved." Li Zixuan shook his head. "Master Lu, you're just wasting time on an insignificant problem. It's because this Marquis is skilled in martial arts that I sometimes move a little faster than ordinary people. Master Lu, for you to carve this seal in 2 days is already not easy. In all of the Great Tang, the number of people who can do what you have done can be counted on one hand. Marquis, you're flattering me." When Louis Dao heard this, a smile appeared on his face. Then he quickly replied modestly, "Ahem. Young master, a batch of watermarked paper has been made this morning. Some of them should have been dried by now. What do you think next?" Fu Bo coughed dryly and got down to business. Li Zixuan nodded and said, "Faubert, come with me to take a look." They came to a factory on the east side where the workshop made paper. "Young master, this is the water pattern paper. Please take a look and see if the talisman meets the requirements." Faubert said to Li Zixuan as he pointed at the sheets of white paper hanging under an old locust tree in the courtyard. Li Zixuan took a few steps forward and found a piece of dried paper. He took it down from the shelf and looked at it carefully under the sunlight. He saw that on the white paper there were neatly arranged dark characters. Tang. After spreading the paper flat, the dark words disappeared again. People who saw it for the first time might find it magical, but for Li Zixuan, a modern person, it was not strange at all. However, he was quite satisfied with the quality of the paper. Just the texture alone was not comparable to that of ordinary paper. "Yes, that's right. Faubert, next, use the soft steel master plate I gave you yesterday to imprint the pattern on it. The material used to press the steel plate must be heavy. The heavier the better. Otherwise it won't show the effect." Li Zixuan nodded with satisfaction, put down the water pattern paper in his hand and said to Faubert, "Yes, I understand young master's meaning. I'll arrange it now." Faubert replied with a smile. Now that the printing technology in the workshop was quite mature, the most difficult part of the concave printing technology was the engraving of the plate. The actual imprinting process was not complicated, so when Li Zixuan roughly explained it, Faubert understood what to do. Faubert used an hour to set up a temporary concave imprinting workbench. The water pattern paper to be imprinted was fixed. The soft steel master plate was also attached to the bottom of a square boulder. After the master plate was dipped in green ink, it was manually pulled to control the boulder to press on a specific position on the water pattern paper. After the ink in the groove of the master plate had dried, the boulder was pulled up and the first side of the water pattern paper was imprinted. Using the same method, the second side was quickly imprinted. The tailor in the workshop carefully cut off the imprinted banknote and handed it to Li Zixuan. 1 Tang Yuan. Great Tang's Yanhuang Bank. After seeing the well-printed 1 Tang Yuan banknote in his hand, Li Zixuan felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart. This was the first edition banknote of Great Tang, and also the first edition banknote in the history of China. He could really leave his name in history. The color of the Tang Yuan banknote was mainly green, and the patterns on it were very dense. 1 Tang Yuan was written on the bottom left corner, and Great Tang's Yanhuang Bank was written on the top of the back. The 1 Tang Yuan banknote was a little similar to the modern 1 Yuan, but there was no portrait on it, so it looked much simpler. Young master, this old man forgot to ask earlier. What does the 1 Tang Yuan written on it mean? And what is Great Tang's Yanhuang Bank? Faubert also felt that the banknote in Li Zixuan's hand was very exquisite, but he had some doubts about the words on the banknote. Li Zixuan's expression turned serious. He dismissed his subordinates and said in a deep voice, "Faubert, Master Lu, come here. I have something to tell you." The issue of banknotes was no small matter. The workshop had to make thorough arrangements. In Faubert's office, Li Zixuan told Faubert and Master Lu about the banknotes in Yanhuang College. The two of them were obsessed with technology their whole lives, but they were not good at economics. Therefore they did not comment on Li Zixuan's actions. Young master, although it is indeed more convenient to use Tang Yuan to replace the copper coins in the college, we have to strictly control the workshop. Otherwise, if someone with ulterior motives steals the mother version or the printed banknotes, it will be a big loss for you. Having personally experienced the production and printing of banknotes, Faubert knew very well that it was no different from a fantasy for others to imitate banknotes. He was worried that there would be greedy people in the workshop. Li Zixuan nodded and said, "Faubert, this is also what I want to tell you. In the near future, Faubert, you should organize a group of trustworthy people as soon as possible and set up a separate team to print Tang Yuan for me. You will personally take care of the mother version of Tang Yuan. As for the seal engraved by Master Lu, I will take care of it. In the future, every batch of Tang Yuan will be printed with a number. Faubert, you will regularly check according to the number to prevent someone from secretly stealing it." Faubert agreed with him and said, "Young master, this is a brilliant method. In this way we can prevent many cases of Tang Yuan being stolen." "Master Lu, Faubert has a lot of work to do. In the future you will have to take care of this team of Tang Yuan printing," Li Zixuan said to Louis Dao. Old Lu had been in the workshop for nearly a year and was considered an old man. In terms of loyalty there was no doubt. "Okay, this old man will." Louis Dao replied with a smile. Li Zixuan nodded and chatted with the two for a while. Then he left the workshop with the world's first Tang Yuan and went to Yunshan. Chapter 12:21. Yamacho. After leaving the workshop, Li Zixuan went straight to Yanhuang College and asked someone to call Li Ku over. "Have a seat." Li Zixuan pointed to the sofa opposite him. "Thank you, Yamacho." Li Ku thanked him and sat opposite Li Zixuan. "Little Ku, how are the preparations on your side?" Li Zixuan asked calmly. The preparations he was referring to were the preparations for the introduction of paper currency in the college. Li Ku replied, "Yamacho, I've already spoken to Gu Xiaomao. He said that he supports the college's introduction of Tang Yuan. Although he didn't say it explicitly, I can see his concern. He's worried that someone will make fake Tang Yuan and buy things from him." Li Ku was the king of Han, so Gu Xiaomao had to give him some face no matter what. Moreover, Tang Yuan was the currency that Li Zixuan had promoted. The Gu family's wealth today was all because of Li Zixuan's help. Therefore, no matter what, he had to support this Tang Yuan. Li Zixuan heard this and smiled confidently. "Tell him not to worry. I'll teach everyone how to differentiate between real and fake Tang Yuan. As long as they remember the characteristics of the real Tang Yuan, they won't be cheated by fake Tang Yuan." Li Ku's eyes lit up. "So, Yamacho, you're very confident in Tang Yuan's security?" Of course." Li Zixuan smiled proudly. "Little Ku, you don't have to worry about Tang Yuan's security. The most important thing now is to set up the Yanhuang Bank as soon as possible. How does Yamacho plan to set it up? Since the Tang Yuan was initially only circulated within the academy, I plan to invest 100,000 strings of cash to enter the bank as a deposit. Anyone in the academy who has a Tang Yuan can exchange it for copper coins equivalent to the face value of the Tang Yuan. Similarly, they can also exchange copper coins for Tang Yuan of the same value." Li Ku was puzzled. "Yamacho, why do you need so much money as a deposit? I think that with your prestige in the academy, there's no need for that at all." Logically speaking, 100,000 strings of copper coins was definitely a shocking amount of wealth. Even if Li Ku was born into the royal family, he did not have that much wealth. Li Zixuan smiled and explained, "Little Ku, there is a problem that you need to understand. Tang Yuan is just a kind of credit currency. It has no value in itself because it is not a commodity. The so-called value was the indiscriminate human labor condensed in the goods. When humans produced goods, they had to consume human labor. Labor could form value. The greater the amount of labor, the greater the value. The smaller the amount of labor, the smaller the value. Only goods had value. On the other hand, Tang Yuan did not consume human labor, so he was not a commodity and had no value. Therefore, as a trustworthy currency, if you want people to believe in it, you must have real gold and silver as a guarantee. Otherwise, if you want to rely on a piece of paper with patterns and lines to make people obediently give you their hard-earned money, how can there be such a beautiful thing in the world? Tang Yuan was a kind of paper money. Those who studied political economy knew that paper money only had a use value, but it had no value. Therefore, it could not be used as a commodity. Paper money had no value, so it could not be used to measure the value of other commodities. Therefore, paper money could not be used as a measure of value. In the first year of the Northern Song dynasty, when the Jiaozi first appeared, 16 wealthy merchants in Chengdu jointly invested 360,000 strings of copper coins as a deposit. Under the organization of Zhang Yong, the Izhou Jiaozi was established. That was when the history of China's currency officially began. Trustworthy currency? Commodity? Value? When Li Ku heard these new terms, his mind couldn't help but be confused. He paused for a long time and barely digested about 50 to 60% of it. He then asked, Yamacho, then when students exchange copper coins for Tang Yuan or Tang Yuan for copper coins, will the bank charge a certain amount of fees? Otherwise, how will they survive? When Li Zixuan heard this, he looked at Li Ku in surprise. He thought that this kid was a promising talent. He could even think of something like a fee without a teacher. Ah, little Ku, your suggestion is very good. But in the early stages, the Yanhuang Bank only serves the academy and not to make money. When the Tang Yuan is recognized by more people, we will implement your suggestion. Li Zixuan looked at Li Ku and praised him. Yamacho is benevolent and righteous. Li Ku could hear the praise in Li Zixuan's words and felt a little happy. Little Ku, you seem to be very interested in the matter of money? Li Zixuan asked with deep meaning. Li Ku scratched his head and said embarrassedly, I'm not interested. I just feel that if I use mathematics in the area of money, there should be unexpected results. Li Zixuan nodded and said, Little Ku, I'm very pleased that you can think of this. Actually, money also has a lot of knowledge. I call it economics. If you're really interested in it, I can teach you in the future. Since Li Ku was so passionate about economics, he would guide him in this direction. After all, if the Yanhuang Bank were to expand in the future, the imperial family would definitely have a stake in it. After he nurtured Li Ku, he could let Li Ku participate in the daily management of the bank as a representative of the imperial family. That's great. Thank you, Yamacho. Li Ku stood up in surprise and clasped his hands to Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan waved his hand and said, I can't teach you much. At most, I can bring you under the tutelage. However, I hope that you remember that economics is broad and profound. It's a powerful sword, but at the same time, it's also a scourge. If used well, the country will be rich and the people will be strong. If you act recklessly because of a moment of greed, the powerful sword will turn into a scourge and cause the Tang Empire's economy to collapse. Thus, as long as you are involved in economics in the future, you must maintain a respectful heart. Actually, he wanted to explain the way of banking to Li Ku. The Yanhuang Bank was like the banks in his previous life. Once the Tang Yuan currency became popular in the Tang Empire, the Yanhuang Bank would become an important department comparable to the Ministry of Revenue and directly control the economic lifeline of the Tang Empire. At that time, if someone couldn't resist the temptation of money and started to issue excessive amounts of money, the Tang Empire's economy would definitely collapse. Wasn't the Ming dynasty's banknotes the same? Li Ku said seriously, Yamacho, I will remember what you said today and never forget it. Li Zixuan nodded and said, Then you can go and do your work. The Tang Yuan and the bank will be activated in 2 days. You can come over to help then. Yes, Yamacho. Chapter 1222. Jingguan First Year, February 5th, Yanhuang College Calendar, Friday. When it was close to noon, thousands of ox carts carrying brand new copper coins suddenly entered the gates of the college. A copper coin weighed about 5 to 6 caddies. 100,000 strings of cash would be 500,000 to 600,000 caddies. If they were to be transported by ox carts, wouldn't they be carrying thousands of ox carts? Such a huge commotion naturally attracted the attention of many students, especially those who were sitting by the windows facing the entrance of the academy. The students who were sitting by the windows and in the middle of class immediately saw the spectacular scene below Guanghua Tower. F***CK. There's so much money downstairs. Our academy is going to be rich. On the second floor of Guanghua Building, Class 1, Wang Meng was sitting by the window. At this time he was already hungry and was looking forward to getting out of school to eat. Inadvertently, he glanced out of the window and caught a glimpse of a vast number of ox carts pulling copper coins. He couldn't help but cry out in surprise. The teacher who was lecturing in the classroom and the students who were listening to the lecture all turned their gazes in this direction in an instant. Wang Meng, stand up. Who allowed you to make such a racket in class? Class 1's lesson was mathematics. The teacher was Su Hongji. Old Su's expression was very ugly. Any teacher who encountered such a troublemaker in their class would have an ugly expression. Oh, Mr. Su, I was wrong. There's really a lot of money outside. There are thousands of ox carts, right? Look if you don't believe me. Wang Meng shrunk his neck, but he couldn't help but glance out the window. F***ck. There's really a lot of money? Isn't that Yamacho? Why did he suddenly bring so much money to the college? Cheng Chimo half squatted and stretched his neck towards the window. When he saw the countless ox carts outside, he couldn't help but make a fuss. As the saying goes, 3 people make a tiger. After the 2 of them said that, the students in the classroom couldn't sit still, especially those who were sitting by the window. One by one they stretched their heads to look outside. Wow, there's really a lot of money? There's hundreds of carts, right? Hundreds? There should be thousands. Thousands? Oh my God, how much money is that? The previously quiet classroom was immediately filled with buzzing sounds of discussion. Many of the students sitting in the middle stood up and stretched their necks to look out the window. Quiet. Be quiet. Su Hongji angrily glared at Cheng Chimo and Wang Meng, and hurriedly spoke to maintain order. Similar situations were happening in the other classes as well. Originally, there was only the sound of teachers lecturing in Guanghua Building. However, when it was close to the end of the school day, there was suddenly a burst of noise. However, this noise was quickly suppressed by the teachers in the various teaching buildings. Clang, clang, clang. After waiting for a long time, the students finally came to the end of class. When the bell and drums sounded, the students of each class swarmed out of Guanghua Building, not to compete for food but to see the money. It wasn't that they hadn't seen money before, but most of them had never seen so much money. Thousands of carts of copper coins. This scene was too spectacular. No wonder they would swarm out to see the curiosity. At this time, there were still many ox carts loaded with copper coins outside Guanghua Building. After all, it was impossible to store so many copper coins in the warehouse in such a short time no matter what. Damn, where is all this money being transported to? The students quickly discovered that the ox carts were slowly lining up and moving in one direction. They couldn't help but follow behind, wanting to find out what was going on. It wasn't that they didn't think of asking the people beside the ox carts. However, the ones pulling the ox carts today weren't the academy's guards, but the soldiers of the Right Marquis Guard. Li Zishuan had borrowed them from Yuchi Jingda. Most of them wanted to ask, but they didn't know the others. How could they ask? However, there were always people who knew them. Hey, Big Brother Shin, why are you here? Yuchi Baolin hurriedly asked when he saw someone familiar. His father was the great general of the Right Marquis Guard. It wasn't surprising that he knew a soldier of the Right Marquis Guard. Young master, Marquis wishes to transfer 100,000 strings of copper coins from Chang and to the academy. The great general has ordered us to escort him along the way. The soldier cupped his fists and said, 100,000 strings of copper coins? Why did the Yamacho suddenly transfer so much money? Cheng Chimo couldn't help but ask. The soldier replied with a straight face, this general doesn't know. These copper coins are all transported to this building. The students followed the ox carts and finally found the final destination of the 100,000 strings of copper coins. It was a small 3-story building near the academy's library. It hadn't been used since it was built. Today was the first time they saw someone enter this building. Yanhuang Bank? What's that? The attentive students suddenly noticed the huge signboard in front of the building. The words Yanhuang Bank were written on it. After they saw it, they were all puzzled. Little Ku, I see that you've been looking for the Yamacho a lot recently. You should know what this Yanhuang Bank does, right? Li Tai also came to see the commotion. When he saw the words Yanhuang Bank, he turned to Li Ku and asked. Li Ku didn't hide it